think the writing seems to be on the wall here between the contract, the fact that they have always liked Drew Lock, and the fact that I really don't think they're going to want to keep 2 veteran guys. I wouldn't put it past them at all to keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster. But, I think that third guy, they'd probably prefer it to be a young guy.
In hindsight, what did you make of the Sam Howell acquisition? Because I had someone on the other day on the Mac and Jacks text line say, what a horrible trade. And my immediate reaction was, oh, you had to spin the wheels and figure it out. It didn't cost you a ton. But this person disagreed, and I want to be able to introduce that question and send it your way and see what you think.
Yeah, I mean, if they end up trading him and get I think they'd probably be looking at like a day 3 pick, or maybe there's a player for player trade, something like that. So you would factor that in for what you gave up.
Right. So you don't feel like you lost quite as much.
Yeah. I mean, look, they thought that he could, he had the potential to maybe be an heir to Geno Smith, and nothing he showed last season suggested that. Everybody saw the pretty disastrous relief appearance in December against the Packers. And he also was pretty underwhelming in the offseason as well. And so, granted, he was up against kind of a tough situation, coming in, learning a new offense. And obviously, as John mentioned on the radio a week or two ago, he was thrown into a pretty bad situation, a game where they're down and they're just, throwing the crap out of the ball, and you already have a pretty challenged offensive line. So that was a tough situation. But I think if you add up all of the draft capital, remember it was like 4 or 5 picks in all that were swapped. I would say it was, depending on what chart you look at, it was roughly the equivalent of like a mid-round pick. So maybe like a late day 3, early round 4, or something like that. If I remember adding up the points correctly. So if you give up that pick, you get something in return. Factor in you got 1 season for next to no money. You filled your backup quarterback that spot. You're probably still coming out behind on that, but I wouldn't say it was any sort of disastrous trade or anything like that.
Just paid $1 to kick a tire.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Now, what do you make of your colleague, Adam Schefter, and I don't want to say reporting, speculating that the Seahawks might end up taking a quarterback? Initially, he was saying, well, if they trade Sam Howell, maybe it opens the possibility. Then he mentioned, they are not a team that's used first-round picks on quarterbacks. Maybe they do that and try it out. I mean, what have you made of that?
Yeah, well, I wrote a story on ESPN.com, I think, that posted yesterday about that possibility, not of a first-round quarterback, but of drafting a quarterback either on day 2 or day 3. And, I mean, the history is certainly against it. Only, as we all know, only 2 quarterbacks in 15 years under John Schneider. But it's got to happen at some point. And, look, the fact of the matter is they did bring in a couple guys on 30 visits for whatever that is worth. You could point to a lot of reasons to say, no, they're not going to draft a quarterback, because they never do it, because they're very deep at that position right now, because this isn't a great quarterback draft, supposedly. You could also point to some reasons why they could. Well, okay, they haven't, they've only done it twice. I think there's been some close calls along the way where, like that number easily could be more than 2.
Yeah.
They are deep at quarterback, but again, Sam Howell I don't think is long for this roster. And while it's not a good quarterback in terms of top-end guys, like, last year you saw 5 quarterbacks go in the top half of the first round. Compared to that, it's not a good quarterback draft. But I think there is like a middle class to this quarterback group, and that includes, a couple guys that they've looked at, Tyler Shuck and Jalen Milroe. We could talk for a while about Jalen Milroe and how cool of a fit I think that could be in terms of like giving Clint Kubiak something similar to what he had in Taysom Hill.
I can tell you listeners right now would love to hear that, and I'm going to bookmark that for 3 p.m. right now, so we get back to it. I'll write it down. Before I keep it moving, my last question for you, and then we'll come back with some of that Jalen Milroe stuff. What kind of quarterback do you think John – so this is what I believe to be true about John Schneider, and you know him better than I do, but I think that he's itching to draft a quarterback eventually. Like, I think he's a guy that wants to be able to do that. I think sometimes – the idea of Russell Wilson succeeding here has made people go, oh, this is the type of quarterback he always likes. And I don't think Russell Wilson is purely reflective of the type of quarterback that John would ideally like.
I think you're spot on. I think Russell was very much an outlier in that regard. Because, look at some of the other quarterbacks. He came up in Green Bay with Brett Favre. He traded for Drew Lock.
Yeah, hovering around Josh Allen's pro day.
Yeah, exactly. Josh Allen, he wanted to trade the number 1, or he called the Cleveland Browns in 2018 to gauge their interest about possibly giving up the number 1 overall pick for Russell Wilson, which he would have used on Josh Allen. So look at those 3 guys. Yeah. What do they all have in common?
Right.
big, tall, gunslinging type quarterback. So I think if John Schneider has a type, it is that. Now, Jalen Milroe is not necessarily that. He's a whole different style of quarterback, but I think the fit there, and we'll get into this later, but the fit there would be more about taking a flyer on an unbelievably gifted, runner of a quarterback who, if he develops as a passer, then you just won the lottery.
I cannot wait for that conversation. And the good news is I only have to wait a couple minutes. We're back right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
The 2025 NFL Draft is here this afternoon. The Seahawks' most important draft in years, with 5 of the first 100 picks. And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day, with General Manager John Schneider on the air live at 4 p.m., just an hour before the commissioner takes the stage.
What you do here matters.
Our draft coverage starts at 4 this afternoon, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. One of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is the best value in golf, with 7 prepaid rounds, discounted guest passes, and green fees. And now through April 30th, Oki Golf is offering 1 free bonus round with purchase of the Platinum Players Card. Visit okigolf.com today to secure yours.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NFL Draft is here. Round 1 starts tonight at 5 p.m. The Seahawks on the board at pick 18. That's projected to be around 7:15 p.m. Where will Shedeur Sanders land? Is Ashton Genty part of Pete Carroll's Raiders? Will an NFC West foe like the Rams take their quarterback of the future? And will we see any shocking trades for a draft that's been pretty quiet? We've got you covered with all of that. At 4 p.m., you're going to hear from the GM himself, John Schneider, talking with Wyman and Bob an hour ahead of the first round. And then Bob leads the guys, Brock Huard, Dave Wyman, and Michael Bumpus, through the entire first round. So stay locked in right here on Seattle Sports.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Rost.
Here we go now. Round 1 of the NFL Draft just 2 hours away. In 1 hour, you are going to hear from the GM himself. Busy day for John Schneider. He sat down with Wyman and Bob. That's going to kick up our live draft coverage, and then that is going to lead into a panel of former Seahawks and our analysts, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton leading that one, and they are going to take you through the entire first round. These guys are working overtime, okay? Putting in the work. ESPN's Brady Henderson in with me for the next hour as we get you ready for that. And Brady, I got some questions here for you, just as an analyst, someone who knows this team well, what you want them to do at 18, what you think they're going to do, their greatest needs. We're going to cover those bases. But you said something in our last segment, and I have to get back to it because it just kind of sprung out of nowhere, and I was like, bookmark this. I need to hear more. We were talking about the real possibility that Sam Howell, you think, could be traded relatively soon. And then I asked you, well, do you think this opens the door? What do you think of the theory that that would open the door to drafting a quarterback? And you mentioned the name Jalen Milroe. When I tell you that is the most popular name I get from texters on the Mac and Jack's text line, you can join this conversation anytime, you guys. I already know there were people going, yes, and what if they do? So tell me why you think he might be a fit, when you think he might be taken.
I think he might be a fit because this is the type of spot that he needs to go to. He needs to go to a team, in my opinion, that wouldn't need him to start right away, because just based on, and I should preface all this by saying I'm not like somebody who pores over tape of college football. So if you're looking for I'm just not going to get too into the weeds on these guys, because on Saturdays during the fall, I'm either traveling or playing golf or hanging out with my girlfriend.
You don't watch every single college football game everywhere in the country?
But
wow.
I follow the draft enough during the pre-draft process to know that Jalen Milroe has a lot of developing to do as a passer, okay? And so he's not ready to start in the NFL right away. What I think he would be ready to do is handle a Taysom Hill-like role in terms of, you have some packages for this guy to either play Wildcat or some other type of gadget-type plays that take advantage of his very rare, athletic ability as a runner. And look, he's I said he needs development as a passer. I mean, there are some things he does well as a passer. He's got a great deep ball. I just don't think he's ready to be a full-time starter right away. So, but you certainly could have some packages. Again, the Taysom Hill is the player I keep bringing up because where does the new Seahawks offensive coordinator come from?
New Orleans.
Yeah, Clint Kubiak was in New Orleans, had Taysom Hill there. He once called Taysom Hill one of the best football players he's ever been around. So you know that there's an affinity for that kind of player, maybe that kind of role. And again, this would be, I think, a good situation. And, you know, if you're only going to be drafting him for that role right away, you know, you could argue about, okay, well, where do you draft it? Where would it be appropriate? What would be an appropriate amount of draft capital to spend on that guy? I would say at some point after the first round, when you have an extra second-round pick, an extra third-round pick, to me, that feels like the kind of splurge that you can make when you have those extra selections and you have a very, you know, clear-cut role for the guy. And again, this is just sort of what the baseline for Jalen Milroe would be. If he develops into a passer like Lamar Jackson did, well, again, that's a lottery ticket that you just cashed in on. So to me, assuming that that they can take care of the need in the interior of their offensive line, I think this could be a very worthwhile splurge on a guy who has just an immense amount of upside.
Okay, my question for you, and it's naturally getting to some of our other questions here, one of which for me was, do you think the Seahawks trade back? Who do you want them to take at 18? I'll say this. The Seahawks are on the board in the second round right now at what, 50? In 52?
50 and 52, yep.
I think Jalen might be gone. However, maybe not, but there might be a team desperate enough to overdraft just a little bit, you know, in the 30s, 40s. If the Seahawks trade back, well, wait a minute. Now you're looking potentially at not just something to package and move up in the second round, but maybe the second round pick that you end up getting is one that lets you pick in the 30s or 40s.
Yeah, but that would mean that Jalen Milroe is the first player that they take in the draft, right?
Very true.
Yeah, that would be
hard for you to believe.
Yeah, I think again, I keep using the words like splurge because I feel like you know what I was listening to Daniel Jeremiah on with Brock and Salk, or
I forget his name
Brock
too.
and Salk earlier this week, and he was talking about I think his analogy was what did he say? You have to shop at the hardware store before you shop at the toy store. Meaning you got to take care of like the business before you can start having fun with a player like Jalen Milroe. I would quote Pink Floyd and say, "You can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat." So they've got to get the meat taken care of first. You got to address the offensive line first. But
I would quote my own apartment move-in experience with, you got to get the couch before you get the throw pillows.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah, we could go on and on with these. Yeah. So for that reason, I would have a hard time imagining Milroe being the first player that they take. But, you know, to your point, you could trade back. Okay, how about this? You trade back into the second round. Then you use that extra draft cap. Whatever pick you end up getting, you use that as part of a package to maybe move up from 50.
See, that's what I'm wondering.
Right.
So maybe you go in the 20s. And, you know, you take someone in the 20s. So it's still not Jalen as your first pick, but you end up addressing some need. Or a talented player that you like. And then you package, you know, 50 and, you know, a third round or another second, package 2 seconds and move up again.
Yeah. I could see that happening. The interesting part about this is Jalen Milroe is at the draft, right? And
just waiting. He's going to be waiting the whole night.
Right.
I'm telling you that right now, you guys. Spoiler alert to Jalen Milroe. He's going to be waiting in that green room a long time.
It makes you wonder, either he is willing to be subject to sort of that really unfortunate draft day story where, you know, when the picks start going and he's still there, where now all of a sudden at some point the camera is just trained on him.
Can you imagine they train on him at pick 4 and it's like, what were you guys thinking?
Yeah,
Jalen, how did you feel that it wasn't you?
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're setting yourself up to become that story.
I know.
But I think he's either willing to live with that, or he and his camp have good information that he's going to go. I mean, you do see guys go to the draft and then they don't get picked until the second round. I think some of those guys generally know that could be a possibility, but it's just how far into the second round is he going to get, and is he ready for that possibility?
I don't think he's going to last long into the second round. I wondered the same thing, like, was his agent hearing something? But I also wondered, you know, here we are all talking about, Jalen, what are you doing? You're not going to be picked in the first round. How many people ever get to go as a player to the NFL draft? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could be going and recognizing that even though you played for an SEC school and you're a big deal and everyone's talking about you, that's still an experience where you go, I'm never going to have that again.
Yeah.
Maybe I just want to go. Maybe I have 2 friends who might be drafted that night and I just want to go hang out with them.
Yeah.
So that's a possibility.
It could be. it could be a longer wait than he is hoping for. The other interesting factor in there is that, remember, for much of the pre-draft process, it was Shedeur Sanders being picked, sent in mock drafts to like the Giants at 3 or maybe New Orleans at 9. Now all of a sudden the speculation is that there isn't really a obvious landing spot for him, because it doesn't sound like, based on what Adam Schefter and maybe others are saying, that it doesn't sound like the Giants are going to take him at 3. So the point being, Shedeur Sanders falling is going to make, theoretically could make Jalen Milroe fall a bit more, because, let's say the Giants end up taking Shedeur Sanders, at the top of the second round. Well, that's one quarterback needy team picking before the Seahawks at 50 that all of a sudden has filled that need.
Let's talk about a team. You do not think it's going to be Jalen Milroe, nor should it. However, what do you actually think that the player could be at 18?
Well, we did our mock draft at ESPN the other day, and so that was basically each of the 32 reporters. We all go in the actual draft order, so each of the 32 reporters makes the one pick for the team they cover. So based on who was available, I picked Gray Zabel for the Seahawks, and I have him as a guard, because I sense that if the Seahawks do end up with Gray Zabel, he would be a guard, not a center. So the story with him, of course, is he played all over the place, but I think he mostly played tackle at North Dakota State. There's some question about the arm length and whether he's got long enough arms. I think NFL teams typically prefer tackles to have 34-plus-inch arms. He doesn't have that, so the thought is he's going to move inside to either guard or center. Again, I think if it was between those two with Seattle, I think they would prefer him more at guard. But it's just, this whole thing is so hard to predict. Gray Zabel may not even last till 18. He may get snagged by San Francisco or Miami, another offensive lineman needy team. I also don't know if the Seahawks like him enough to take him at 18. I think they like him, but do they like him more so in the late first round? Like, would they take him at 18, or would they prefer
to take him maybe back on their board? I'm reframing this question. In addition to who you think they'll take, you say, look, I did the mock and I chose Gray Zabel. Do you think they go offensive line with their first pick?
Yeah, I would not necessarily assume that, because the right player's got to be there. I think that this team has shown us enough times in the last few years that they are not going to let their biggest need automatically dictate their first round pick. And really, this is a lesson that a lot of teams end up learning this lesson. But I think they really learned it with the LJ Collier pick in 2019. Remember, they went into that draft with a massive need on the edge.
And there was a gap after Collier as well.
Because they had just traded Frank Clark. They already needed help before they traded Frank Clark. And then they traded Frank Clark. They got nobody on the edge. And, it comes up to their pick late in the first round. I think there was enough kind of push, enough really panic from the coaching staff saying, hey, gotta fortify the edges. And they're really behind Collier. The next best guy on their board was not, there was a huge drop off, and they felt like Collier was their last best chance to really fortify that position. And they did not have him rated where they took him. I don't know exactly where it was, but in their minds, they were reaching for a player.
He was surprised.
Remember
that the post-draft interview with him? He was kind of surprised.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of teams probably had him graded as a late first-round pick, but in their eyes, they pushed him up. They reached for him because they needed to fill a need, and that was an example of the danger that can happen when you do that.
Is it tempting then, if you think about how close they could be to being good defensively, really, really good defensively, to go defense there? I know that there is a lot of great defensive talent that's going to be there. Could be some solid cornerbacks. I know people really like Nick Emmanwori at safety. I don't know if he'll even be available, or the same thing with Gray Zabel. Maybe he's lower on their big board, right? Like, I've seen him in the 20s on some people's, not war rooms, on mock draft analysts.
Wouldn't that be great?
Exactly. When they showed me their mock draft, their big board. I feel like something that I'm intrigued by, Brady, heading into this one is, yes, you want to round out your team and fill in the gaps. However, I also would love to see this team be elite with something. There is not a single Super Bowl winning team I can think of that wasn't really good at something. And the Seahawks are not really good at anything, but they're close to being great defensively.
Yeah, and again, don't assume that their biggest need is going to dictate their first pick. They could add to what is already the strength of their team, being their defense, if the right player is there and they don't feel like the right offensive lineman is there or offensive player in general is there. So, yeah, some defensive players. Nick Emanwori is the safety from South Carolina who absolutely lit up the combine. One of the best athletic performances you will ever see. A guy who's 215, 20 pounds running in the 4.3s and jumping out of the gym. I think. Okay, so you're getting an athletic marvel. I think the question is, are the instincts there? Like, what kind of football player is he? We know the athlete, but what kind of football player is he? Malachi Starks from Georgia is another safety who may end up going before Nick Emanwori. I really liked the conversation that Brock and Salk had with Daniel Jeremiah about when they asked him what edge players in this draft would be an upgrade from what you already have, because I kind of see it the way I think Brock made the analogy to like a pitching rotation.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of really good number 2s and 3s, but you don't have an ace. And I don't know how much sense it would make to, at 18, get another number 2 or number 3 guy.
Yeah.
Right. And
it's a good question.
Yeah.
Too.
But if there's an ace in this, I think the obvious ace is Abdul Carter. He's going to be long gone.
Yep.
The other one may be Jalen Walker from Georgia, but how far does he fall? If he gets into striking distance for them at 18, that would be a pretty intriguing situation, again, with that extra draft capital. And if they feel like he is that, quote unquote, number 1 starter, and he would be an upgrade from Boye Mafe, from Derek Hall, DeMarcus Lawrence, all those guys, then yeah, I could see that. Because again, you got the extra second and third rounder, but drafting someone like, Shamar Stewart or Michael Williams, to me, that would just feel a little bit redundant.
Yeah.
I get the other side of it, that you can't have enough edge rushers, but I would say they've already got quite a bit, and I just don't know if that would be the best use of resources.
I would say you can have enough. I think it is possible to have enough. Seattle Sports is the home of the Seahawks and your home of the 2025 NFL Draft. Find us on the radio, the app, and our YouTube page for complete coverage of the Hawks' 5 top 100 picks. Coverage starts today at 4 p.m. with the John Schneider Show and continues through every Seahawks pick. Follow along via the Seattle Sports app. Let's get to 4 Down Territory.
This is 4 Down Territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Brady. Is Tyler Lockett a fit in Tennessee, a Titan now?
Well, he's there. I don't get the sense that was his first choice. And look, it's April 24th right now. He signed, or he agreed to that deal on April 23rd, so well over a month.
Yeah, I think we could look at the calendar and go, probably not where he wanted to go.
I don't think so. I would have thought that he would have gone to a team that had an established quarterback and a team that is a legit playoff, if not Super Bowl contender, because look, Tyler Lockett has had an amazing individual career. He joined the Seahawks in 2015, the year after they went to their second Super Bowl. He hasn't gotten past the second round of the playoffs in his career. So I would think that a guy like that, who may only have, another year or 2 or 3 left, I would think that winning would be a huge priority for a guy like that at that stage of his career. And, well, Titans are picking number 1 overall. So that should tell you a lot about their chances of, getting to a Super Bowl within the next couple years.
Second down. All right, Brady, I asked you who you have the Seahawks taking at 18. Now let's talk about who they really shouldn't. Is there a bad pick for the Seahawks at 18?
I could end up regretting saying this.
Oh, say it.
I don't like. Frankly, I don't like the idea of taking tight ends early in the first round. Now, if you're going to tell me that Tyler Warren ends up being Brock Bowers, then that would be a fantastic pick.
We'll go back in and delete the audio, or we'll chop it up the way that Matt did for Bump to make him say "Go Dogs," and we'll have you saying, "I love the idea of a tight end in the first round."
There you go. Yeah, I just think unless it's clearly a special player. I just think there's too many tight ends. If you look at the guys that have been drafted in the first round over the last few years, not enough of those guys seem to hit in order to make it a worthwhile position. And I think it'd be one thing. Okay, it'd be one thing if you're a guy like Tyler Warren ends up being Brock Bowers, ends up being like just a stud pass catcher. It'd be another thing if one of those guys ends up being George Kittle, a guy that can really do both. I know some people have mocked Colston Loveland to the Seahawks. The word on Loveland is, he's a really good receiver, maybe not the most physical blocker. And look, if you could get a guy who could sort of be an extension of your offensive line, then that would make a lot more sense. A guy who could be a dynamic player in terms of catching the ball and blocking, but doesn't really sound like that's what Loveland is. And so, unless it's Tyler Warren, and unless you're convinced that Tyler Warren can be a stud Pro Bowl type guy, I wouldn't be too thrilled about the possibility of a tight end in round one.
Mike Salk is right with you, but he chose, like, he doesn't want to see just a receiver. So I'm assuming, like, pass catcher in general, he would just like to see maybe someone defensively added. But I almost regrettably, I think, went with a tight end, but it was because my reasoning was horrible. Like, this is why, one of the many reasons I should never be hired by a front office. I was like, I love the idea of more easily tracking progress and growth for a rookie. And it is easier, I will fully admit, to track progress and growth from a pass catcher than it would be from a guard. You know what I mean? I have to, text Ray Roberts and go, well, how'd he look?
Right.
What can you tell me? Versus I can tell you exactly how many receptions and whether or not he missed a block and, what's going on with the tight end. So it was just purely selfish reasons. I was like, I want it to be obvious whether or not they made a good pick early. Right. And that's not always obvious with the offensive line, but I think you're right. I think you're right.
On tight ends, though, now I should say, I think they need to draft a tight end at some point.
Yes, I agree.
I think Noah Fant's cap number becomes, I like
the word
Noah Fant's
problematic.
got a high cap number that I don't know if the production can justify the cap number.
Speaking of first-round tight ends.
Yeah, and I've wondered if maybe they've been hanging on to him just to see what shakes out in the draft.
I agree. Third down. What's your favorite Seahawks draft interview?
Number one is Bruce Irvin in 2012, and you just saw like unfiltered, raw emotion from a guy who, as we would come to learn, was one of the all-time characters. Really good football player, all-time character. Just honest, again, unfiltered. I think he was talking about he was arrested. He had been arrested prior to the draft on kind of some frivolous thing where he was like maybe it had one too many drinks and he like kicked over a sandwich board or something. And he told everybody on a conference call that the good Lord, quote, the good Lord knew that was BS, which was just an all-time draft day quote. And then the other was a couple of years ago, Kenny McIntosh, when they took him in the 7th round.
He was so good.
Yeah, he was partying with his family, and I think, it was pure mayhem.
It was like putting family members on the phone.
I think, I was going to say that, and I was wondering if I had misremembered that.
No.
But I want to say there was a family member on the phone at one point. It was pure mayhem. It was pretty cool.
Fourth down. All right, so again, you've covered every single Seahawks draft since 2011. I asked about your favorite interview. Again, the reporters like Brady go on these teleconferences with players, every single player after they're drafted right away, so they get to hear from them. Let's go in the opposite direction. What's the most shocking draft move you've ever covered in your time as a reporter?
I've ever covered.
Like a draft day. Maybe it doesn't have to be like jaw-dropping, but you were just like, doesn't see that coming.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned the James Carpenter pick. That's the one that comes to mind just because I remember being in the media room upstairs, and when that pick was announced, people were literally like scrambling to like
figure it out.
Yeah, look out who was James. He was not a guy that had spent a lot of time in first round mock drafts. And I think that was maybe another situation where they kind of pushed the guy up for need, but yeah, that was one. And then I think they showed Nick Saban, who was the Alabama coach at the time, and even Nick Saban seemed shocked by it. I would say the sort of postscript on that James Carpenter story is that for all the flack the Seahawks took for drafting James Carpenter, the guy ended up having a pretty good career.
In hindsight?
Yeah.
Best interior guy they've drafted?
Yeah, he ended up playing, I think,
there.
a decade or so in the NFL. I think he's been retired for a couple of years, but he had a very long career.
Yeah.
Never turned out to be like an all-pro or anything, but when you draft a guy that, 25th or whatever it was, you get a 10-year career out of that guy, even if obviously only 4 or 5 of those years came in Seattle.
Yeah.
Bottom line, James Carpenter had a good year. Or a good career, I should say.
Curtis, I hope you're ready to take Brady on
Let's go,
and
Brady.
draft. You guys are facing off in
Step
4
up.
questions
Let's go.
apiece. You said it's going down?
I did, absolutely.
Yeah, you're right,
being very
Curtis. It is
hostile
going
towards
down.
our guest right now.
You're lucky I'm
draft
not there in
coming your way
person.
next.
The 2025 NFL Draft is here this afternoon. The Seahawks' most important draft in years, with 5 of the first 100 picks. And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day, with General Manager John Schneider on the air live at 4 p.m., just an hour before the commissioner takes the stage.
What you do here matters.
Our draft coverage starts at 4 this afternoon, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy 1 window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com. Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back for just $15.99. Get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Spring is here and it's time to make some changes. I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Roland Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Draft.
Great job, Curtis. Curtis and our guest today, Brady Henderson, facing off in a battle of draft trivia. I will let you guys know this is like half split. Some Seahawks draft questions and then some general draft questions. I didn't think any of them were too hard, though I'm going to give you some extra time for a few of them that are longer. So I truly believe in you, Brady. That's what I'm saying. And Curtis, I guess. Okay. Okay, so Brady is going to go first since he's filling in for Bump today. Section 1 is a Seahawks-centered section. It's Schneider's Seahawks history. Brady. The Seahawks are on the board tonight at 18 overall, expected to draft around 7:15 p.m. During John Schneider's tenure as GM, what is the highest and lowest first-round pick that they've used?
They took Russell Okung, 6th overall. Oh, no, so they took Devin Witherspoon, 5th overall. The lowest is, I believe they took lowest first-round pick?
Lowest first-round pick.
I think it was L.J. Collier, which was, what, 29th? It was L.J. Collier. I think it was L.J. Collier.
Brady, you tried your best, but it's okay because I don't think Bump would have got that one either. It's Jermaine Ifedi.
Oh,
at 31 overall.
That's right.
But you were right with Devin Witherspoon at 5 overall, the highest draft pick under John Schneider. Curtis, a chance to get on the board here. Just leapfrog right over our guest host today. Schneider's Seahawks have not used a first-round pick in 5 separate drafts, including a stretch of 3 years in a row. Can you name me 3 of the players the Seahawks selected with their first pick in those years?
One of them was Malik McDowell, unfortunately. Yes. Another one, I'm going to say Paul Richardson.
Yes. You have one more. Well, you have 3 more, but...
Christian Michael.
Yes. So Curtis is on the board. Brady, do you want to take a shot? It's not for points, but do you want to guess the other 2?
The other 2, so that would have been...
So Malik McDowell, Paul Richardson, Christian Michael.
Oh, well, D. Eskridge.
D. Eskridge is one of them, and then there's one more.
Okay, so
he actually had a pretty good career with the Seahawks, though did not get a second contract.
So this would have been 13, 14. Oh, Frank Clark.
Frank Clark.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, our next section, Curtis leading 1-0. It goes all the way to the top.
Oh, I don't get points for that one?
No,
okay,
no, just honor. Honor and respect.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights. Brady, you get a chance to add points here. It goes all the way to the top. These are questions about the top picks this year. Okay, here we go. Colorado's Shedeur Sanders has been mocked to the Saints at number 9, despite the Saints' lack of history choosing quarterbacks in the first round. They haven't done so since drafting Archie Manning in 1971. The top 3 picks this year, though, the Titans, Browns, and Giants, have drafted their first-round quarterbacks a little more recently. You can guess where this is going.
Okay.
What was the last first-round quarterback for each of those 3 teams?
For the
Titans, Browns, Giants. The last, you don't have to have the exact pick, just the last first-round quarterback.
Okay, well, the Giants would have been Daniel Jones.
Yes.
The Browns, that would have been Johnny Manziel. Oh, dang it. Okay. Am I dead now? Okay, the
We'll be nice hosts because Curtis usually crushes with these,
okay,
so I'll
so
let you
the
get one more
Titans
shot.
would have been the Titans Marcus Mariota?
Yes.
Okay.
You get one more shot at the Browns.
At the Browns, this is Baker Mayfield,
yes,
number 1
correct.
overall.
Yeah. Okay, so Marcus Mariota, 2015.
Do we
Baker
give
Mayfield.
it to him?
Yes, Curtis.
Give me a break, Curtis.
Okay.
I'm a guest here.
Curtis, we just talked about the top 3
You're a
teams
guest here.
this year.
I've known you for like almost 12 years now. It's not a guess.
Nice. The Titans, Browns, and Giants have the top 3 picks this year in that order. Curtis, in order, can you name me picks 4 through 10?
4 through 10. Oh, boy. The 4th pick is the Patriots.
Yes. I'll tell you right away if you're right or wrong. And I'll give you one mess up since Brady got one.
5th is Jacksonville.
Yes.
6th is the Raiders.
Yeah, that one's easier.
7th is that the Bears?
That is your one mess up. That's your one mess up.
7th. Oh, man. 7th overall pick. Is it the Panthers?
It is the Panthers.
Okay.
You got to get the next 2 right in a row.
8th pick is the...
Tick, 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 tick.
Boy. Is the 8th pick the Jets?
Didn't you already say the Jets?
No, I did not.
Oh.
Did I mess up?
He got it wrong.
7,
Did I get
he's
it
wrong. Yeah, 7 was, okay,
So 7 was Jets?
Yeah, so it's...
8 is Panthers?
Yes, it's Jets,
Okay.
Panthers, Saints at 9, obviously. We've talked about
Okay.
Shador there. And then your Bears at 10, but that's okay because now it's even. Next category is catch and strays, wide receiver questions in Bump's honor. Brady, Tyler Lockett, a longtime Seahawk and fan favorite, is now a Tennessee Titan. So in honor of Tyler, who was drafted in 2015, let's take a walk down memory lane of Seahawks drafted wide receivers since then. You're not going to name all of them. I will tell you that there are 11 wide receivers drafted by the Seahawks since they drafted Tyler Lockett. All you got to do is name me 5.
Okay. DK Metcalf. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
Tariq Young.
Yes. Brady, you've covered these picks.
Right. Okay, I don't know why I'm thinking of this guy, but
You spent countless.
Amara Darbo.
Yes,
Oh,
but
man, a
because it was
lightning
so
rod.
controversial.
And Greg Jennings.
Greg
There you
Jennings.
go.
Gary
Jennings.
Gary Jennings. I
Greg
know
Jennings put the team on his back.
Yeah.
Gary Jennings did no such thing.
Curtis, you won't do it for points, but do you want to guess any of the remaining names?
Bo Melton, I think
Yes.
that's one. David Moore.
Yep.
Yes. I'll give you a hint for one of them. He would pop up out of nowhere and suddenly get like a 40-yard reception.
Kenny, what was his name? Kenny Britt? No.
Kenny Lawler.
Kenny Lawler.
Kenny Lawler?
But
Yeah.
that's not who I was thinking of. Another
Freddie
hint.
Swain.
Freddie
That's
Swain.
another
I was
one.
going to say
Yeah.
Chomp Chomp. Was
John
gonna be
Ursua.
the next
Gator,
one.
yeah.
John Ursua.
Oh, man.
Do you
guys
remember
got
when
them all.
a guy posted a fake tweet about how John Ursua had requested a trade?
I
Of all
love the
people on the
idea.
roster to
I hate
request
fake
a trade.
tweets, but that was a great
That's
one.
actually really funny. I also love the idea of just like a backup or a
Yeah,
7th
right.
rounder being like, hey,
He's like,
I've
not
had
going to
it
make the
here.
team.
Yeah.
yeah, goes to Pearson. I need a meeting with John.
Yeah.
Book it. Okay, so a point for Brady. Curtis, no points for you yet with this round since you didn't get it there, but you do have one. Let's talk about this year's receiver class. Including Travis Hunter, 3 or more could go in the first round. Hunter, Tetaroa McMillan, and Matthew Golden are favorites, but Jaden Higgins and Emeka Egbuka have also been mocked, I mispronounced his last name, sorry, in the late first or early second round. You have a tough challenge, so I can repeat the names if you want. I need
Okay.
you to say the colleges from which these guys will be drafted. Some of them are obviously easy. Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter, Colorado. Tetairoa McMillan, Arizona, bear down. What were the Matthew Golden, Texas?
Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins, I believe, Iowa State.
Yes. Emeka, is it Egbuka?
Abuka.
Yeah, he's from around here, Ohio State.
That's right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Silicon, stand up.
All right, 2-1, Curtis.
We got it.
Our last category, Brady, you need to get this right.
Okay.
It's tough. I'm going to give you some time. Late bloomers. This is a category about NFL starters that were drafted in later rounds.
Okay.
Your question is going to be about quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks in the NFL. For the purposes of this question, I want you to consider last year's starters. For instance, Gardner Minshew for the Raiders, even though he's not with them.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers for the Jets, even though he's not with them.
Okay.
I need you to name the earliest and latest drafted starting quarterback in each conference. If multiple answers are available, then one suffices. So multiple first overall, just name one.
Okay, so the earliest and latest drafted quarterbacks in each conference who were starters last year. Okay, are we counting Jameis Winston as a start? Okay, well, let's say Baker.
Yeah,
Mayfield.
just choose. So for the NFC, just any first
Baker
overall.
Mayfield.
Yep, that would be one of them.
Yeah, and the latest drafted starter in the NFC. Actually, well, I'll go. AFC would be Joe Burrow. Would be the earliest.
Yes.
Okay, so we got the two earliest. Let's go the two latest. Well, Brock Purdy.
Yes, I was going to say one of them is shockingly easy.
Right. So Brock Purdy. So now we need the latest AFC starter.
Yeah.
In terms
I
of,
thought this was the toughest.
In terms of starters who started last year, the name I want to say is Aiden O'Connell. Starter last year in the AFC.
I'll give you a hint. All except both starters for the Raiders.
Oh. Well, then Gardner Minshew.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't want to lead you in the wrong direction.
Yeah, okay.
I could
Gardner
tell you
Minshew.
wanted to say Gardner.
Were they the same round? Is that were they picked in the
six-rounders?
same? Yeah.
When was Aiden O'Connell? I don't even know.
It was probably like fourth or fifth round.
You got it right. Curtis, you can win it by getting the answer here. Your challenge is similar, but we're going to go with Seahawks. I'm going to tell you a couple Seahawks, and you're going to tell me when they were drafted. Your Seahawks are Cam Chancellor, KJ Wright, Bobby Wagner, Earl Thomas, Richard Sherman.
So the
Just
first
round.
one again, Cam Chancellor, 5th round. KJ Wright, 4th round.
Yeah.
What was the rest of the list?
Bobby Wagner, Earl Thomas, Richard Sherman.
Bobby Wagner, 2nd round. Earl Thomas, 1st round. Richard Sherman, 5th round.
Proud of you, buddy.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You won draft.
Way to go, Curtis.
This is this one's going on the mantle.
We aren't getting to the tiebreaker, but my tiebreaker question was in honor of drafts. We're going to go back and forth naming wars in which the U.S. was involved, but I'm glad that we didn't get to that
Okay.
one. It was a darker tiebreaker. Brino looks concerned.
Sure would have taken a turn.
I know. Do you want to guess at our tiebreaker question for 10 seconds here because we do have to hit break? Chime in if you think you know. The Seahawks have never had the number 1 overall pick. They are one of just 3 teams to never select first overall in the draft. The other 2 are A, Bucks and Vikings, B, Ravens, Broncos, C, Texans, Dolphins.
Ravens, Broncos.
B,
Yes.
Ravens, Broncos.
Correct. All right, get some questions in for Brady, 866-979-3776. That's next.
The 2025 NFL Draft is here this afternoon. The Seahawks' most important draft in years with 5 of the first 100 picks. And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider on the air live at 4 p.m. just an hour before the commissioner takes the stage.
What you do here matters.
Our draft coverage starts at 4 this afternoon, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second Cyberknife. Patients can now receive Cyberknife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and First Hill campuses. As many 710 listeners know, Cyberknife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment option for prostate cancer with proven results. It uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. Healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result? Excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is typically only 5 days, with each session lasting less than an hour. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contests and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Brock Huard here, and if you're interested in a backyard oasis, come explore the latest trends in outdoor living, patio, and deck design during the grand opening of People Come First Construction Group's new Luxury Design Center. It's this Friday starting at 11 a.m. and is a special offer. During the event only, PCF Group will cover the sales tax on grills, appliances, furniture, hot tubs, and more. Plus, meet industry designers and innovators, as well as celebrity guests, including, yours truly from 3 to 5 p.m., along with current NFL player Brady Russell and NFL alumni president Randall Morris. The new PCF Group Design Center is designed to be an immersive experience for customers, showcasing just how outdoor spaces elevate home living, relaxation, and entertainment. Food and beverages will be available, giveaways, and you'll have the chance to view their state-of-the-art virtual reality system. So come check out PCF Group's new exterior design premier gallery, grand opening this Friday starting at 11 a.m. For more details, visit pcfgroup.com or call 206-992-0364.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. We got ESPN reporter Brady Henderson in for Bump today. As a reminder, coming up in less than 15 minutes, you're going to hear from John Schneider for the John Schneider Show at 4 p.m. Again, you're hearing from the Seahawks GM the day of the NFL draft. And then Bob Stelton is going to lead a crew of Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, and Dave Wyman through the entire first round of the draft. Okay, let's get to some of these questions, Brady. The 509 says, I'm hearing rumors K9 is a trade candidate during the draft or just a trade candidate in general. Is there any truth to that rumor, Brady?
Tough to say. I don't know. I do know that John Schneider at the Combine went out of his way to mention how strong of a draft class this is at running back. And I think that struck me at the time because, a lot of times when we ask John, like during pre-draft press conferences about position, he will oftentimes decline to talk about the strengths or weaknesses of a given draft class. So it felt it was almost like he was so impressed by the depth of the class that he just had to say something.
He couldn't help it. Couldn't help himself.
So I don't know if Ken Walker III is on the trade block, but I do know that this draft would have some alternatives, and if there's a concern about Ken Walker III's durability or his fit in the new rushing scheme that is really going to demand a lot of precision from the running backs, meaning you got to hit this hole, you got to be at this landmark, all that stuff. And if they, feel, and the other thing there is that he's up for a new contract. He's got 1 year left on the rookie deal. So I don't know if he is on the trade block, but you could, if you told me he was, then I would say it's probably because of one or a combination of those reasons.
From Jeff in the 843, Brady, what I need to know, what's a surprise trade the Seahawks could make this weekend? So you could go draft or something else, or if you had to pick a trade.
Yeah, I would say a surprise trade. Just speaking on the same possibilities, a veteran player, one player on their roster. Maybe it's another guy from that 2022 draft class who was up for a contract extension. Maybe somebody that they feel like in the building, maybe they're just not as high on, and want to kind of restart that clock over with a younger player and get some significant draft capital instead of paying that guy a big contract. Maybe it is, I mentioned Noah Fant earlier. Again, the cap number is pretty high for what the production was, for only having 1 touchdown over the past couple seasons. And so, again, that's not me saying I've heard anything suggesting he is on a trade block. I'm just saying if we're talking about kind of wild possibilities that nobody has really brought up, then those are a few right there.
866-979-3776. So 360 wants to know if the mustache is here to stay. They said, looking good, my man.
Thank you. Yeah, no, my girlfriend suggested that I grow a mustache, and so I took her up on it, and I think it is here to stay. Yeah, until I have
look.
Thank you. Until I have a good reason to shave it. I've kind of been letting the all right, anyways, enough about my facial hair. Let's talk.
You look like a gritty reporter.
Nobody besides that one texter wants to hear about this.
You look like a gritty reporter that's
you do.
just...
You look like you're covering a breaking story that's it's going to make waves in the sports scene, and you're like,
you need a loosened tie. Yeah, you need a loosened tie and a cigarette in your hand. That's what you need right now,
all of a sudden
Brady.
I'm picturing Geraldo Rivera, and I'm going to go home and shave it.
No, don't do it, Brady. Brady, says the 509, would you like to see the Seahawks draft a wide receiver just to see poor Mike Salk's head explode?
No, I want to have I don't want my golfing buddy's head to explode.
Exactly.
So, I mean, look, I think they could draft a receiver at some point in this draft. I mean, I think they will at some point in this draft, just depending on how high it is. There's, I think you could go line up and play and be set right now, but Cooper Kupp is over 30 and has an injury history, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling is also over 30, and he's on a 1-year deal. So there is a long-term need for some more guys at that position, and maybe even some more height, because you've got, not to say that Cooper Kupp and JSN are pure slot guys. We've seen both of those guys play on the outside, but I think the skill set, there's enough redundancy in the skill set to where, yeah, I think there would be a spot for a bigger and or faster outside guy.
866-979-3776. 425, what's Brady's go-to midnight snack? I'm assuming these are some long days when you're covering the draft.
Yeah, gosh, I feel like I put on a few pounds just because we have access to the Seahawks cafeteria, and so
it's stocked and fully loaded.
Yeah,
this
it really,
weekend.
yeah, it really is. Fortunately and unfortunately, midnight snack. You know, I really like cereal. I'm like a kid.
Fair.
Basic 4 cereal. That's what I've had.
Yeah.
So. That's I could rattle off a dozen of them, but I'm gonna, for the brevity's sake, I'm gonna say basic 4 cereal. There you
Okay.
go. You did not have that on any mock draft of.
Tell people where they can find you as they get ready for the draft here, because they're going to be following you for coverage live tonight.
That's right. I will be at Twitter at Brady, whatever we're calling it these days. It's at Brady Henderson, and on ESPN.com.
All right.
And
again,
on this radio station.
And on this radio
Yeah.
station. So again, ESPN.com. Follow Brady Henderson for updates during the draft. And then also stay tuned to Seattle Sports. You have the John Schneider Show coming your way next. And then you've got a panel led by Bob Stelton with Brock Huard, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and they will take you through the entire first round. Don't go anywhere. This is Seattle Sports.
The 2025 NFL Draft is here this afternoon. The Seahawks' most important draft in years, with 5 of the first 100 picks. And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day, with General Manager John Schneider on the air live at 4 p.m., just an hour before the commissioner takes the stage.
What you do here matters.
Our draft coverage starts at 4 this afternoon, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One, Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One, Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Taking a look at your baseball scoreboard, the most important score of the day. The Mariners beat the Red Sox 4-3, and they take that series 2-1. A tremendous road trip for your Seattle Mariners, who've now won 5 series in a row. So they get out of Boston. They'll welcome the Miami Marlins to town starting on Friday. Other scores going on right now. The Rockies being shut out by the Royals in Kansas City, 5-0 in the bottom of the 5th. That's a doubleheader, game 2 from a makeup game from April 23rd. Into the first inning, no score between the Nationals and the Orioles. Pirates and Angels get together in Anaheim. Diamondbacks hosting the Rays. It'll be the Rangers on the road taking on the A's in Sacramento. Their finals from the day. Royals in game 1 beat the Rockies 7-4, and it was the Giants over the Brewers 6-5.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The John Schneider Show on Wyman and Bob every Thursday until draft day with Seahawks President of Football Operations, John Schneider.
Perfect way to start off the day, Dave. It's NFL Draft Day. We've been waiting for this moment for a long time, talking about it, breaking it all down, and it's our final appearance with John Schneider, his final appearance with us, sitting here in person. Are you sad? Does that make you sad? It makes me sad.
It does. Yeah, it does make me sad. I'm going to miss you guys, you know?
Yeah, it's just us. It's not because
conversation.
You're not a big media guy.
I'll call in. Yeah, that's not.
Call into the show.
Yeah, I'll call in.
I feel like you've become very comfortable with this. Like
better, yeah.
It feels very natural. Yeah. like you could do it after today if you wanted. You could join us next week.
I'll come down to the stadium when you guys are hanging out at the cantina thing.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. So you're going to tell us everybody you're picking, right? We're going to go 1 through 10, and everybody you've got in mind, and you're going to unveil for our audit. That's not going to happen. Okay.
No.
You are going to work on a hint for us. You said you would do that. But at this point, are there any I's to be dotted, T's to be crossed, any work that's done? Or are you guys kind of like, okay, our homework is done and we're ready for the test?
Yeah, we're, the boards, we're all good, like board's set. And, it's really just talking to other clubs, talking about parameters, if you're going to move, which way you're going to move, who's leaning towards what, which direction, and then trying to find out, like it's kind of like just like a foundation for a negotiation, so that you're not just cramming while you're on the clock. It's like, all right, let's get this ready. If our guy's there, this is what we would do. If he's not, we're out, that sort of thing. If we're going up, what does that look like? Don't look at me like we wouldn't do that either.
A trade up?
Yeah.
I'd be stunned.
Yeah.
I'd be stunned.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. People would be like, you're full of horse.
You think that gets said too much? That you don't?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Well, do you feel like that's unfair? You guys?
No, we trade back much more than we trade up. That's a fact.
Right. Just talking first round. I know
Volume.
later rounds you guys will move up and down, but first round,
yeah, it's easier. It's just easier back there.
Yeah.
Like people are more willing to move around.
So you always say this is the Catalina wine mixer. It's a big deal,
Yeah,
right?
It's a big deal, yeah.
Where does this rank for you as far as? Or is he saying pa? Where does it rank for you as far as the things that you do? I mean, it's
panned.
It's got to be.
Where does it rank? This is the best. This is the best. I mean, this is so much fun. It's such a cool experience for all the hard work for the guys, like all the hours, like the miles, the hours, the reports, the studying, the sources, the time away from everybody's families. It's just such a culmination. You think of all the work that goes into it, all the time that goes into it, and then you might pick 6 times or 10 times or and then. Heck, that one year we picked 3 times. That wasn't fun. So it's just like the culmination of all the hard work and what a great job everybody's done. As the trainers, the doctors, all the coaches, and obviously the scouts.
You said you're talking to teams and getting a feel for which way teams might go up, they might go down.
Right.
Do you buy the information? Do you think it's misdirection? Do you think you're getting honest information?
That information is usually honest. Yeah. Hey, we're trying to get. We'd like to get between call it like 10 and 8 or whatever, and you talk to teams all the way through. It's like, well, we're actually trying to go back. If we can't get to this number, we're going to try to go back towards you. So if you guys are looking towards, looking at getting up, we're going to. So it's just like that stuff's not the BS. The BS is like, like when you start negotiating.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they won't tell you who they're picking either. So it's like,
right.
They never do that for me anyway.
Yeah.
And Jason Light and I were just talking about it from Tampa Bay. We're like, they're right behind us like the whole way. So we usually talk about, the players and how you feel about guys and stuff like that. Or, when there's a little bit of a separation. And we were just talking a couple hours ago. So we can't even talk about anybody.
Because you're too close together.
Yeah, we're like right behind us the whole way.
Yeah. Hey, so the other day I wrote down all of the GMs, which probably half of them I didn't really know. But you talked a little bit about getting to know the Jacksonville GM.
Yeah.
But do you pretty much have, are there some guys, like I know John Lynch, you guys kind of like-minded. Are there certain GMs that you'd be more likely to make a deal with just because of the relationship?
Yeah, I mean, you can work it out quicker.
Yeah.
I'd say like Howie, Howie, myself, or like I said, Jason's, they're too close to us. We probably won't do anything with them. But, yeah, there's certain guys, it's always a decision to trade within the division regarding John or Les and, those guys, Monty in Arizona. Usually draft day, it's not, that big of a deal, but, or the draft weekend. But yeah, there's a different comfort level, but you understand like all these guys, everybody has like different. We used to go off of Jimmy Johnson's trade chart, and that was much easier to negotiate back then. Now everybody has like the flood of analytics. Everybody has their own, and the analytics and the salary cap portion too, mixing that all together, and so everybody has different charts that they work off of. So the negotiations it's just become a little bit more difficult.
I'm sorry, real quick. I just read about the Jimmy Johnson chart and for trading back, and what was so unique about that everybody was using?
It was just something that he developed, when they were with Dallas. I think it must have been, before they did the Minnesota trade, because that worked out great. But yeah. Obviously, the Vikings didn't have that, I guess. I guess they didn't have his chart.
It's the first time I've seen Pearson laugh.
But everybody, everybody shared it. And it was just, it was really, so Ron Wolf, Bill Parcells, obviously, Jimmy Johnson, Bobby Beathard, all those guys at that time, we were all, working for those individuals, we were all able to work off the same numbers. So it's like, okay, well, if you're going here to here, then it's going to be this number, and then you got to kick us back a 6 or a 7, or we'll get close. Does that do it for you? If not, maybe next year's 5th, or you know what I mean. So everybody's kind of everybody's like was more on the same page back then. Now it's like, hey, this is what ours says. What does yours say? And then you kind of negotiate off of that.
How flexible are you with you got your rankings of players as 1 through, I don't know, 200, 300, whatever it is.
Yeah.
When you're sitting there at 18, and let's say there's a player that's available that you've got ranked, I don't know, 20th, and you're sitting there at 18, are you like, nope, we're hard and fast, he's not an 18th overall pick, or is there?
No,
there some...
it's by round it's different.
Okay.
But when you're within the round, you're okay there.
So a couple spots away.
Yeah. It's not like if you're talking about like overdrafting or underdrafting.
Right. If you got this player who you like, but we got him 24th, but we're picking 18th. That's too far. Or?
Yeah. No, and it depends on the year too, the strength of the class. So, but no, I mean, if you're picking 18 and you're picking somebody that's like really like call it like 35 or 40, then now you feel like, okay, we've pushed a player.
There's so much more information now. So like, we talked about this last week about some of the guys like from like the 70s and 80s and 90s, that didn't work out, don't want to say they were busts, but they just didn't work out. But you didn't have all that information. But now, I mean, you have so much. Does it get like easier every year? I don't want to say easy, but like, does it, with all of that information, does it make it?
You can overthink it, no question. And we're very inclusive here, so there's a point where we kind of get hyper focused and rein it in. So whether that be with like 6 guys in the room to Mike and myself to like the last day and a half, just myself, where it's the noise is kind of gone, all the information's there. Like, let's not overthink it. Let's like what's best for the organization, period, point blank. Like that's it. And not like, okay, well, like listening to outside noise or worried about people's feelings in the building, or a scout feels a certain way and we're going to go a different direction, or a coach feels a certain way, we're going to go different. It's like that stuff's gone. Here's what it looks like. Once they get here, they're our players, and we're going to do whatever we can to maximize their potential.
How often does the draft live up to what you expect based on you talked to the GMs, you talked about, you get a feel for who's moving up, who's moving down. How often are you sitting there going, whoa, I didn't see them doing that? Like just
I would say, every year, first round, there's probably about, there's probably about 5 or 6 things that happen that you're like, oh, wow, okay.
Just no idea that was.
Whether it's like, somebody took somebody that they were comfortable with the character or off the field issues that we weren't, or the personality or the competitor, or the first round's really usually not about wow, that guy's not good enough, you know what I mean, to be taken here. It's more about like the character.
Yeah. So you started off in Green Bay. Kind of cool.
Yeah, this is cool.
They have the draft there.
Yeah.
And just every year, it just seems like the NFL is just getting more and more like everything's an event. Everything from the combine. Like at the combine, nobody was in that building when I was there in '87, and it was just the coaches. But now they've got fans and everything, and just kind of compare it a little bit to your first experience being in the room.
Wow.
As far as a draft goes compared to now.
Yeah, I mean, the coverage is just, the coverage leading up to it, I think, is really I was just having a cup of coffee with my brother this morning, and he flew in and we were talking about it. He just retired. He's like, never knew that there was, he retired January 1st. He's like, I never knew there was this much coverage with the draft. I mean, I feel like I know these guys.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, do you? I'm like, you're one of them now, huh? you're on the dark side, man. No,
is he sending you notes?
There's just so much, there's so much coverage. And we were just talking about like think of, these people have made a fantastic living off of covering the draft, on TV and the internet, and you know, it's really amazing. I mean, it was like Mel Kiper was the only guy, and you know, the insiders were basically, it was like Chris Mortensen. Like, you know what I mean? There were not many.
Clayton.
Yeah, John Clayton. You know, there were not many. Like all the information that goes into it. Joel Bushbaum was the big. You know, you got Joel Bushbaum's book. You thought you had the whole thing licked. You know, like just go right by what he says, and you're good to go. You know.
Wow.
So the coverage is is amazing. It's fun seeing everybody. You know, in my hometown, like texting with like a bunch of the media people there that are covering it and everything, and like guys from other teams and stuff that have gone in there this weekend. I'm like, okay, you gotta hit this pub, you gotta go to that pub, you gotta the brats are better at this place, the cheese is amazing at Nicky's. It's fun.
I just marvel at how many people will travel from out of state to go stand there and watch a guy step up to the podium and make an announcement about, with the 18th pick, the Seahawks take blah blah blah, and then that's their whole day.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
it.
One of the exciting things I like is when the players do it, like Sherm's doing it, Sean Alexander's doing it. When they announce the picks,
right?
I think that's pretty cool.
They're doing the picks for the Hawks.
When the former players, they're doing the second round picks.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we trade out of the second round, I don't know how they're gonna figure that out. But
what about Dave's asking about all the advancements and information and all that?
But that would be a good one for Sherm to talk about, right? Yeah.
What about the immediate scrutiny that comes? It's immediate. It's fast. It's Twitter. It's all over NFL Network. What are they doing? That's a great pick. That's a terrible pick.
Yeah, it's the entertainment portion. It's what everybody's excited about.
Is the guy on the receiving end of it though? Are you're like, oh, it's all good, or do you ever listen to it and go, what is this guy saying?
I was talking about the other day. It's like, like it's just. Yeah, you need every need offensive lineman. Yes. Okay. we had our pro meeting where we goes through everybody's needs, right? Like 80% of the top 3 needs for every team is the offensive line, right? So, that's
not breaking news.
It's like okay, well then if you take an offensive lineman, whoop, they might have taken him. I took him too high. It's like that kind of stuff when it's like
you're not going to win.
You can't. Yeah, it's like all right, well you can't win, but like it's kind of fun watching how sitting back and watching people talk about the player, and you're like, wow, that guy is totally full of crap, because like that is not true at all. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. So it's that part of it. The grades. I remember I think Mr. Allen was like, we got an F, after when we drafted Russ and
the 2012
draft.
Bobby
and Bruce. That was a really cool class, and the national media didn't like it. It was like, we loved it. We thought we were pretty fired up. So then I remember being kind of bummed about that. Like, not bummed, like kind of pissed, like,
yeah,
oh, you're full. Yeah.
Wait till we show you.
You go outside and, yeah.
Well, a few years ago, you're
making Dave sweat over here.
Yeah, okay.
A few years ago, though, they. I can't remember who it was. Was it Forbes or somebody that came out and said that was like one of the best drafts in NFL history? The 2000.
It was? Yeah, that's cool. Well, I wish we would have read that one.
Yeah.
I wish we had that article.
Didn't you show me that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, it was in my office. It was on that plaque.
Yeah. It's framed.
We do have, I don't know if you guys have been upstairs, we have the pictures of all we have the draft choices. Have you seen that, where we get like all throughout the years? And it's like, it's kind of like you can walk by it like, ooh, what was I thinking there? Like, it's like, you can literally go through it like, wow, that was cool.
Whoops.
Ooh, I remember that argument. Oh.
When you see those, are you like, I didn't do enough homework on that guy, or I ignored a red flag, perhaps, or
I didn't, I wasn't convicted enough, or I didn't ask enough questions, or there's like, it's a flogging, as Pete used to say. He's like, why do you look at that stuff? Are you flogging yourself all the time? I'm like, we got to learn, man. We got to understand, like, what worked and what was awesome, and why certain things didn't work. And there's lessons in all of it. So you try to, like, when I'm saying not to overthink things, you have to remember that stuff when you're sitting there looking at, when you're staring at your board and saying, like, okay, he's one of us. He's one of us. Like, I know this guy is part of our culture, and you have to feel really good about that.
One of the things you've done a great job with, and a lot of it because of this guy, Dave Pearson, you guys there's no leaks, no information, like how leaking out of the building. And how have you gotten better at that over the years?
I think we've been pretty good about it since 2010 when we came in, and that's really a credit to everybody has access to the room and the process. So it's really like we tell people all the time, we're gonna let you have access to this, and you're gonna be part of this process. We're all in this thing together, but with that becomes a huge responsibility to know that, like, if the loose lip sinks ships thing, and if something gets out and we get hosed, then we start losing games. Like, we're not going to be here very long, and that's part of like our process. It's really only happened to us, I'd say, like maybe 4 or 5 times where I was pretty upset. But other than that, it's been really good.
Yeah. Man, I don't remember 4 or 5 times information coming out. It feels like you guys are a vault.
And we're in that business.
Yeah.
And so.
Hey, you've talked in years past about, hey, this draft we see 15 legit first rounders. This one has 12. This one has 18. How do you feel about this year's draft? Do you have a number?
I do. Yes.
Is it 20?
That's one we can't
15?
talk about.
Can't go there?
No.
You're not saying that.
No, I don't.
Is it
we like the draft. We do like the draft.
Do you like the first round?
And yeah, we like the first round.
Okay.
To a point.
He's messing with us.
Vagueness. I'm sorry. Yeah.
What about you brought Nolan Teasley down here last week or 2 weeks ago, and great guy. He's assistant general manager. Is that kind of your go-to guy? Do you have like 2 or 3 guys, that you over the years of kind of like, okay, I can't make a decision here, whatever. I'm going to go to this guy just to see how he feels.
Well, yeah, I would say Matt Berry, Trent, Nolan, Willie. They're really, I would say, go-to. I wouldn't say, like, everybody has a really cool niche.
Okay.
In my brain.
Yeah.
And how I view it. So, there's certain things that I love talking to Willie about. Jason Barnes, Matt Berry, Aaron Hine. Like, there's the Ryan Florence. To say, I don't mean to be missing anybody's missing names here, but everybody has a really cool role in a field and a niche, and especially when you're talking to the area guys about the people and the person, because we put so much emphasis on it.
Mm-hmm.
And their relationships and their texting, and hey, I talked to such and such. I talked to Dave Wyman this morning. He really hopes we pick him in the 3rd round. He's like, and that so it's kind of that part's pretty cool. Like, leaning on those guys for the relationships too.
Has your opinion on this year's draft changed at all from the way you viewed it at the very beginning of the process to where you are now, where you think it is what I thought it was, it's better, deeper than I thought it was, maybe not as good, or
different positions have changed a little bit, and that's happened with more background information, more medical information that we have, where we can't have certain guys. So now there's a lack of depth that we had perceived to be at one position, and now it doesn't look like that. Or there's certain positions where we've added guys and guys have moved up, with the workouts and the comfort level with character issues and spring performance.
Hey, I don't know if you know this. I was just talking to Bailey out at the front desk, and I asked her, I'm like, do you have people calling here before the draft? And she's like, oh, yeah. There's people calling with the whole like sheet of who you should take.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's people that are sending in information, they ship it to the Seahawks. This is my board, and this is what you should do. And I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's also kind of cool, right? Like,
I have a guy that somehow has my email that sends me he goes through one of the websites and does a mock draft and sends it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you respond to him?
No. I mean, I'm sure he's an awesome person, nice guy, but you can't engage that way.
Is it Dave Pearson? Is he sending you his mock draft?
I got a really funny story about that after, I'll tell you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what about that? What's some of the light moments that you remember over the years where something funny happened, or anything you can
you can tell us?
Oh, man, lighthearted. I would say, in Green Bay, my dad, when we were with the Packers, my dad was, I was talking to my dad about Greg Olsen. Loved Greg Olsen, you know, like, but then and we were in a position we knew we could get him. And my dad loved him too, and, you know, we'd talk about him once in a while. You get that chance to get that Miami guy. And I was like, yeah, but, you know, we really like this defensive lineman too, but he's only played 3 games. It's kind of, I think we're leaning that way, and we may just go like pure need because we need defensive linemen, and it doesn't look like a very deep draft after the first or second round. And I'm like, what's his issue? I'm like, well, he's got back issues. And how big is he? And I'm like, my dad's a retired orthopedic surgeon, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, he's 338 pounds. And he's like, he's got back issues already? And he missed how many games this year?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we ended up taking him and passed on Greg Olsen. So my dad, like, never let that go.
He reminds you of that.
Yeah, he's like, you know, I told you not to take. You passed on my guy. Yeah. And honestly, the poor guy, like, his back was an issue for 3 years.
Hey, by the way, do you think we'll ever get the draft here in Seattle?
That would be awesome.
Who's in charge of that?
I think Dave Pearson is. Yeah.
Is Pearson the one that makes that happen?
I think
they can put it in Green Bay. They could put it here, right? I mean, what's? I think
it would be pretty awesome to have it here down at the stadium.
Wouldn't it?
Have it the two stadiums right there. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Great setup.
Dave, any progress? Yeah.
It's such an easy place. It's such an easy place to get to too. You know.
Yeah.
we were talking like, how do people, like, where are people staying in Green Bay? I'm like, I don't.
Exactly.
Are they staying in Milwaukee? Yeah. You know, like,
they're in Illinois. They're
Chicago. I don't. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a cool place.
Yeah, and it's cool they had the Michigan guys on there last night talking about the tradition. You know, they were talking about Michigan, and then there's like neither one of them have been to Green Bay, so they took them through the Packer Hall of Fame and all that, and they're like, it's pretty cool to hear that stuff.
Before we let you go,
yeah.
You going to give us a hint? You got anything in mind?
I'm sorry, man. I got rambling there. I had a lot of coffee this morning.
Do you have any rituals this morning?
Going. Yeah, I could go get a
Lucky Socks.
Get a workout in. Mass this morning. Get a workout in after this, and then get everybody together. Have a cool talk. You know, get everybody fired up for the weekend. You know, tonight's like this entertainment thing, really.
Yeah.
It's like then we wait for forever tomorrow to get going. And Saturday is really the most fun day. Really, it's like you're finishing it, and then the rookie free agency, the recruiting. You know, the coaches are like really involved in that. The coaches and the scouts team up, take certain positions. So it's pretty fun.
Just for the record, we both think you're trading out of the first round. Or you're trading out of 18 anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Just for the record. That's our prediction.
All right. Awesome.
All right.
Are you guys having a draft show?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah.
Have a blast with it.
We'll be down here. Bring us something to eat, would you?
Don't pound the table like when you don't approve or it's not.
He's going to be down here. Well, what is Schneider doing? What is he thinking?
They could have got that guy in the third round.
No, this has been fun. It's fun every year, man. We love that you do this and really appreciate it.
Yeah,
fun. Hopefully we can continue with this moving forward. Yeah. But we wish you the best. Have fun tonight.
I'll call in. I'll be in the car.
Okay.
I'll call in or something.
There you go. Whenever you want. You've got got an open door policy.
Go down I'll hit a baseball game or something with you guys.
Let's do it.
There you go.
Let's do it. John, thanks so much, man.
Good luck, man.
I appreciate you.
There you go. There's John Schneider, everybody. If you missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. And we may or may not have John next week. We're not entirely sure. There's a 50-50 chance. So stay tuned on that. Meanwhile, we'll come back, talk about what we heard from John and everything else going on around the draft as we are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft is here. This afternoon, the Seahawks' most important draft in years with 5 of the first 100 picks. And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider on the air live at 4 p.m., just an hour before the commissioner takes the stage.
What you do here matters.
Our draft coverage starts at 4 this afternoon, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com. Hold on tight. The ride of your life is about to begin.
Cheesy Bites Pizza is back at Pizza Hut, and for just $15.99, you get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus, it comes with the Ranch Lovers Flight featuring 3 bold new dips: Ultimate Ranch, Chipotle Ranch, and Pepperoni Ranch. 1 large pizza, 3 dips, endless flavor. Ready to dip into deliciousness? Order now at pizzahut.com. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1,000,000 hours will help create food-secure communities. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, Brock Huard here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport, you love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Our thanks once again to President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. And the John Schneider Show is presented each week by Pizza Hut. And again, it's 50-50. We may or may not have him next week, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm getting conflicting reports.
I can tell you one thing is he's got a big head. Bigger head than I thought, because I just put his headphones on. Packed full of knowledge.
Well, now he's not going to join us next week after that comment.
How's the volume? Do you have to turn the volume way up like you do when you put on Bob Stelton's headsets because the ears have gone a little bit?
Yeah.
Or is volume okay?
Well, actually, I would say that my hearing was better earlier this morning.
Until Brock,
before you got here,
clapped in his ear. Brock Huard here. For those not watching on the stream, we got our buddy Brock Huard with us. Good to have you here, buddy.
You know, this is surreal every year to look at you fine gentlemen. You age like fine wine too, both of you. It's great. It's amazing to see these settings.
I am
How
just
many people
buckled by that ocean of humanity outside of Lambeau
Hey,
Field.
let's go. How many people are there?
Can you count? Just
Do
one,
they know?
2,
Have they
3?
said?
I mean, it's
what do you think? Seriously, there's got to be 50,000 at least.
Oh, way more.
I
than
would
that.
say there's more than
way,
that.
way,
More
way,
than
oh,
that?
way more than that. Yeah. What was it? They set a record in Nashville a couple years ago with 750,000 people. That was over the weekend.
Yeah, combined.
To what? What are they there for?
To
watch
see-
a name get called.
To see a guy step up to the podium and go with the
Dave.
7th overall pick
Yeah.
in the
Dave.
2025 NFL Draft.
What are they there? They're for the same hope that you were there when your name was called out of Stanford University.
Yeah.
A life-changing moment.
It really is.
Yes.
Yeah, for the players, I get it. For the people flying in from all over the country to stand in that ocean of humanity just to hear somebody
The
call
NFL
a
has
name.
turned this into like a political rally. I mean, I got to be a part of it. And the great political people over the last couple decades on both sides create this like sense of hope, this sense of what's to come.
Yeah.
And that's what this day is for all of these kids and fan bases, I would say, Bob. Like, man, this is a day that can change our organization forever.
Well, and then the other thing I would say in defense of these people is that, you know, if you're a big fan of a team, like you're going to start building a relationship with this player.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you feel like he's one of your guys, you know, and that's the cool part about it. And then I wrote an article about this on the website, but also just for the players themselves. It's kind of eerie, like where you end up, because you don't really get to choose. I mean, most people, the destiny of their life plays out over, you know, the decisions that you make, not like some coach sitting in a dark room smoking his 50th cigarette for the day and, you know, just deciding what your path is and what your future is. So it's very cool in that way. But like we just had Tyler Lockett sign in Tennessee, but remember when Tyler was drafted? You know, it was like, wow.
I fist bumped Molly so hard. She was so mad at me. We were
least
out.
surprising thing.
What?
Yeah, I fist bumped her. We were out to dinner. Yeah. And we were sitting.
Did you break her hand?
Then he slapped her on the back.
Nope. She was across from me, and the TV was above me, and I was watching the draft while out to dinner with her. And I said, "Gosh," because there's been a couple over these 16 years. Russell Wilson was number one that we talked so much about, and then Tyler Lockett was a guy that I did his final bowl game, and I remember just telling something about this guy. He's an All-American. He's a baller. He's just a baller. And I think it was, third round he was picked?
Yep.
Yeah, so we were at the dinner, and I was like, Molly, I really hope they draft Tyler Lockett. I mean, and sure enough, they did. And she was like, oh, and then, maybe just a little
too fired up,
a little too
aggressive.
Yes.
They went to the doctor afterwards. It wasn't good.
Maybe just calm down just a little bit, Brock. Yeah. I mean, the enthusiasm is charming.
My goal is to pace myself tonight, and there's a reason I'm on this end of the table next to Deaf Guy, and you're on that end of the table. So
comes in fire and shot.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
What do you mean, Deaf Guy?
Do you know whose show you're on right now?
Deaf Guy.
You won't get out of this.
Is it
you
this
won't get out of this
special?
room.
I can't hear you. When you day?
I'm just saying, when you put on Bob's headsets, you know.
You want to try my headsets on right now? I bet they're quieter than yours. Look, you got yours cranked all the way up. Look at.
So do you.
Is there a way to turn Brock's microphone down?
He's already disruptive. He's already disrupting this whole thing.
What did you learn from the last show with Schneider before the draft? What did you learn from
He's very guarded.
Yeah, well, he is. He's very guarded. And Dave Pearson comes in, and Dave's a big part of that too, in that they're very adamant about being secure. That they don't want, the whole loose lips sink ships. But the thing that stood out this time, Brock, is, we've had him on for, what's it been, Bob? 9, 10 episodes. Mm-hmm. He was as calm as I've ever seen him this year, anyway. Mm-hmm. It kind of gave me confidence to know that, it's not like he's freaking out or anything. Like, he knows exactly what he wants to do. And, we talked to him about, these draft day fights, where coaches will go at it. And he told us in one of the episodes, he goes, that makes you look like you don't know what you're doing. Mm-hmm. So I think they're all on the same page. And,
I think they're all mellow. We saw Mike Macdonald just taking a walk down the trail there, just enjoying sunshine. John said he was going to go work out. I mean, their work is done.
Yeah, the hay's in the barn. Yeah. And now what does the market do? I was telling you guys before the show, just looking at it, thinking back to last year when we had, those 5 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks?
Yep.
And then it was like linemen. And, oh, my gosh. I mean, is every defensive player that last year going to be available to the Seahawks?
Yeah, and I think there was only one defensive player, Latu, that was picked, which the Seahawks were not going to pick because the medical thing. But if it falls like that, it'll be really interesting to see. I know Bob thinks the same way I do, and I think a lot of it just comes from talking to John. And he told me a long time ago, he's like, there's not 32 first-round picks in the first round. They're just not.
We asked him how many there are in this year's draft. He wouldn't tell us.
I think it's 17.
Somewhere between 10 and 15. 15 at the most. Just DJ and the guys that do this, and they try to, it's somewhere between 10 and 15. And sitting at 18 is a.
So you think they're looking to trade back too?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think we're all on the same page there. By the way, little note from Lefko. 250,000 people expected over the 3 days at the draft. It looks like there are 250,000 there now.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yes.
But we'll talk more about that, and we'll make our official predictions as to what the Seahawks are going to do. That's coming up next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, our buddy Brock Huard in with us right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft is here this afternoon. The Seahawks' most important draft in years, with 5 of the first 100 picks. And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day, with General Manager John Schneider on the air live at 4 p.m., just an hour before the commissioner takes the stage.
What you do here matters.
Our draft coverage starts at 4 this afternoon, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy 1 window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to HarleyExteriors.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you.
Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Some people are telling on Brock, Dave.
What?
It says, hey, Brock, I love your energy. Hopefully the old dudes can keep up. You said this morning, though.
What did I say this morning?
I don't know. The 564 is throwing you under the bus.
It was your hearing. It was just about your Bob, it's jealousy. You were a rock star. Everybody wanted to be rock star Bob, so it's totally out of envy and jealousy. I'll admit it.
Well,
right?
God forbid you say the same thing. Like,
right.
I've had people, I've heard that story 3 times. I've been on the air for like 15 years, okay? So once every 5 years, numbnuts. All right? Give me that.
Oh, we are properly warmed up, getting ready for the 2025 NFL Draft. Michael Bumpus has joined us in studio. This is the crew that'll take you through the entire first round. And I think most of us, we haven't talked to Bump about this, but I feel like, Dave, you and I certainly, we know we're on the same page with what we think they're going to do with the first pick. We think they're going to trade out of that spot. Brock, you seem to agree.
I do. I will say a couple little conversations around here and around the building further my belief they want big people.
They want big people.
They want big people. And that goes back to Bill Parcells in the 80s. That's Belichick. That's Saban. That's Jimbo. That's Kirby Smart. Like, push comes to shove. If you have 2 guys and they're similar grade, take the big guy.
Well, we keep bringing this up. I feel like it's very trendy in the NFL. It's kind of a copycat league. Who won the Super Bowl? A team with a really good offensive line, and supposedly, according to the Eagles, their second string defensive front is as good as anybody else's. I don't particularly buy that, Bump. But yeah, that's kind of what's hot right now.
Bump, where are you at? Where with your feelings about where they go with this pick? Are you?
Here's the thing: I have the privilege of driving an hour every morning and listening to the Brock and Salk show. And
is that what you call that?
Yeah,
it's a privilege.
It's a privilege, right?
These two are.
Yeah, I've never heard the show.
I'm listening to DJ on their show, and I think it was DJ who put out the scenario that they trade back, like with the Giants, to pick up 3 picks or something like that. And that is a scenario that makes the most sense to me when you think of John Schneider and what he likes to do. Then you hear Brock say, look, they want big people. You can get big people later in this draft. You don't have to get a big person at 18. There's only a couple who are maybe worthy of that pick, but who knows if they're going to be there. And who knows how they're evaluating these big people. They're probably looking at the 4th or 5th big guy and saying, we can get him at pick 50-something. Let's go ahead and flip this pick right here and get some more. I hope they pick at 18, and for 2 reasons. 1, because I'm selfish and I want to talk about it here with you guys. Right? And then 2, I just want them to get the best athlete, And for me, it could be Amawari, who might be available. Even if Zabel is there. I have like 3 or 4 guys to where I could see them being available, but at 18, you're reacting to everything that's happening in front of you, so you just got to wait and see.
Well, Dave and I have been talking about preparing for the outrage. Because if Zabel's sitting there, Booker's sitting there, the names we've been hearing over and over and over for weeks and months about this guy's a great guard, he's a game changer.
Interior offensive lineman.
Yes. Their most pressing need by everybody's estimation. And if those guys are sitting there and they go, we're trading out of that spot. Yeah. I'm ready for the text to start flying in.
Yeah.
And Schneider doesn't know what he's doing. How could they pass up on this guy? This is going to be a disaster. I mean, right? Does that seem likely?
No, I think that's very likely. As I said, kind of going back through the years here, and when we look in the rearview mirror a little bit, and this is no slight and trying not to tear down these former first or even second round picks, but I remember the first time I saw Jermaine Ifedi out here, and I was like, that's a big man, but he does not move very well. First time I saw L.J. Collier, L.J. Collier, like that's a big man, but that's not like a dynamic athlete, as Bump said. I want like a big man that's a dynamic athlete, like Ray Zabel, who vertical jumps 37.5 inches, right? A big man that runs 4.9, a Kelvin Banks who looks like Dwayne Brown. Remember when Dwayne Brown used to run out for starting lineup? You're like, ooh, one of these guys is not like the other 4 O-linemen. Like when he ran out, that was an athlete.
Yeah.
There's some of those guys. And now to Bump's point, depending on what happens in the market, depending on what kind of run, my gut is, hey, you can talk about receivers. You could talk about Shedeur Sanders. You could talk about these nice little perimeter pieces. But my gut, and as Dave said in a copycat league, when push comes to shove, they'll run back to mama. And if there's a tackle and a guard and a big person, I think we see them go. I hope that's not the case for the Seahawks. Best case scenario, take receivers. Take Shedeur. Come up and trade for Jackson Dart and leave some of those big athletes.
You take Shedeur if he's there?
No.
If you're the Hawks?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Would you?
No. No, I don't think that's a priority right now. I can justify almost every other position other than at 18, other than quarterback and running back. I think any other spot, I can find a guy that I'll entertain them being picked at 18, but not quarterback.
You know what I think would be interesting, though, is if John did take a quarterback in the first couple rounds, he's been kind of on it as far as quarterbacks go. And then, I hate saying it, especially with Brock sitting here, it's the most important position in the NFL. It just is. And then the second most is
what'd you say?
wide receiver.
What'd you say?
But
I couldn't hear him. I don't know. My hearing's gone.
No, but I mean, look, how many guys have the guy that they want at quarterback? How many teams have
6,
that guy?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's between 6 and 10. And, if you have a chance to affect this team, and maybe it's not ready to go this year, but in the long haul, yeah, I could see him. And I would be very interested just because Schneider was all over the Josh Allen thing and Patrick Mahomes. And I remember him calling he was doing a workout with Patrick Mahomes. And he was like, I want everybody to know that I'm very serious about this. And, obviously he went before that. But, yeah, I could make the case for a quarterback.
I think tonight, honestly, is trying to read the market. You used to work in the financial realm. Like, what is, honestly, I think part of the reason, John, as you guys said, was so calm today is like the hay's in the barn. I've done all the work. We feel so good about it. And there's nothing like to stress now. I just got to see what this market does and the direction it starts to go. And I hope there's movement somewhere. I think the Seahawks need movement somewhere, either to get the guy they really want at 18 or then to be able to hopefully trade down as well.
All right, there you go. Coming up, our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft begins right here live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We got Brock Huard, we got Michael Bumpus, Wyman and Bob with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft is here this afternoon. The Seahawks' most important draft in years with 5 of the first 100 picks. And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider on the air live at 4 p.m. just an hour before the commissioner takes the stage.
What you do here matters.
Our draft coverage starts at 4 this afternoon, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Moderna, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales Event, now extended through April 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event, extended through April 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Cheesy Bites Pizza is back at Pizza Hut, and for just $15.99, you get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus, it comes with the Ranch Lovers Flight featuring 3 bold new dips: Ultimate Ranch, Chipotle Ranch, and Pepperoni Ranch. 1 large pizza, 3 dips, endless flavor. Ready to dip into deliciousness? Order now at pizzahut.com. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey Cougs, Michael Bumpus here, inviting all WSU alumni and friends to the Cougs First Show and Career Expo, Friday, May 9th at the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue. For education, networking, jobs, and Cougs swag. It's free to attend and all are welcome. Register at cougsfirst.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Come on, man! Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody, to the 2025 NFL Draft. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We got Brock Huard here. We got Michael Bumpus here. We got Dave Wyman here to lend all of their expertise to what's going on here. And we'll await pick number 1 as they get things going out there in Green Bay amongst the ocean of humanity that is assembled out there with all of the hopes attached to their team. And they're going to pick this guy, hope they pick that guy, and then see the disappointment when they don't pick that guy. But this is all about hope, right? Yes. This is for every team, every fan out there going, all right, this is going to be the piece that changes our fortune, changes our future. And we'll see what the Seahawks do at 18, so we'll be waiting a bit. But do we expect anything big to happen? Do you expect any trades to happen as far as like top 5, top 10 maybe even?
It's the first time since, 1967, the modern draft era, the first time ever that we've sat here on this day and not had a first-round trade before the draft or even day of as we sit here. It's never happened before, where you've not had any movement through March and the new league year and, free agency ends. And I think it's honestly because this draft is so full of starters. So full of players that have played 4, 5, 6 years of college, right? That COVID year is kind of flushed out, and you got a lot of guys that are really good players. Now, stars, like last year with star quarterbacks, maybe not as much, but starters, you got a whole bunch of them. And therefore, I think to this point, Bob, a lot of these teams have stood very, very pat and said, let's see how this thing plays out, especially in the first 10 to 15 picks.
Well, you saw Cam Ward up close and personal, former Coug, went to Miami, and all of a sudden he's the consensus #1 overall pick. When you watched him, did he look like that guy to you?
He looked like he had potential. Now, he had to put himself in the right situation. Unfortunately, I'm a realist about Wazoo, and if you really want to make some money and get noticed, you got to leave Wazoo. It is what it is, and that's exactly what he did right there. I want to go off what Brock just mentioned. I also think that the reason why there isn't a lot of movement is the quarterbacks dominate the market. If you don't have 8, 9 quarterbacks like last year who teams actually want, and you don't have teams who actually need quarterbacks, like I'm looking at the draft, there's 3 or 4 teams that absolutely need a quarterback. You're not going to see that type of movement, but it's set up perfectly for Cam Ward. Him and Shedeur coming out this year was a blessing because they would not be first-round picks if they came out in 2020.
And remember, Cam last year evaluated, right? What do I do? Do I go in the portal? Do I go to the NFL? And he had some pretty sound judgment to say, no, I'll make 7 figures down there at Coral Gables, and then next year's draft looks a lot leaner than last year's draft did. Really wise decision on his part.
So you two guys covered college football last year. How many of these guys have you seen? And is there someone that you saw in person that you were like, wow, this guy is a pro football player?
I mean, Cam gave me that. You know, watching Cam, I caught 3 or 4 of their games. He's probably the closest one I've gotten to. Nick Nash as well, a wideout who no one really talks about, who I think will be drafted tonight. Ayu Maynard as well for Stanford. But you just saw the talent with Cam. He wasn't as polished as even a Shedeur Sanders. Say what you want about his personality. Shedeur is polished in a lot of ways. Cam was just the best player on the football field. And at the quarterback position, you get about 65 to 70 opportunities to see that.
In the summer of 1993, Dave, I thought I was a pretty good basketball player. I was playing in a summer league basketball game, playing against Federal Way High School, and they had a guy named Michael Dickerson, who ended up being a first-round pick, lottery pick in the NBA for the Vancouver Grizzlies. Played a summer league game against him. I'm going to body this guy up. I'm going to get the best of him. And we went up for like a rebound, and he went up and down and back up and dunked. It was, I think, before I left the ground. And I'm like, that's a different guy. No matter what I do, I can't do that. When I saw Travis Hunter, and I saw him 4 times this year. Wow. Saw him at practice, went up and watched him in Boulder practice, and Dion actually came up to me afterwards like, that's funny. That's the most he's practiced all year. So Fox crew was there watching, and he practiced 1 day a week. Wouldn't practice Sunday or Monday. Tuesday, he practiced on Wednesday. That was it. And I was like, man, that guy right there, he defies gravity. And then the ball sticks to him. And he's got just a sense. And he played that day at practice now. It was unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. Offense, defense, offense, defense, offense, defense, full speed. Like he's a different human.
Yeah, I think I heard that he played in 111 snaps in a game this year, but
140 snaps in 140 in a game.
What's with only practicing 1 time a week?
Because when you play 140, you average 120 snaps.
So they had to rest him.
You walk through and you take care of it, and you make sure you get him ready for Saturdays.
I think Omar and Hampton too. Sorry, Bob.
Yes.
UNC.
Yes.
I've watched that young man play, and it's surprising because the scouts know about him, but the public doesn't really know about Omarion Hampton. My comp for him was Jonathan Taylor. He's just so strong and explosive outside the tackles, inside the tackles, and being tucked away in North Carolina, which is become kind of a football university this past few days. Omarion Hampton is a name. When I saw him, I knew, that kid's different.
Hey, you made a comment in talking about Shedeur, saying, well, you can feel how you want to feel about him, or his attitude. His attitude gets a lot of conversation, generates a lot of conversation. Travis Hunter, after his most recent comments as well, saying, I'm playing both sides of the ball, I'm going to retire, essentially. Mm-hmm. Is that a product of, and I know you're one that usually will kind of stand up for today's youth and how they conduct themselves and comport themselves. Is that just a product of today, or do you look at those attitudes as a bit of an outlier, like, all right, I get being a kid and letting them be a kid, but maybe a step far?
I let him be a kid because I feel like whether it happened already or is going to happen, he's going to look at that comment and read it and say, yeah, I was tripping, man. I don't know what I was doing there. How many times have we gone back and look at what we've done at 19, 20, 21 and say, I'm tripping, whether it's a week from now or a year from now.
I do that week by week. But but if you're a GM, and we were talking about this before the show, if I'm a GM and I hear a kid sort of dictating, no, this is what's going to happen for me, or here's the consequence, essentially, I'm like, I don't know if I want that attitude in my locker room. Would that give you pause about drafting a player saying something like that?
Talent covers up everything. He is that good to where you're going to hear that comment and say, we can fix him. Don't worry. We'll get him around the right guys. He'll be fine. And, if he were an undrafted free agent type, if he were a late rounder type, it'd be a bit different. But because he's arguably the best talent in this draft, you're going to put up with some
Yeah, I would imagine 32 GMs if we were around him at St. Elmo's in Indy. And maybe having some shrimp cocktail and a beer. And I bet 32 will be like, all right, that's fine. He'll say. When he gets to this grown man league and he doesn't have a coach that's like, he's stealing his shoes and letting Dion just, he sleeps at my house. Like, once he gets to this league and the physicality of this league and how hard this league is compared to Jackson State and the Big 12, those comments will take care of themselves.
Well, and I wonder, how was it delivered? I mean, was he tongue-in-cheek?
No, he was pretty real. No, he was. That's
where you're saying, because we read the comments. We didn't hear him, so we're like, well, maybe he's smiling, maybe he's laughing.
Yeah. He's not a jokester. You want one more? You'll love this, Bob. This is right up your alley. So we had one of their games.
I feel like it's not.
No, it's not going to be up your alley.
It's not going to be a compliment to Bob.
No, it won't be a compliment to Bob. Had one of their games, and I saw some of his intramural basketball, and he was dunking on. Just like he defies gravity. He's Michael Dickerson, and so we reached out to their SID, and Curtis said, "Hey, we'd really love to use that." He's like, "Yeah, you can't." And like, what do you mean? I'd like to use it on the broadcast. Yeah, you got to pay for it. You got to pay Travis for it.
Wow.
Yeah, and our producer's like, we've never. He's like, well, sorry, that was his YouTube channel, and if you want it, you're going to pay him X.
You know what? I thought
you're right. I don't love it.
Yeah,
right.
But you know what?
I don't love it.
What we learned from Schneider this year about the NIL, because I thought it would screw kids up. I honestly did, because I've used myself as an example. It's like I was a dumbass when I was 20. If you gave me $100,000, I probably would, screw it up. But he said, one of the things that it weeds out are some of the guys that who loves money and who loves football, and who the guys are that really love football. And that it kind of went opposite there. I thought that was really interesting, because that's the one thing that because it will try you as a person, as a man. The NFL will try you.
They'll test every bit
You're
of you.
Big time coming out of college. And I remember after my first week of practice wanting to go home and live with my parents, because there was huge dudes that were faster than me, and so that's the one thing. How much do they love the game? How driven are they? And so now you see guys with a little bit of money, and it kind of weeds out the guys that are all about money, and and it's not going to screw them up. So I thought that was kind of interesting, and that's something that I think you'll probably see from Travis Hunter. He plays like he loves the game.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we'll see where he lands. The Tennessee Titans are officially on the clock. We're going to come back and unveil the first pick in this year's 2025 NFL Draft as we continue our coverage live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob with Brock Huard and Michael Bumpus coming to you right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com. The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman with you, taking you through the entire first round. The Tennessee Titans are the team with the first overall pick. Their pick is in. Once the commissioner steps up to the podium, we'll send you out there. There doesn't seem to be any real intrigue as to what this name will be that he calls, but it'll just be official. It'll be Cam
Can I
Ward.
just say, you guys are excited as I am for this, though? Like, the NFL Draft, like, it is, I was talking to someone, and they texted me, they're like, is this your New Year's Eve? I was like, yeah, it kind of is like New Year's. You get to reset and see what teams are going to do, and then we're claiming Cam Ward at Wazoo when he goes number 1. I don't care. We claiming him. 2 years there.
No ill will for him leaving the Cougs to go to Miami.
No, you get your bag. This is the way college football is.
You know what is amazing about his journey, too? He played small town high school football, wing T in Texas.
Yeah.
He was a wing, and he went to a camp, and the coach had incarnate word. Oh, we're going to get Roger here in just a second. But, I mean, you want to talk about a journey.
Yeah, let's send it out to the commissioner. He's not on his bike. He entered the stage to open the ceremonies on a bike, but here he is with the pick.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
All right, there you go. The least surprising pick so far. There's only been one, and Cam Ward, I think everybody knew. I do like that they were booing him. They went back to booing. He was trying to pander to the crowd to open the ceremonies by coming out on a bike, because that's what Packer players do during training camp. And, he's trying to get in the good graces of the Packer fans, and then they boo him when he steps out there. He's like,
I like his reaction. Yeah, come on. Usually he kind of just doesn't say anything.
Yeah,
so,
but Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick, is officially a Tennessee Titan. He'll be thrown to Tyler Lockett.
Yep.
And is this a good Looking at Tennessee, do you feel like, all right, that's a situation that will suit him, or is this a situation where he's going to get thrown into the deep end and, hey, sink or swim, kid?
I think the one word is I'll watching him walk up, that just comes to my mind is there's just like he's substantial. He's not flimsy. He's just substantive, and his journey leads that. Last year, the league watched Bo Nix and Michael Penix and all these rookies come in, Jaden Daniels, right, who all had been places and had to just build some grit and toughness and fiber. And honestly, it'd be like him going to Wenatchee High School, running the wing tee, and then going to Central Washington. And then, there's a coach at Central that saw his ability, like, why don't you come with me to Wazoo, and why don't we throw this thing around? And he just took off. And obviously from there to Miami, and last year handled all that expectation. So, yeah, I think last year's the maturity of that QB class helped Cam Ward an awful lot be the number one guy today.
We got a big trade already. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick.
Wow.
And a 4th-round pick, number 104, and a 6th-round pick, number 200, to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow. Cleveland going to Cleveland.
The Jags are trading the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd-round pick, which is number 36, a 4th-round pick, number 126, and their 2026 1st-round pick to the Browns. So a blockbuster trade for the number 2 overall pick, which means Jacksonville is now on the clock as opposed to Cleveland.
Yeah, Travis can do backflips. He might do a backflip on this stage. For him to go to Jacksonville instead of Cleveland, for him to be close, he's a Georgia boy, he's a Southern boy, to get to play in the heat and humidity, get to be in that division, play for an offensive-minded head coach, going to use him on offense and use him on defense. Trevor Lawrence is going to be doing a backflip. Like, that is a home run for Jacksonville. And why would you do that, Cleveland? For what? For a 4th and a 6th?
I know
they dropped 3
next
spots.
year's first. So this is
next year's first.
This is coming from Adam Schefter.
Okay.
Jags are trading the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd-round pick, a 4th-round pick, and then the 2026 1st-round pick.
Ooh, okay. All right. Now we're talking.
So
That's
the Browns
a lot. Okay.
basically dropped 3 spots
to get next year's first. So they think they're going to stink, and next year's QB class is better, and they're going to pass on a pretty darn generational player in Travis Hunter to do that.
I see Jacksonville doing that. I mean, I get it. I can see my way clear that, that guy he's like revolutionary. Like you said.
And they have Trevor Lawrence, and Cleveland doesn't.
Yeah.
Right?
So, and look, I think, I don't know how, I was going to ask you, Bump, like how detailed. I think it's hard to make the jump probably more than any other position at receiver, just because the landmarks are different. And then, we always hear these quarterbacks say, hey, look, when I ask you to run a 5.5 yard, slant or whatever, it better be at 5.5 yards. It's very precise, and there's a lot going on there. But I don't know. I mean, do you think he could sit in a meeting, half the time in receivers, half the time with the corners? I mean, especially, if you're playing on the outside, it's pretty cut and dried. Like our corners usually didn't even come into the huddle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be harder to sit out on a receiver meeting than it is on a DB meeting, right? I mean, because 2 is 2, 3 is 3 is 4 is 4. There are little nuances that your coach is going to want to coach you up on. He'll get you during individual or whatnot and kind of get you there. But we've also seen receivers come in the league the last 5-6 years ready to play, too. I mean, we got Jamar Chase putting up numbers, Malik Labor's putting up numbers. There's always 1 or 2 rookie receivers. And the reason why they're coming in ready to go is just because of the offseason, the 7-on-7 culture that's out there that's getting these guys ready. I'm interested. I'm looking at this little flip-flop right here. And Cleveland is sitting at 5. They're sitting at 5 thinking we're still going to be able to get a guy that we want. So now what do the Giants do with their pick? We know New England's not going to go quarterback. This is why I love the first round of the draft, because we get to speculate.
Give me that compensation one more time, just because I think this is relevant. If the Seahawks want to trade, like, is this go ahead.
So this coming from Adam Schefter. Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick.
Yep.
A 4th-round pick, which was number 104 overall.
Oh, the Browns are giving them a 4th.
Yep.
Okay.
And a 6th-round pick, which is number 200 overall. So they're sending 3 picks to the Jags. In exchange, the Jags are trading the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd-round pick, which is number 36, a 4th-round pick, which is number 126, and their 2026 1st-round pick to the Browns. Wow. Who comes out on top of this one? Who do you like? Who's happier right now, a Jags fan or a Browns fan?
A Browns fan's going, seriously? Like, we're doing this? Like, we have a generational talent, and we're letting him leave. But I think the organization is saying, hold on a second, we don't have a quarterback, and next year's class is going to be better. So we're going to run with the average guys we got for this year, right? They've made some trades, and Flacco's back, and Pickett has come from Philly. Like, we're just going to live with that world and bank on, well, Jacksonville not being good next year and having a pick and 2 first-rounders to go get a quarterback next year.
And they're saying, look, we need bodies out here, man.
Yep.
Like, we're going to flip this pick, and, yeah, if we were to get a receiver – I know I'm a receiver advocate. You guys know that. You're going to need a receiver to make big plays for you, but they don't tilt it that much. You know who tilts it? The D linemen, the O linemen, the linebackers, defense. Like, receivers will make big plays, and I know this is a generational talent, but they just got a bunch more picks, and I think they're looking for the future, just like Brock.
And what is Liam Cohen going to say? What are him and Travis Hunter going to say? Duval, or that ridiculously stupid.
Yeah. What is that? The county?
That's the county.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I never really understood
that's
the
not
pride.
a thing. No,
yeah.
that's
not a battle cry.
No,
but
no.
You know, I think that there's been some of the criticism of like Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. Like Dion, that's one advantage.
Yep.
Dion knows what it takes.
Let's set it out. Get the official announcement of the Jags pick from the commissioner.
While we
Roger
are here tonight to celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL, I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
First off, Duval. Let's go! I want to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide. And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado.
So there you go. It's official. Travis Hunter going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who traded with the Cleveland Browns. Browns now have the 5th overall pick. And Travis Hunter's been dancing since this whole broadcast started. But I'm going to ask you quickly, Bump, because I asked Brock this. Is he a better receiver or a better cornerback?
I think he's a better DB. I think that there are some things that at wideout, he was just so much more gifted than everybody that he was making some plays. But some of the plays that he made that were difficult, if he did some things, it wouldn't have to be that difficult. You know what I mean? So I think that initially your better athletes who are ready to play right now are typically on defense because it's such a raw athletic go get it. He's got the potential to be a good receiver, but he needs to come work with me in Monroe. I'll get him right.
Were we talking about that, Brock, about his ability to track the ball? And then, you know, one of the things that I thought was interesting, he's one of the few college players that on every play he high points the ball. And, you know, a lot of times, and the reason why you don't necessarily do that, we got some good dancing going on there. It looks like Brock
dancing for hours. Got some juice, man.
But the reason you don't do it in college because you don't have to. You know, you can make plays. And I always talk to Bob about how when I got the NFL, I'm like, why do you need me to take that little step? I've always just made plays. Well, you have to in the NFL. And that's the one thing I saw about him. And he just seems like a very NFL-ready player.
honestly, he has more energy. And anybody in Colorado said the same thing. Every one of his teammates said it. Dion said it. Dion actually said in our production meetings, and Bump, you would have liked this because the presentation of Dion, and there's a lot of like flash, but he's old school. It's Andy Reid. Like the guys he talks to at the NFL level are the old school guys. He and Andy Reid talk every single week. And Dion said, listen, it's going to in some ways be easier. Now, the size and the strength won't be, right, but the physical demands, like this is all no huddle. Like, there's 60 plays a game, not 80, on an offense and defense. And you just see it. Have we ever seen a draft pick from the time his name is called at that table, down the hallway, hitting the banner, running out? He's got a charisma and a juice that honestly is just different than most of the other guys.
All right, well, the New York Giants are on the clock. We'll see what they end up doing as our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Friends of Waterfront Park is announcing the Meet Me at Waterfront Park 5K on May 31st. Kick off a season of celebrations leading up to the grand opening of Waterfront Park with this all-abilities race. Experience Seattle's reimagined waterfront and be a part of history with this first ever 5K at Waterfront Park. Presented by Brooks Running, Seattle's new Waterfront Park is being built for you. Come and enjoy it. 5K registration and full schedule of events at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
Back to live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton.
on Seattle Sports. YouTube the app in your smart speaker.
We are live. We got the experts here to break it all down for you with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard, and I'll just tee them up to show off their expertise. And a pick came in before we got back here. The Giants' number 3 overall pick in this year's draft go with the edge rusher out of Penn State, Abdul Carter. Not a big surprise there. I'm looking at his virtues on the screen. They said he's got great bend. Great bend. They compare him to Von Miller.
Yeah, he is a twitched up dude now. He's the best pass rusher in this draft. He is a star. There's not a lot of stars in it. He's one of them. Keep an eye on this. Like I think it'd be kind of fun today to do something. We've done this now 3 years in a row. Let's today try to figure out how much of an impact this has on 18. So like with each of these picks, because it's really cool to talk about them individually and awesome, but the impact on the Seahawks, and I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, this has like a 7 or 8 impact. And
This
it has
pick does?
nothing to do with Abdul Carter other than the Giants are a team that Daniel Jeremiah believes could come up to 18 and take Shedeur Sanders. Somebody ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So when DJ joined us yesterday, that was some of the rumblings. And DJ's been pretty good. If you remember, DJ said, I wouldn't keep an eye on DK and Geno being traded. You know, like that's not crazy talk. Like, and he's pretty plugged in. So
No, you're thinking of Jordan Babineau.
No, I know he did that too. But
You got to give him credit, man.
But DJ, after the combine on his podcast, said, yeah, it wouldn't shock me if both those guys get moved. Doesn't shock me that yesterday on the final day, as he put out his mock draft, the Seahawks trade partner was the New York Football Giants. So the fact they don't take Shedeur at 3 means they may come back up, and they may come up for somebody again ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll tell you, Abdul Carter, getting back to that real quick, I asked John Schneider last year, I'm like, what am I looking at? Who's the best player? He said, Abdul Carter.
In all of college football?
In all of college football. Yeah. He's the best player. So
6'3",
really.
250, run 4.4, like just you. There's not many human beings like that. Do you say Von Miller? Is that
That was the comparison on NFL Network.
No,
yeah.
you should just say that. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, that was my comparison, Von Miller. That's what you guys feel like I'm on track there?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
I like that.
He's so good that I was watching the film trying my hardest to find flaws. That's how you know how good somebody is. I'm like, you can't be this good. No way he's winning. And you don't just watch the highlights. Like, you watch the games. You want to see what snap 3 looks like compared to snap 45. You know, you want to see the fifth battle against this tackle or whoever he's going against. And, you know, obviously there are things that he can work on. He's a young man. But when you're looking at the best athletes on a football field, I start at the edge rushers for sure.
You know what I also see right there when I look at that and I watch those highlights, Bump? How's a tackle supposed to block that guy?
Right.
Like, how, you know, when you think of, and John Schneider said this to you guys over your shows the last 7-8 weeks, try to help people understand how hard it is to play O-line, to find O-linemen. Tom Cable, I saw him at a UFL game a couple weeks ago. He's coaching the UFL with a buddy of his. I said out of 64 starters at tackle, right, 2 per game per team, how many legitimate offensive tackle starters are in the NFL? It was less than 40.
Yeah. Well, look who we had. We had a project at one point, Michael Jarrell playing right tackle.
Yeah, you did.
For a number of games. And that wasn't their plan, obviously, because he's a project, long-term guy. By the way, one of the greatest things I ever heard anybody say at the draft was why he stayed at Findlay. It was because he wanted his coaches to get credit for developing him, and that he said they took a chance on me, so I stayed there, so he didn't enter the portal or any of that stuff. And I thought that was awesome. One of the greatest.
That is really cool.
Like, as far as, you know, you look at loyalty, is this guy, I mean, that matters. But yeah, I mean, like
you're
you said,
6'5", 310 pounds, and you got to block that guy.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
But then, yeah, and you get guys like this coming off the edge, I mean, it's ridiculous.
By the way,
you're right. I think the best athletes on the field.
Patriots are 4th overall pick. Their pick is in, so as soon as the commissioner steps up to the podium, we'll send you out there.
This will be the tackle from LSU.
This is where
Will Campbell.
I think so.
Yeah.
You guys got a certain caller yesterday talking about this guy. We won't bring it up.
Talking about Will?
Yeah. He used a phrase.
Somebody used a phrase. And then it was repeated. And
it was.
We don't need to do that.
As far as I know, we're still on air on Monday. So.
How did I miss this? I was sleeping. But do you agree with Brock Bump in that the Giants, looking at what they just did here, not taking Shedeur, and I don't know how many people thought they would actually take him number 3 overall, but that gives you some insight as to what they may do to jump ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
You know, when I was a kid, I listened to my grandpa the most because he had the most intel on life, right? You listen to Daniel Jeremiah as well, right? He's got the most intel. You listen to guys. You listen to Shefty. You listen to Diana. Like, these are they might not even be right. They're not going to be right. A lot of this is speculation. But if they're getting an inkling and you're hearing something, you have to respect it. And then when they paint the picture for you, and I saw all the picks that the Hawks could possibly get, I go, that's some John Schneider type of stuff right there. It makes complete sense. So, no, it makes it interesting, and this is what I'm here for.
And what was the return, did he say, for the Seahawks?
You're talking about their top of the 2nd round pick, their top of the 3rd round pick, and their top of the 4th round pick. So you're talking about now loading up and having 3 second rounders, 3 third rounders, 2 4th round. You're talking about having a lot of artillery, right? In that sweet spot where I think John is and the people in this building with all their thousands of man hours are pretty comfortable. There could still be difference makers.
Is this the perfect draft to have that many bites at the apple, so to speak? Because as everybody seems to term it, it's the
meat and potatoes
draft. And maybe it's not the superstars, but there's a lot of starters there.
Yeah.
So is this the draft to accumulate?
Yeah, I think so. Especially you hear that it's really heavy as far as offensive linemen, particularly interior offensive linemen, and then defensive, pass rushers. And again, going back to what worked last year, Philadelphia Eagles, good up front on both sides. And then also the meat and potatoes comment, I think you heard from Daniel Jeremiah, that also indicated that, there's a lot of not only those kinds of players, but 2nd and 3rd round, even 4th round that you can get, like you said, lots of bites at the apple.
Well, we got the commissioner working his way up to the podium. Let us know who the Patriots select with the 4th overall pick. Here you go.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
All right, Brock, you were right. They go, Will. What do you think of this guy?
Well, when you go and visit and spend a couple days down in the Bayou, as Mike Vrabel and the New England people did, you usually don't do that in the week before the draft, unless it's the final sign off. Like, yep, this is our guy. He's a really, really good athlete. He's got shorter arms. That's one thing he's talked about that since 8th grade, and it's why some wonder if he can be a tackle like he's been at LSU. But man, his feet are good. I was on vacation in January, and I ran into, the old, he was at Texas A&M, he's in Atlanta, their left tackle. Dad and uncle played in the Matthews. So I run into Jake Matthews at this resort, and I'm like, from afar, I'm like, who is that gigantic human being? Like, that is a gigantic guy over there. And kind of walked up to him and kind of looked at him. I was like, I think I know who that is. And went back to my room and Googled. And I'm like, oh, yep, that's Jake Matthews. And that's who this guy is. Like, not the longest arms, but you see these guys, and saw him again at the pool, and he's like 6'6", 320, and he looks normal. Like, that's not abnormal. Like, it's just proportional. Like,
he doesn't look like a big fat guy.
No, not at all.
Did you go over and bother him about his body and talk about his calves and things like that?
Do a little on-the-spot evaluation of his form.
Wow, I really like what you've done with your thighs.
body
Do a
conversation.
spin for me.
There was,
Let's see what you're working with. Let's go.
There was no evaluation of the ankles or anything like that. It was just, and what a great guy. And this guy's going to be, this is exactly what New England needs. They've got Drake May. I need a guy that's going to block for him. He's going to be here 10 years. He's going to be just a lockdown dude that we can totally trust.
Yeah, just real quick. The one thing I noticed about him was that he looked, every once in a while you see a really huge guy who the way he moves and runs and everything looks like a much smaller guy.
Yes.
And then you look at him and go, he's huge.
That's right.
And he's got great feet and hands and everything. So yeah, just a kind of a freakish type of athlete.
He's one of the few guys where you see these linemen, they do these kick steps and stuff, and it's on air, and you're like, that's technique looks great, but there's going to be a human being in front of you, and the technique isn't going to look like that. He's one of the few guys to where it almost resembles exactly what the drill looks like. That's how fundamentally sound he is.
Meanwhile, the Cleveland Browns, who traded down to number 5, they traded with Jacksonville. They were at 2, and they are now with the 5th overall pick. Their pick is in, so we'll wait for that announcement. The Raiders are now on the clock. Pete Carroll in the Raiders. How about that?
Oh, Brock. All right, what is it, Brock? You picked this one. All right, come on.
No, this is one. So none of these really, other than the impact of maybe a trade, none of those are really, when it comes to Seattle and the Seahawks, that big a deal. I think most people saw this coming. Now this gets interesting.
Yeah.
Do we go O-line here? Like, what are we doing here? I think we're all on the same page. I don't want to assume. Are we all on the same page? We want a lineman, like a big body difference maker, offense or defensive lineman for the Seahawks. This is where I would selfishly give me a receiver, give me a skill guy, give me something away from the line of scrimmage. I don't know if that will happen, but that would be, as a Seattle Seahawks fan, with some of these teams, that would be my hope. Take perimeter people. Leave the big people for John Schneider.
All right, we'll come back. We'll unveil the 5th overall pick. Cleveland Browns, their pick is in. The Raiders are on the clock. We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales Event, now extended through April 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event, extended through April 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
When buying a battery, most people don't know one brand from another. And brands don't start things, watts do. And who remembers that volts times amps equals watts anyway? At Pacific Power Batteries, you're buying a battery from someone who you can trust. Lately, we've been working hard on our product knowledge so that you don't have to remember all that you may have forgotten about Ohm's Law. Studying vendors' strong points helps us find a battery that's right for you. And at Pacific Power Batteries, that's not artificial intelligence, that's useful information.
Baseball's back. It's time your yard stepped up to the plate. Synthetic Turf Northwest is Seattle's go-to for pro-quality turf. Perfect for backyard batting cages, putting greens, or just a mud-free play zone for the whole family. We install the best, we supply the best. And we're local-based in Woodinville with a new Fife location coming soon next to Sportco. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com, where the grass is always greener.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity, internet, and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
The 2025 NFL Draft continues. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard taking you through the entire first round. And while we are away, the Cleveland Browns, who traded down to number 5 with the Jacksonville Jaguars, go with Brock Huard's wish of Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Las Vegas Raiders pick is in, yet to be announced. We'll talk about that in a moment, but Mason Graham, you like it?
Yeah, I mean, super productive player. Dave and I were just chatting during that entire break. I've never heard the analogy Dave had. I'm not going to steal it because I thought it was unbelievably good.
Really?
Just when you think you hear everything in the draft, Dave Lyman, and his hair was flopping as he was imitating it. Honestly, say what you said.
Well, I was saying number one, my comp is Devin Witherspoon, because Spoon, the reason why you can't block him is because his target is always moving. You know,
Yes.
Offensive linemen are always like, aim small, miss small, but. No, my comparison was that you ever pick up a cat that doesn't want to be picked up, and it just kind of wiggles out of your arms, and I have a cat like that. And when you watch Mason Graham play, he's a wrestler. That's his background. But he just has a very unorthodox way of, like, if you're an offensive lineman, it's a problem. And I don't know how you solve it because, like you said, he's just not an impressive-looking athlete, but he just gets it done. And it's really hard inside, where you're playing, he plays the interior part of the defensive line. I really loved this guy.
He's got to be thrilled, right? Michigan, go from Michigan to Cleveland, got Myles Garrett outside, all the attention, get all the one-on-ones, so he can't be held and grabbed. And it's funny, Joel Klatt's up there on set, and I love talking to Joel. And I remember talking to Joel after Ohio State lost to Michigan. And Joel is so hard on himself. He's like the most critical guy of himself on broadcast. I was terrible. And after that game, he's like, I'm really kicking myself. This was a couple days after. He said, I'm so mad at myself because I talked so much about the corner and Kenneth Grant and all the – and he's like, that dude, Mason Graham, is the best player. And he took over that game. And
hang on. Well, let's get the Raiders selection right here.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
Running back going number 6 overall. And I was just talking to Bump during the break there. How much did the seasons from Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry help inflate the value of running backs? Because it seemed like the value was coming down, and the thought was you're crazy to draft a running back. And the Seahawks got ripped for taking second-round running backs in back-to-back years. But now, number 6 overall.
And our Silver Fox, Coach Carroll, down there. Can you imagine him over the last couple months?
I thought he was talking about me for a second. I started to feel uncomfortable.
Can you picture Pete Carroll in scouting meetings the last couple years?
Yeah.
Do you know how many mornings Salky and I sat right here on Monday morning with Pete, and he would talk running backs and running. He loves. There is not another head coach in the NFL that loves running backs like the guy that's now in Vegas. And if you're Ashton Genty, you are thrilled that Pete Carroll is your head guy, and they believe in you so much that they're going to take you number 6. Pretty cool.
Genty, cool story. He's a military kid, And so, when he was in Europe, I think they somehow put together a football team, and he's just one of those guys. And then he stuck, in their Boise State. I think he had a lot of offers to get in the portal and
Millions,
things like that.
Millions.
Yeah. So
to go to the SEC.
Yeah, I mean, and so yeah, what a great story. I'm happy for Pete, man. I miss that guy.
Yeah. And Gino.
Yeah,
and Gino's down there too. To take some of the burden off of him a little bit.
This is what the Raiders needed. I mean, you have arguably the best tight end in the game right now in Bowers. You have a decent receiver, Jacoby Myers. I expect them to go ahead and get another receiver for Geno Smith. You're watching the film when it comes to Geno last year in this Grove offense. You realize he can make all of these plays, but if he doesn't have a run game, you're no good offensively. So this was really the obvious pick for me. My comp for Genty is Alabama Trent Richardson, not Cleveland Browns Trent Richardson.
Yeah.
Alabama Trent Richardson. They got a similar style to that.
Well, we'll see how that works out for Pete Carroll and I almost said Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders. The New York Jets pick is in. The Carolina Panthers are now on the clock, so we'll see what goes on with the New York Jets. What's looking at them?
Yeah,
outside of quarterback, which has been the story about them.
Well, I'm hoping for Tyler Warren, the tight end. This is all through, I'm wearing a Seahawks hoodie today. This is all through Seahawks goggles. What would be best case scenario for the Seattle Seahawks? I'm hoping the Jets are going to jet and do something on the perimeter and take Tyler Warren and take this, and just, again, keep as many big people as I can. Armand Membu was a guy that the Raiders and some of the mocks I was looking at were going to take. If it was not going to be Genty, it was going to be an offensive lineman. So I think the Jets are either a tight end or an offensive lineman. I think that has kind of been the leaning, and we'll see. Aaron Glenn, new coach, try to stabilize things. They've been terrible up front at the line of scrimmage, and so far, a bunch of these tackles still sit available.
That makes sense. I mean, defensively, you saw, there's personnel for the Jets defensively.
Yep.
You got Sauce, you got the Williams. Defensively, they should be good to go. How do you protect a quarterback who really is unproven in this league? You get him an offensive lineman. Let me rephrase that. He proved that he can play in this league last year. It might not have been the way that Arthur wanted him to play. It didn't look that way, but he showed he can make some plays. It would make sense to go along.
By the way, they were just showing Journey playing at the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the connection there.
Well, and I think they were wearing Cleveland jerseys, Cleveland Brown jerseys. So,
okay.
Yeah, I thought, is that another draft party? Is Cleveland having a draft party?
It seemed like they were, and they had Journey there. Usually they're a Bay Area band, so I thought they'd
Don't
be
stop believing, Bob. Don't stop believing.
That's right. That's right. There you go. Look at you.
I try.
Look at
Well,
you
you
going
just
deep.
read it off the television.
He's just going deep tracks. Deep tracks with
It said they're playing Don't Stop Believing.
Okay, they're faithful. Faithfully, they're cheered on. Okay? Faithfully, they're cheered on.
He knows his journey. Showing off his musical knowledge there. I love it. Looking at the Jets bump, what do you think? If you're a Jets fan, what's your hope?
You're hoping that you do something to get your offense going. It's like I just mentioned, the personnel is on the defense side. Now you still got Garrett Wilson, you got Breece Hall over there as well. There's some guys there, but Dave said it. The most important position on a football field is the quarterback position. And the offensive line connects the whole offense, whether it's run game, whether it's protecting the quarterback. If you have a chance to get an O-lineman, you do that. But it's so hard to pass on the guys who catch the football and run the football, who make those plays, because you're going to need, from your ballers, 10 to 15 big plays over 20 yards throughout a season.
Are the Jets just one of those teams where people go there and just they underachieve based on the environment? Certainly we saw what happened with Sam Darnold. We saw Geno Smith. You saw with Zach Wilson. Even Aaron Rodgers wasn't impervious to it. He goes there and it feels
Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Did you say? Okay, I was going to throw that in there too.
Yeah, it feels like a place where you go and things just don't quite go right.
Yeah, that management matters, man. That owner, GM, coach, that's that stability and alignment you hear talked about.
I think you're right,
matters.
Brock. It comes from the top down.
It
we were just Schneider. Was it last time or 2 times ago we interviewed him? He was talking about Jody Allen. He was like, "She's great. She lets the football people do their job." And
talked about his time in Washington being the opposite.
Yeah. So there's lots of meddling going on there, and so we always say, "Hey, look, it comes from the top down," and it really does. I know a lot of people don't pay attention to the ownership, but if you have the wrong message coming from the very top, it tends to trickle down.
Yeah, I'm sure. Look, you're happy to be drafted, especially if you're being drafted in the top 10. You're going to get paid. Your dream is coming true. But I wonder if there's just a thought in the back of the mind of whoever the Jets are selecting here. They're going, oh, damn it.
Yeah. Hey, one last quick thing. Daniel Jeremiah's top 150. I put that. I just wrote it down before I came in here. His number 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, and 8 are off the board. So he's doing a pretty good job of checking these. And that would tell me if you don't go defense, Tyler Warren or Armand Membu would be.
Did you write down all 100?
No, I only got to about 62 for tonight, but I'll continue. It's a mechanism to try to lock it in.
I think you're like me. I have to write it down.
I do too.
Yeah, I could have printed it out, but I wrote it down. And
it sticks longer that way.
The other
Dave.
benefit is that nobody else can read it. It's top secret.
Yeah, you don't want to expose those secrets. That's big stuff here. As we're awaiting the Jets pick, the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. They'll be followed by the New Orleans Saints and the Chicago Bears, rounding out the top 10. In case you're just tuning in and not sure what happened, the number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward, going to the Titans. Travis Hunter going to the Jacksonville Jaguars after the Jags and Cleveland Browns traded picks. Abdul Carter, number 3 overall. Will Campbell goes to the Patriots at number 4. Mason Graham going to the Cleveland Browns at 5, and Ashton Genty going to the Las Vegas Raiders at number 6. And as we're waiting, the New York Jets are getting just a little bit closer. We're creeping toward the Seattle Seahawks. It's interesting to see. They've got 10 picks as we sit right now. There are 2 teams that have 11 picks. One of them is in their division, in the San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but let's get the Jets pick right here.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Membu, Missouri, tackle.
There you go. They go O-line, which is what you guys were talking about there. So trying to beef up that O-line to protect the quarterback, get those special players they've got on offense, and Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson some chance out there. What are you pointing out?
I think that's his mom there, and she's just putting her arms around her little baby, and he's
her
like
6'4",
he's
300,
like 4 times as big as she is.
Yep.
Still her baby.
It was very cute.
She just doesn't bounce him on her knee anymore. That's all. That's all. All right, so there you go. Armand Membu is the latest pick, going to the New York Jets at number 7 with the Carolina Panthers. Next up, followed by the Saints. We'll keep you up to date on everything happening in the 2025 NFL Draft as our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2025 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Come on, man! Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
Bob Stelton with you, surrounded by the experts, the people that'll tell you why things are happening, why they're good, why they're bad. We got Brock Huard, we got Michael Bumpus, we got Dave Wyman here as the 2025 NFL Draft first round action continues. The Carolina Panthers pick is in. We will send you out to the podium as soon as Roger Goodell steps up there. The New Orleans Saints are currently on the clock. Rounding out the top 10, it'll be the Chicago Bears. But taking a look at number 8 here, the Carolina Panthers. Brock, what do you think? If you're a Panther fan, what are you hoping for here?
And
Who are you hoping for?
There's some connective tissue into this building that we're sitting in right now. Dan Morgan, the GM, was a long-time assistant to John Schneider here, the head coach. Dave Canales was obviously the receiver coach here, the QB coach, and did a magnificent job in Tampa as a OC to get the head job there. So there's some, connective points here. Everybody and their mother has said Jalen Walker. As I'm looking at our buddy Daniel Jeremiah's top 100, he's his number 5 player. He is the unique, other than Abdul Carter, unique player.
Well, let's find out right now exactly who they went with as Roger Goodell making his way to the podium to announce the Panthers' number 8 overall pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Teteroa McMillan. Wide receiver, Arizona.
So they go.
Oh, you heard a little surprise there from Rich Eisen. Teteroa McMillan out of Arizona, wide receiver, who's 6'4" and an 1/8", 219 pounds, around a 4.53 40.
4.53?
Yeah.
Handheld.
Wow. Well, Brock,
that was not at the combine. That had been a 4.63 at the combine. So that is, as Daniel Jeremiah, many of the scouts say, you're getting into some territory there that not many have done it at 4.6. Mike
Is this
Evans
our first
has.
reach?
Well, he is. I mentioned Jalen Walker was number 5 on DJ's list. We're talking number 19. And that's why Rich Eisen did what he just did.
Wow.
Because there's some question marks. Now, as you're seeing all the highlights, Duke can high point it. Unbelievable volleyball player. Guess what? He let us use his volleyball film. We didn't have to pay him for his volleyball film.
Free?
Yes, for free.
So he's got a good heart. That's good.
He can flat out jump. And when Jed Fish coached him, he was a top 5 player.
Did you see him bump this year?
Yeah, I saw him this year. He's got range, and when you run a 4.5, 4.6, you got to be able to catch a ball within a 5 to 8 foot radius. You throw it up there, you got to be able to bring it down because most of your catches are going to be contested. I've heard a few things about him, seen a few things about him. You listen to Steve Smith. He was not a fan of this young man at all. Said he pretty much gave up on his team or whatnot. And I can see that, but there's something that happens sometimes when you get into an NFL locker room. There's veterans in just that competition that either forces you to continue to tap into that, I'm going to give up when things are hard, or you tap into something else to where, okay, I don't want to be that guy. I'm not going to let my teammates down because there's so much competition. Hopefully, we're on the other side to where he picks his game up. But good receiver, man. His production from – here's the thing about him, too. People look at his production from the year before, and I'm like, well, it's only like 100-something more yards and a few more touchdowns. It's more about his effort, what people point at. The production's been there most of his career.
That's what Steve Smith, who, by the way, was a Panther, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A very proud
Great
one.
Panther.
Yeah.
We might want to follow him or look at his reaction on Twitter because he might lose his mind. I never heard somebody, Tom McShay, yesterday, just absolutely blistered him. I've never heard somebody the day before the draft.
McShay did?
Oh, blistered him. And
We're
said,
talking about the number 8 pick.
He said, listen,
draft.
you know, people compare him to Drake London. That ticks me off for Drake because he was a dog. This kid didn't practice. He practiced when the scouts came. He did his own thing on his own time. And the 2 games that I covered of him in person, like the first one I went into, I am so excited to watch this. This guy is unbelievable athletically. And then I couldn't believe what I was watching. I'm like, oh, my gosh, come off the ball. Block somebody. Run. You know, and just kind of made business. This isn't just me. This is scouts and these guys that made a whole lot of business decisions this year.
Yeah.
Well, it's these guys, Dave, you talk about it. They get exposed, right? They come in if they're entitled at the college level. I don't practice. I practice when the eyes are on me. I've got some sense of entitlement. That's going to get exposed pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, this whole practice thing and people not going to practice and everything is new to me. But
but if you get 23 McMillan, 2023 McMillan is this pick. 2024 McMillan, this is a reach.
Well, Dave, before you say what you're going to say, you know why you're surprised? Because college football is now a professional sport.
Yeah.
And these dudes have so much leverage. And you're having conversations with coaches that you wouldn't have in college. My knee would be swollen, and if my coach said you're going to practice, I'm putting tape on it, and I'm just practicing. Because I'm not worth $4 million out there. It's just the conversations are different.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, I talked about the good things about the NIL and the money and stuff like that because it separates, you know, who really loves football. So, yeah, I mean, I just don't remember a top 10 pick having that wide of a variance of opinions. I mean, hearing from you guys and, you know, based on, you know, I mean, you look at his highlight film and everything, which I'm okay with that. I'm okay with looking at highlight films coming out of college. You want to see what's the top end.
The ceiling.
Yeah, what's the ceiling? And, you know, and I think when you get in the NFL, it's like, okay, well, I want to see the ceiling and the floor.
Right.
But, yeah, as far as you look at his highlights, and, yeah, it looks like he could be – but, you know, the only thing is that I care about, because I figure everybody's pretty close as far as, you know, if one guy is longer and, you know, can jump higher than another guy, the other guy has some kind of a trait that makes him better in a different way. But, like, the work and the dedication and just loving football. And you hear, like, J.J. Watt, I remember him telling a young guy, and he was basically telling him it's a miserable existence, but if you want to be great, you need to do these things. You need to take naps. You need to eat this food and whatever. Does he have that kind of dedication? I mean, if you look at some of the plays, you question that.
This will be an interesting pick coming up in New Orleans. Interesting, again, from a Seattle perspective. Some have said maybe Shedeur Sanders is here, right? A new head coach. Does he want his quarterback here? Some have speculated Jackson Dart here. I think they go big person here.
Let's find out. Roger Goodell making his way to the podium with the Saints selection, 9th pick overall.
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
They go with a big person. Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas, going
Big people
number
are starting to come off the board, Brock.
3 of 9.
Not good. Not good for the Hawks.
What do? They always run back to mama. Isn't that one of your lines, Wyman?
Yeah.
These coaches love veterans, right? They'll run back to mama. But you get to the draft. Could New Orleans trade and go reach for Jackson Dart? Could they reach and get Shedeur Sanders? Nope. We're going to start this out like Pete Carroll did and John Schneider did in 2009. We're going to draft in the top 10 a left tackle. And this kid, a Texas 3-year starter, All-American, started more games as a true freshman. Every game as a true freshman at left tackle at Texas. He is Dwayne Brown. I mean, he is that caliber of athlete and movement. And he had a bad game against Georgia, and people thought he may drop. He did not drop. He's a top 10 pick and worthy of it.
Outland Trophy Award winner, best lineman in the, or best outside tackle in the game. And here's the thing. Who's the head coach over there now?
Texas?
No.
In New Orleans?
New Orleans.
Oh.
Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore. What did he learn over there in Philly, right? You got to be able to run the football, and if you can put together 6'4", 330-pound average across the board, you're going to put your team in a great situation. So I thought going into this draft that Shedeur would be the pick here. And obviously, as you get closer to the draft, you get more information, you start to shift. So then I figured, okay, he dropped down a bit. But Kellen Moore is saying, look, I learned. I was in Dallas, and I was accused of throwing the ball too much. I want to run it. And then you get to Philly, you start to run the football a bit more. He understands how important that is.
3 best athletes at O-line just went in the top 10. There's still other great linemen, but the 3 best athletes, trait-wise, as O-linemen, just went in the top 9 picks.
Well, the Chicago Bears pick is in at number 10. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. We're going to come back and unveil the Chicago Bears pick at 10 as our continued coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft happening from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We got Brock Huard. We got Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Bob Stelton with you. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hope springs eternal during the start of the season, but unfortunately, so do spring allergies. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
The 2025 NFL Draft continues. The Chicago Bears, with the 10th overall pick, go tight end out of Michigan. Colston Loveland goes number 10. So there you go. You're rounding out the top 10. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Or actually, their pick is in. We'll see what that is coming up here. And the Dallas Cowboys are currently on the clock. But, Bump, I know you felt you've had a few things to say about Colston Loveland.
Yeah. First off, excuse me, Brock, you're a better person than me. But Loveland, if I had that name in college, it would have been a wrap for a lot of people. But but Loveland, I liked him just because he's like the tight end of today, right? A guy who is elusive when the ball's in his hands, a guy who's a route runner. Now, you got to be able to block because you're attached to the line of scrimmage. My note on him, I says the numbers won't wow you, but the film will. You just look what he's able to do as a pass catcher. Can he get into the trenches and get nasty? I think Warren has an edge on him right there. But he's no chump, man. I really like this pick.
That's what Brock called his bedroom in college. Loveland. Yeah, I like the other tight end better. Warren. I mean, I just think he's more of like a traditional tight end. I think Loveland is, he's a good, probably the best route running tight end I've seen in a while. But I would envision more of a guy that's kind of scrappy and likes to block, and that guy's kind of fascinating to me. He's kind of like Mason Graham in that he doesn't really look the part, but he gets it done.
So he's number 10 in the draft, and he is from Gooding, Idaho.
Yeah. Little small town guy.
1,800 people.
Attaboy.
So the number 1 pick in the draft started his career at Incarnate Word. The number 10 pick in the draft comes from a small town in Idaho of 1,800. Young kids, if you're listening and driving around right now, maybe to and from a practice or something, you never know what dream can come true. It doesn't matter where you're from, right? Scouts like to say they'll find you. And I'll tell you this too, Bump. These two guys, the perimeter players that go, and T-Mac and him, they're the same in the sense that they're not coverable. Mm-hmm. They create their own space. That even if you're covered, they're so long at 6'5" and 6'6", with incredible, what did you say, range of 5 to 8? Just throw it up there. They're not the fastest. They don't run, T-Mac especially, not a blazer, doesn't run 4.29, but they create their own space. And that's a big deal in the NFL.
He's listed at 248. He doesn't, just when they were showing the highlights there, he doesn't look that big.
No. Can you imagine him in 7th grade in Gooding, Idaho? Can you imagine the poor souls that he was probably dunking a basketball on, and they were like, oh, what do I do? And he's traveling around a mountain home and Nampa and all the towns in Idaho. Yeah. He had to be an absolute legend as a 4-star to Michigan, and now a top 10 pick in the NFL.
Yeah, it looks like he's still in a mountain home. There were some giant buck heads mounted to the wall and some cowboy hats being worn in that giant group of people at his draft party. But there you go, Colston Loveland, Michigan tight end. Is off the board, going to the Chicago Bears. The 49ers pick is in, yet to be unveiled at number 11. The Dallas Cowboys at 12 are on the clock. So we're
getting closer, man.
Yeah, we're marching
closer
towards 18 now. Which of the teams in front of them do you fear taking a player that you're hoping is available, that drops to them? Who's
I'll give it to me. We got San Francisco, Dallas, and as we get closer to 18, go ahead and give me those teams if you want.
You got San Francisco, Dallas. At 13, you got Miami.
Yep.
At 14, you got Indianapolis. 15, you got the Falcons. 16, the Cardinals. 17, the Bengals.
Yep.
And then there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're looking at, is Dallas going to do the right thing, or does Jerry Jones want the 4-2-8 receiver? Does Miami?
What's the right thing? What do you say to that?
Yeah, again, I think offensive and defensive linemen. As I'm looking right now at Daniel Jeremiah's list of guys, right? Tyler Warren, who we love, Jalen Walker is still sitting on the board. Going into this draft, someone said, you watch Jalen Walker, who's a top 5 player, is going to drop, and all of a sudden Howie Roseman is going to trade with the Arizona Cardinals at 16, and somehow, some way, that freak show is going to end up in Philly. So, yeah, I'd kind of keep a watch on him. And as far as names go, Tyler Booker, DJ's number 17, probably my favorite O-lineman left. 3 have already gone. He is way up there.
You like him better than Zabel?
They're totally different. And I ran into somebody in a hallway here, and I said, hey, man, you don't have to tell me what you're doing. But are my eyes right? Like, one is power and one is movement. And he was like, kind of got that right.
Booker's power.
Booker is power. Zabel's movement. What do you want? What do you want? Best case, both are sitting there at 18 for the Seahawks, and they can make that choice.
I'm looking for movement. Just going off of what Kubiak wants to do, right? That's why I think that Haynes is going to look better in this offense, because he's a smaller guy who he can move. So if I'm them, I'm looking for movement. But I think you can't go wrong with either one of those guys.
Yeah, a lot of times, when you look at Kubiak's offense and when they run the wide zone, it's like those offensive linemen are like almost turning and sprinting, like they're trying to create
a symphony of cattle. They just mow you down.
Well, that was interesting.
The other thing that's so interesting about that is that
destruction.
you get people going sideways. That's bad for defenders.
Yes.
That's why I always hate with the short yardage stuff, that any kind of movement that goes sideways. But yeah, I mean, you all of a sudden get get a guy like that can run and get out on the edge, and then all of a sudden cut back. You get great angles as far as blocks. So yeah, I'm with Bump. Give me the more athletic guy that can run.
Let me ask you two guys this, because Dave and I have talked a lot about it after we talked to Schneider a couple times when it comes to O-line, and even when he brought Coach Macdonald in here, they both were very, very adamant about liking the guys they have in the building. And and Macdonald's line to us was, hey, they're allowed to get better, and he's shown if he doesn't like something, he makes a move, whether it was the linebackers, whether it's the OC, what have you. So do you buy it? Do you buy that they truly do like Christian Haynes, and they truly do like Bradford, and they like Jarrell, and they like the guys that they've got in the building, that maybe they don't feel it's as pressing of a need as everybody on the outside does?
I think they like him enough to give him another chance. And I think that that's something that happens in the NFL so often, is that if you don't come out and look like a stud your first or second year, the fans want to get rid of you, and the organization will get rid of you. But when you talk to Mike Macdonald, you talk to AD, you talk to Kubiak, there's something they always say, is that they want to be the best teachers out there. So how are you going to teach if you're not going to give a young man at least another opportunity to say, all right, I've learned from last year, let's get this moving. And honestly, I look at the personnel, this O-line will be better, but they still need help.
There's a big difference, and you know this from your dating life.
Bob's of dating age. Did you know that?
There's a big difference
segue
between liking and loving.
Oh yeah,
there's a big difference.
Bob, you ain't been in love in how long? What you saying, Brock?
They love Charles Cross. They love Abe Lucas. They really like some of those other guys. I think they want to, and Seahawks fans want them to love somebody.
They want them to fall in love
tonight.
with somebody else.
Yes.
I pray for that, because outside of Bob's love life.
Was that too far, Bob? Was that too far?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Totally fine.
Pretty much
Too far? Okay.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not clapping tonight, Dave. I
Getting
thought
into
you'd
people's
appreciate
business.
that.
All right.
How does he compare my love life to football?
Yeah, somehow.
And
he
O-line.
I said
in
dating
there.
life. I said dating
I
life.
know he had that written
Let's
down.
find out what the 49ers are going to do here at 11.
Chance of USA mixed in with the requisite booze for the Niners here in Packers
Thank
country.
you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom. With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
All right. Mikel Williams, or Michael, as he says it there, defensive end out of Georgia is the latest pick. We'll come back, get your thoughts on that. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock as we continue with our live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Back to live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton.
On Seattle Sports. YouTube the app in your smart speaker.
The 2025 NFL Draft continues. Our coverage live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center as the Dallas Cowboys just made a pick that I think some Seahawks fans are not going to love. They went with Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama, going number 12 overall. That's a name we'd talked a lot about, heard a lot about. leading up to this draft, and this was you were just talking about size versus movement. This is your size guy there. And
Yeah, I
Tyler
don't like
Booker
this.
going to the Dallas Cowboys.
I wanted Dallas to Dallas. Come on, Jerry. Draft a receiver. Draft a tight end. Draft a running back. Nope, Marty Schottenheimer's boy, who we also know is down there in Dallas running the show, and this is Marty Ball, 2025. Tyler Booker is big. He's powerful. He's strong. I think he is somebody that not just Seahawks fans, I think he's somebody that John Schneider and the staff really, really liked. Had Kalen DeBoer on last week. He's like, this is the dude. This is the alpha. All right, there could be other Alabama players drafted and some in the first round tonight, but this is the guy. Just watching his reaction. How many linemen have we seen dance like a bear down the hallway like that?
He is fired up.
Going home. He's a Houston boy going home.
Looked like he was going to hurt Roger Goodell with that hug. He picked him up in the air. But this is a guy I'm sure you guys have spent a lot of time, Bump, talking about him. We've mentioned his name a million times and had an Alabama reporter on talking to us about him. And you know, the hope was he might drop down to 18th, but no, he goes down. He goes number 12 to the Dallas Cowboys.
Makes sense. I mean, when you have a quarterback who's getting $60 million a year to play football, you must try to protect him. And like I said earlier, he's the offensive line is the connection to everything, the run game, the pass game, protecting the quarterback. And this is a guy who can move. We talked about movement with Zabel. I think that's his only option. With Booker, it's like, look, you get a little bit of both. More power, but for a big boy, he can move a little bit. Smart move by the Cowboys. Look at them growing up right in front of our very eyes.
I don't like that for Seattle. Stay a toddler, Jerry. Stay a toddler.
You were hoping he was going to slip to 18?
I really was. I was just hoping, sir, for some more options here because you start to look at it, and what are we looking at now? 4 of the top 12 are offensive linemen. Like big people that make a difference at the line of scrimmage. Dave, you can't say this enough. It's a copycat league. And when a Philly and a Baltimore and these teams play that kind of style, do what they kind of do, and there's a limited supply of those kind of human beings, then you're going to prioritize them as 4 teams now have in the top 12.
It's like taking a receiver or, used to be running back, but because they're so rare. I mean, the more we talk to John, the more you hear that, hey, look, there's like 5-6 teams that have the offensive line that they want.
Yep.
And we've kind of talked about it, like the offensive line, it used to be kind of like the bullpen, like you don't notice it unless they screw up. But now it's become a premium because, you've got these huge, can you imagine blocking a guy like Leonard Williams? I mean, he is huge and he can run. He makes tackles out on the sidelines. So you need someone to combat that. And it's not the cool position to play. I think for most kids, it's like the least athletic kid just from the very beginning is going to be on the offensive line. And so that's just kind of how it goes. And I'm hoping that the trend sort of goes the other way, but everybody wants to go out in the backyard and play catch and make one-handed catches and throw the football and all that. But nobody wants to do pass sets or, go into a weight room.
Yep.
And so I think, hopefully that will change because there's lots of money. I mean, people will pay for a good offensive line. It's very valuable. We saw a Super Bowl won pretty much because of that. So, and I'm not discounting, the other players, but they had superior offensive and defensive line. And that's becoming kind of I feel like the new trend that those are a couple of the more valuable position groups that you can find in this draft.
2 outliers right now. The 2 best players, two of the most talented players in this draft are still on the board. Jalen Walker, the 5th highest rated player, the D-end, linebacker, rusher, just edge, freakazoid out of Georgia is sitting there on the board. A little undersized, a little bit of a tweener. Like, what position is he? I don't know. He just is absolute nightmare. And, oh, by the way, all my buddies in Georgia that have played there, and Matt Stinchcomb, who I really lean into, he's so plugged into it, is like, greatest dude, man. Like just a great leader and captain, and everybody he's magnetic. Everybody loves him. So he's on the board, and then the tight end out of Penn State, Tyler Warren. I would think those 2 guys have to go in the next 3 or 4 picks before Seattle, whether that's Miami, whether that's Indianapolis. Certainly the Falcons need edge rushers and defense. I'd be shocked if he isn't there. And now is also the time where we probably kind of keep an eye on maybe another trade.
Yeah, we'll see what the Dolphins pick is in. The Colts are currently on the clock. And then once the commissioner steps up to the podium, we'll send you out there. But quickly, a thought on Mikel Williams. We didn't get a chance to talk to him. He goes to the the 49ers
Yeah.
are in your division.
Yeah.
What does he bring to the
Was
table?
it
Edge
pick-
rusher
I
out of
think it was
Georgia.
pick number 2, Eric Armstead, the Walter Payton Award winner, was up there. That's what that guy looks like. He is a piece of granite. Now, I think he's a little stiff. The production has been a little questionable. He's not the alpha down there at Georgia, but they are banking on that body type, those traits, that skill set, and then the development that San Fran's done a pretty good job of with their defensive linemen.
Now, Williams is a guy that you're banking on potential. You see the potential there. Not a very skilled guy, 10.5 TFLs. My note I have for him right now is more athletic than skilled. And when you're on the defensive side of the ball, they'll work with athleticism, right? It's not like you're a 5'9", 5'10" receiver. You better be skilled. But at that position, and let's talk about the reputation of Georgia defenders, right? They have some of the greatest reputations out there. So you roll the dice on a guy like this, if rolling the dice on a first-round draft pick is that.
I wonder what you guys think about what if they take a player down the middle of the defense?
Let's see.
All right, we'll answer that one.
Find that with the Dolphins pick coming up right here with the Commissioner, Roger Goodell.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Kenneth Grant out of
Mamas,
Michigan.
let your babies grow up to be O linemen and D linemen. They'll get drafted in the top 13. They'll make tens of millions of dollars.
This is another one that bums you out.
I love this guy. I mean, he's just a massive. He kind of slid as this kind of draft season went on. I think early mocks had him. Seahawks were even mocked him at 18 early in the draft. And then the more you get closer, you watch. And again, there's not many humans that are 6'4", 330, run-down players. He's got legs like a running back, and he is just a door frame in the upper body. And you know what? Well, he's going to go number 13.
We talked to John Jansen, who is a longtime NFL player, and then he's now calling games at Michigan. And he said Kenneth Grant was the guy that would have been harder to block, more so than Mason Graham. So yeah, this guy was up there pretty high. But I mean, it was funny how Mason Graham just climbed the ladder. Like the more people I think looked at him, but yeah, Kenneth Grant, that was one that like you said, Bob, a couple of mocks had him going. But I just asked that question, like, what if it's a D tackle? What if it's a safety? What if a inside linebacker? We've talked a little bit about Jihad Campbell, and I wouldn't be mad at him for and I don't.
You're talking Seahawks here?
I'm talking about the Seahawks. Yeah, okay. When it gets to their pick, if they don't trade out. And, and I've heard mixed reviews on Nick Eminori as far as at safety, but they could use a safety. I think that I would be happy with that. Defensive tackles, a little bit of a stretch just because you just drafted one in the first round. You got signed Jay Reed. But then the other thing, inside backer. It's very important. The inside of the defense, when that gets fixed, everything is good. And I wouldn't be surprised if they took Campbell, who I think I saw him mocked like in the top 10. And where are we now?
My wish list for the Seahawks going into this was Eminori. I wanted that because just by the way they use their three safeties look, he looks like a guy who can play down in the box as well. 4 interceptions, 2 return for touchdowns. He's just a big playmaker. I've heard some knocks on some character issues or whatnot, but we learned a couple years ago with Jalen Carter. Sometimes you can have these knocks, you get into the right situation around the right people, you can have some success. But yeah, as far as who's the young man who's just drafted? Sorry,
hasn't been drafted.
Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant. My note for him: master of physics. He understands that he is big. I get low. I move you. You can't do anything.
Well, the Colts pick is in. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. Roger Goodell making his way to the podium to announce the Colts pick at number 14 overall.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
There's that tight end that you were talking about before when Colston Loveland went. This is the guy that you sort of default to and say, I actually kind of like him maybe a little bit better. He's available for the Seahawks, and he's not available. He goes to the Colts.
I'm a little disappointed. Actually, I would have loved to have seen what would happen if they'd have been there, if they would have traded out of that. But, yeah, very interesting player. Just seems like, I don't know, something about the way he moves around the field and just watching the way he plays. You look at that guy and go, he's going to play in the NFL for a long time.
Yeah, he kind of made it look easy. As big as he was, as physical as he was a runner, he was a thrower, he was a pass catcher. He's just a mauler, a physical guy. And if you're Indianapolis, you're thrilled.
Who's a comp for him?
Who is a Tyler Warren?
Is he a Brock Bowers? Is he...
Nope. He's not that fast. He actually, right, the NFL world with tight ends, DJ likes to say this, there's two silos. There's the Gronk silo and the Kelsey silo. Loveland is in the Kelsey silo, clearly, right? You got these inline blockers like Gronk that could still be vertical, but they're more physical. And then you've got the pass-catching guys, and we're going to get into them tomorrow for sure in the second and third round. There's a bunch of them in this draft. This is maybe the only one that can fit a little bit in both silos. He's not as good a receiver, and I know why you love Loveland, Bump, but this dude is he creates his own space as well.
No, he's that guy at 24-Hour Fitness on the basketball court who's just doing a little bit of everything, right? He's the catalyst to their team winning 5 games in a row. I really like this pick for the Colts because look at the two quarterbacks you have competing over there, right? Yep. You got Anthony Richardson, you have Daniel Jones. You know you're going to run some options, some bootleg. You're going to move the pocket and use the tight end to influence the backers and release him. And he's going to be great in the run game. You got Jonathan in the backfield as well. This fits what I think they want to be offensively. I like this pick for him. He does a little bit of everything. Me personally, I like Loveland better just because of the way I would call an offense. But if you're looking for a tight end who does everything, it's Warren.
And we're down to 3 guys. So we're down to 3. We're not at sitting here with 10 or 12, 14. Where's this market going? The market is clear. It is bullish, physical market.
Has your opinion changed as to what the Seahawks are going to do based on what's gone in front of them?
I think now, as I'm looking at it here, Donovan Jackson from Ohio State is a guard. He's a great player. He could be in the 20s. I really do not want to see Gray Zabel go in the next 3 picks.
All right, to the 3 picks in front of the Seahawks. The Falcons are currently on the clock at number 15. Our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is the best value in golf, with 7 prepaid rounds, discounted guest passes, and green fees. And now through April 30th, Oki Golf is offering 1 free bonus round with purchase of the Platinum Players Card. Visit okigolf.com today to secure yours.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Welcome back to the 2025 NFL Draft Show here on Seattle Sports. I'm driving the ship for a little bit.
Yeah.
Bob had to go, he's particular about
allergic
his food,
reaction.
I don't know what's going on. But we got to eat, and so you got to deal with me so far right now. Now, we just saw the Indianapolis Colts take on Tyler Warren. We talked about him and what we liked about him. I think you, Bob, and you, Brock, think he is the better tight end in the situation, and we can make an argument for that. So now it's up to the Atlanta Falcons. We know what they have offensively, man. Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Penix, the lefty, is going to be out there. So I'll go to the lefty right now when it comes to what you think the Atlanta Falcons will do, what they should do.
Yeah, they need defense. So they move on from Jimmy Lake. That was a one and done. Raheem makes that move. They've got to. I mean, we Seahawks played them, right? We watched that game. It was back and forth, and they couldn't stop Seattle and everything. I think they've got to go defense. And if this is not Jalen Walker, then there must be some injury, something going on with Jalen.
All right, well, the pick is in. We're going to stall a little bit, waiting for Roger Goodell to go to that podium real quick. Dave, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I agree with Brock as far as they've got some really dynamic. I mean, if Penix works out, obviously, but Bijan Robinson, we watched him last year.
Good old line.
Oh, my gosh. So, yeah, I think it looks like they should probably go defense here, but you never know.
I'm going to have a real hard time if Gray Zabel goes in the next 3 picks. I don't know why.
Yeah, because you're getting so close. You're like,
Yes.
it could happen. Because the other thing, Brock, sorry to interrupt you, but how jacked up would our fans be? I mean, that's what everybody wants. And I don't think that's what we're going to get. I think he's going to go in the next few.
But what has the league just shown you in their first 14 picks? The league has just shown you that because some receivers could have gone, there's some running backs that could have gone, there's some really dynamic talents and athletes and smaller corners that could have gone. Nope. This league is telling you this game is going to be won at the line of scrimmage.
Trenches.
And you know what? Could it be a little bit of a reach bump to take Gray Zabel at 18? It might be. Could it be a little bit of an overspend to pay for a guard more than you want to? It might be. But right now, this league is telling you that the line of scrimmage is priority.
All about the trenches. Philly, Buffalo, the Ravens, they all made that clear. Let's go to the podium and hear Roger Goodell.
Here's the latest Falcons first rounder.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
All right, the pick is in. Jalen Walker. Dave, how do you feel about this? A dynamic defensive player. I've seen him line up inside, outside, on the edge. Very versatile, good in space. Do you like the pick? What do you see?
Yeah, I mean, they need defensive help and, always an edge rusher. Like you said earlier, Bump, I mean, they're the most, developed athletes, I think. Them, in corner as well. But, yeah, you look at if you have a dynamic edge rusher, enough to get a guy. What you're looking for is a double. You want them to have to waste a double team on, and he seems to be that kind of guy. So, yeah, I think we're pretty set. I like our edge rushers, but, John Schneider always says you can't have enough pass rushers, and that's the one position he says that about. But, I think that was a good move for them. I thought it was kind of strange last year when they picked Penix. Right after spending all that money on Kirk Cousins, and that was really key for the Seahawks dropping down and getting Byron Murphy at that pick, second defensive player in the draft last year. So, I think that'll be good for Atlanta.
Bump, I'm just looking at my sheet here, and I'm trying to find the next lineman. The next most talented player, maybe the corner out of Texas, Jihad Campbell. You mentioned, Dave, of building your defense up the middle linebacker, Bama. Right? There's Omarion Hampton, the running back. There's a receiver, Golden. There's a safety, Emin Worry. There's a corner, Will Johnson. There's a receiver, Emeka Ibuka. There's another, I guess T-Mac went off the board. So that's what I'm looking at.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm looking right now at Arizona and Cincinnati. And what do they both need? Offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
They both need offensive linemen. Joe Burrows continues to run for his life. Maybe they add defensively because they were a mess there. Arizona for Kyler Murray. They got Marvin Harrison last year. The line of scrimmage is all I've seen with these two teams. And beyond Gray Zabel, Donovan Jackson, I guess you could get to the local boy, Josh Connerly, right, from Rainier Beach High School in Oregon. Could he be in play for an Arizona or a Cincinnati? Possibly Josh Simmons, another tackle out of Ohio State that had some injuries, Donovan Jackson. So, I mean, you're looking at the next 20, 25 picks. I'm looking at them here, Dave, and I see edge guys, I see tight ends, I see safeties, I see nickels, running backs. I see very few offensive linemen.
Do you think of any of the offensive linemen that have been taken, if they're there at number 18, that the Seahawks
Booker would have? I think they would have taken Booker.
Yeah.
And I don't know that definitively. Again, just kind of smelling around here. I think he was such an alpha, such a dude, such a finisher, and just such a bunch of substance right in the middle of that offensive line. I just kind of felt the leaning that if he was there at 18, he might have been one of their guys.
Here's my question. We get a lot of intel from a bunch of different sources, right? How much stock do we put in the top 30 visits, right? Do we start breaking it down there? Because you're naming all these names, right, these tackles, and I'm looking at names. I say, well, he was in the building. He was in the building. How much stock do you think we put into the guys who visited VMAC?
I think it's a lot. I mean, John talked a lot to us this year about how they treat people in the building. You know, the guy that can't do anything for you, right? Mm-hmm. It's like the old saying, if somebody's really nice to you and they're not nice to the waiter, probably not a nice person. So, yeah, I think that is that's huge. I think they're trying to figure out how much does this guy love football. And then, of course, you want to just look at their background and the kind of players that I mean, you look at like 95% of like the Hall of Famers, they're good people, right? So that's kind of what you're looking for. You know, the Gray Zabel pick, I was thinking, well, how could people maybe knock that down? It's an FCS team, North Dakota State, although they have a kid here, Jalen Sundell, who's a free agent that they signed last year that they really like. And then, I've saw him play a lot of offensive tackle. And so I know a lot of people, I know we've said on our show, and I know Big Ray Roberts, who's going to join us tomorrow, he was, talking about how you want a guy with a PhD. Right. And what they need is guards. So maybe those two things might knock them out of, as far as picking him with the 18th pick, if he's there.
And remember the report earlier, man. I'll say it again. A guy that's been pretty dialed in and plugged in at number 18, just a couple picks away, Daniel Jeremiah, as he listened, as he took in info and intel, that might be the place that Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, unlike last year when the three of us watched 5 QBs go by this point in the top 12 picks, we have had one quarterback. And Shedeur's out there in Boulder, Colorado, waiting for that to happen. Is some team going to come in this mix? And make that trade to add that quarterback.
Here's a question for you guys. We hear this every year that at some point in the first round, everyone starts to look the same. Are we there yet? Are we close? What are we thinking?
I don't think we're quite there. I don't.
As far as talent-wise, I mean.
Yeah, because I think Golden and T-Mac were the two receivers that were different. I think Hampton and Genty were the two running backs that were different. I don't think we're to that stage, but we are to the stage of Roger Goodell coming out and telling us who Arizona's picking.
Cardinals could be another receiver.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
All right, so they go.
Wow. Now,
Mama.
you know what? Hey, but before we react to that, it's time to pay some bills. We'll be right back here on the NFL Draft Show.
This is Seattle Sports.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
You don't have to be a professional athlete to feel like a champion. At Emerald City Athletics, every person discovers the champion within. If you're setting personal records, tackling your daily goals, or aiming to be your best self, Emerald City Athletics will help you feel like the champion of your life. That's why they were voted the best in the Pacific Northwest. It's not just about fitness. It's about empowering you to step into your full potential so you can become your best self and feel the best you've ever felt. Each day at Emerald City Athletics is an opportunity to rise, to push beyond what you thought was possible, and to become stronger inside and out. Train for a goal, build confidence, embrace a healthier lifestyle. Emerald City Athletics will help you achieve greatness and find the champion within. Check out Emerald City Athletics today with a free 29-day pass, available now for a limited time. There are gyms, and there's Emerald City Athletics. Come discover the difference.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2025 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Come on, man!
Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
Our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton with the experts, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman with you. The Cincinnati Bengals pick is in at number 17. We'll wait for the commissioner to come out and unveil that. And the Seahawks are now officially on the clock. The clapping has started.
No, I was hitting
Calm
my
down.
thighs.
Calm down.
We're here. We are on the precipice.
You're scaring Brenna.
That's fine. That's fine. We're on the precipice of the Seahawks doing something here.
Most importantly, he's annoying me.
Do you know, hey, David, do you know that through the first 16 picks of this draft, do you know how many humans are under 215 pounds?
Under?
Under 215 pounds out of the top 16 guys drafted.
So Genty must be above that.
Oh, yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Travis Hunter?
That's it.
Just one?
That's it. I'm going to go on record, and I don't know this. I'll check with Elias later tonight. I'm going to go on the record and say through 16 picks, this has to be the biggest draft in the NFL history.
Which is making you happy because you talked about the big people.
They all matter.
Big people.
Yeah.
And Booker and Kenneth Grant and Mykel Williams, they all go. I mean, height and weight, this has got to be, I cannot imagine in my lifetime another draft because we haven't seen a bunch of these receivers go. We've seen one quarterback go. We have seen edge. We've seen D tackle. We've seen offensive guard. We've seen offensive tackle. The two big tight ends, the big physical running back. I mean, he's like 230 pounds of rocked up muscle. Like, it is a, yeah, man, it's a substantive
cornerbacks,
draft.
no safeties.
I get it. I really like this. I really do. I think maybe the pendulum's swinging back the other way towards, hey, let's hit people in the mouth.
Right
let's
in
just
the
knock them
face.
out.
Well, Bengals with the 17th overall pick. That selection is in. The commissioner, Roger Goodell, slowly making his way up to the podium.
Do not be Gray Zabel. Do not be Gray Zabel.
It's not going to be Gray Zabel.
For the love of everything, Seattle Seahawks, do not be Gray Zabel.
I'm not sure what the commissioner's doing there. He seems to have been distracted. He was on
17th
his way
pick
through.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Defensive end out of Texas A&M, Shamar Stewart, on his way to Cincinnati with the 17th overall pick, and the Seattle Seahawks are currently on the clock. And you're wiping sweat from your brow there, Brock.
Yes.
You were sweating that one out.
That to be great.
You
Now
like
they're
that
going to
pick.
break your heart. Now they're gonna break your
That's
heart, bro.
like the biggest Bengal pick ever. Boom or bust. There's like no middle ground with Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, 26 pressures. You know, when you start reading up on a guy, you watch the film, and they start talking about pressures instead of sacks and all that good stuff, you know that you need a bit more production. But what are the Bengals thinking here? All right, we spent a lot of money on offense.
Mm-hmm.
On defense, we just stopped maybe 3 or 4 teams. We're in the playoffs right now. So I think they kind of had to gamble with this one right here and go boom or bust. But need more production out of that young man for sure.
Trey Hendrickson, remember, they're trying to negotiate an extension with him. That's not done yet, and maybe this is insurance without that getting done.
Didn't he have 2 back-to-back? He had back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons.
Trey did, yeah.
And they're not excited about signing him.
All right, that's fine for Shamar. That's enough Bengal talk. What are we doing?
All right, what are we
doing? What are we doing right now, Pump?
Oh, man.
What's going on in that war room?
You said
Right
you wanted to
above
wait,
us.
Bob, to pick 12, 13. We're at 17.
What are we doing? Are we doing the fan pick? If we're doing the fan pick and have all the 12s out there relax and calm down, you're going with Zabel. I think that's one that most people are not going to argue because that's the bigger deficiency in this offense. Me personally, Amanwari is still out there. That he's been on my wish list for that 18 pick just because I feel like he's a guy who can play in the box. He can drop into coverage. He allows – I'm thinking Mike Macdonald.
No, Bob.
Yeah, Brock. I want Mike Macdonald to call the defense the way he wants to call it. And if he has the personnel to do that, you can make up for some stuff on offense. But it's got to be Zabel.
No, I'm with Bump, man.
No, come on, David.
I think it could maybe. I don't know how.
At least give me Jihad Campbell.
Well, that was just about to say before you interrupted me.
Well, good.
No,
you already said it earlier. You already said how much you love that guy.
I like him, but I don't know if Schneider likes him. But it totally makes sense to me to focus on the middle of the defense. And I like Bump safety, Imanwari, and I like Campbell. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think this is going to be one of those that people are going to complain about. They're like, why in the world wouldn't John Schneider take? I can just see it already. So I feel like
because if they go defense and you've got Gray Zabel sitting there, people are going to go, your most pressing need had one of the top 2
What have we
interior
seen?
linemen.
We've seen one trade, right? Just the first trade? The number
Yes.
2 to the number, is that it?
Yeah.
That's the only trade we have seen to
2
this
and
point.
5.
Well, let me, to my and Bump's point, when did they start to get good last year defensively? It was when they fixed their inside backer situation.
Okay.
And so, the middle of the defense, I think, if you got a safety there, I would love to see an inside backer. I mean, can you imagine Jihad Campbell comes in here, him and Ernest Jones could be a tandem at linebacker for the next
Dave, they're playing a
5
game
years.
tomorrow. Who's your left guard and right guard? They play a game tomorrow, week 1. Who is your left guard and right guard?
They feel that they have those players
Who
in
are
the
they?
building.
Who do you want?
Haynes and Lamea?
Yeah, Lamea and Christian Haynes.
You want Christian Haynes
Maybe
and
Sundell,
Lamea.
maybe Timmy.
So you don't think they're going to get better in this offense?
They're going to get better, and they like them.
Yeah.
I want somebody you love. I want somebody that's 6'6", 310 pounds and jumps 37 inches and moves effortlessly.
You think they love Zabel, though? You think they absolutely love Zabel?
He wants them to love Zabel.
I want them to love me like I love them. That's what I want. You know what? When this O-line was dominant? It was when James Carpenter, first-round pick, was left guard. When Max Unger, second-round pick, was center. When Russell Okung, first-round pick, was left tackle. All those guys were unique. They were different. They had some level of athleticism and movement to them. I like Matt Laumea. I really do. I like Bradford. I like Haynes. I want somebody I love that has traits different, like Abe Lucas, like Charles Cross.
I don't know if that's Zabel.
Like that.
I would understand the Zabel pick, but I don't know if Zabel's that guy. I just don't know if he is. And if we know anything about John Schneider, he feels differently about the interior offensive lineman as well. So that's what makes this pick so interesting, because you're rolling with Mike Macdonald, getting that defense right. You're going to make the people happy. What are you going to do, John Schneider?
Well, the pick is in, so it doesn't say anything about a trade to this point. We'll see what the commissioner says, as they were showing a shot of the
Jody Allen in the war room.
Jody, it was a very mellow war room.
Very
Everybody
calm.
just seemed very calm. And,
Unlike this room.
Yeah, we'll see what the pick is, but here he comes, the commissioner making his way out to the podium to tell you who the Seahawks select at number 18.
With the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel, guard, North Dakota State.
There's your guy.
Yes, bro! Yes!
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware of how he feels right now. He's very happy with the North Dakota State guard. 6'5" and 7'8", 312.
You hurt yourself, didn't you?
I did.
I think he
burst a blood vessel.
You deserve it. I hope you have bloodshot eyes tomorrow.
I felt that from Granite Falls to Sultan to Pasco.
I think they heard you upstairs.
Good.
In that spot we're not supposed to walk.
Get a guard, get a center, get a difference maker, and they got him.
When's the last? Has there ever been a guard selected in the first round?
Steve Hutchinson.
Hutch. That's right.
Yep.
How could I forget
And you know what
Hutch?
he was?
Hall of Famer.
An athlete.
Hall of Famer.
I watched Steve
athlete.
Hutchinson after we drafted him. I shared the locker room with him. First day we ran hundreds. I'm like, oh, that guy's different than the rest of them.
Yeah.
And you know what? When this guy's going to run, he's going to look different than Laumea and Bradford and Haynes. I like those guys. And one of the three may be the other guard. But this guy is your starting guard. Your starter.
Go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to say, I think Seahawk fans are going to be just overwhelmingly pleased with this pick, and they're going to think that John Schneider's the biggest genius ever, and they're going to love it. They're going to absolutely love it based on what we've gotten from texts and callers and all of our shows.
Is this the biggest upset that they went with the spot that everybody felt was the need, and they actually drafted the need there? Is that the biggest upset? We all were anticipating a linebacker, maybe a safety. It was going to be basically every other position but O-line.
Sometimes you just do the obvious. Sometimes you do. And that was the tough part about this whole situation, is that you hear John talk over the years, well, we got in trouble because we were picking for need and not actually their best guy. So what this tells me is that they had Zabel evaluated as the best guy on the board. Let's go for him. And you know what? You're right. Zabel can move. You watch him in the Senior Bowl. You watch him at North Dakota. He's great out in space in the screens. He's going to be good moving defensive linemen on that wide zone. I'm not mad at this pick at all. I think it appeases everybody, right? It appeases the fans. You got Brock over here turning bright red, and everyone's happy here.
You see a star. Are you okay? Have you recovered?
I'm a little better now.
Okay,
but that kind of felt good. I'm not gonna lie. I needed to get that out. I've been sitting on that for a while.
Wasn't good for the rest of us.
That shows you how surprised you were they took him, because we're so conditioned to expect them to go another direction.
Not really. I'm not that surprised. Is because of what happened in front of him. Bump said it earlier. When he he's been asked by everybody. Yeah, we get a lot of intel. Yeah, there was a little something in the hallway earlier today that I felt like, okay, they're going to go O-line. But is this, but talk to me at pick 11 or 12. Isn't that what you said right at the start, Bump? By pick 11 and 12, it's obvious. There's not much left, right? John Schneider looks at this, and then they're bored, from what I understand. I've not been privy to the war room. But, as he shared it, and with you guys too, like, here's this grouping, and then where's the ledge? Where's the ledge? Where does it really fall off to the next group? And once Booker is gone and Membu is gone, and these guys are gone and gone and gone, like, okay, that next group, Donovan Jackson, maybe. The kid out of Ohio State, could they have traded Bump? Could they have traded with somebody there? Maybe. But if you lose Zabel and you lose Donovan Jackson, there's a big drop. And that, I say pretty confidently, talking to, some of the bigger evaluators.
I thought this was interesting, maybe the most sort of what encapsulates the feeling right now of our fans and listeners and everything. Carter from Tacoma says, holy bleep, we did it. but really, I mean, that says a lot. Like, everybody was like, yeah, this Gray Zabel guy would be perfect. You look at him and comes out of a really good football program, and, a guard, exactly what they need, a first rounder. And just the fact that, I talked about this with quarterback. If they'd taken a quarterback, I would have been really intrigued by that. But John has different ideas on who is and is not a first rounder. And he loved it. It was a position of need. So those two things came together, because we know that he's never going to draft just because of need. And I thought, wow, maybe if there's like a really good athlete they think will drop back to the second round, whatever, they'll trade that pick. But they did it.
Here's what they're in danger of, right? Because you can look at Zabel, and we evaluate him, and I think that I had him as a first-round grade. I believe you did too. You did, Dave. But you know what's going to happen if and when he struggles early. That's when the fans are going to flip on you so quick. Well, he went to an FCS. Like, how are you really evaluating him against these guys? You got to understand whoever they pick at this spot, because to me, I asked you the question earlier, is this where the talent starts to blend? For me, this is where it starts to blend, around 18, 19, 20, to where, I mean, you're trying to find a diamond in the rough at 18. It sounds weird saying it, but that's essentially what you're trying to do. So I just advise people just to be patient with this young man. I hope he comes out looking nice and moving people or whatnot. But, he's gonna feel a different type of talent. I think he's capable, but just be a bit patient with him.
Is it fair to expect him to be a starter?
Yeah.
Oh, he's starting. So. Absolutely.
Yeah.
18th pick. You're penciled in like Steve Hutchinson was. I think he was picked. You may have to check this. I think he was picked right around here, 17, 18 as well. Yeah. Holmgren didn't want to do it. They had to tell him, like, hey, man, no, this dude's different. Right? And we've had a lot of guards through here. And Roger in Tacoma, I know you're popping champagne right now too, because can't we just draft a guard? And that's exactly what they did. But you know what? Almost all of these guards never had this level of athleticism. And Dave, you played against this scheme, right? You knocked your head against this scheme. You watched this scheme in Denver. This scheme is a scheme of movement and athleticism, and they got one of the better movers at guard in all this draft.
Well, and when you get moved sideways, it's really hard to redirect your momentum and get downhill. And so, yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. This guy we talked about, I think you talked about it, Bump. The kid from Alabama was more like power, but this guy is more about speed and movement. It's perfect.
What did you jump, Dave? What did you jump, Bump?
I think it was like a 36.
Yeah. This guy's, I don't know, 37.
Yeah.
Too long ago.
37
Imagine centimeters back one day.
Oh, they had a guy with like a leather strap. That's about right. It's this long.
Yep. Well, the Buccaneers picking at 19. Their pick is in. The commissioner making his way to the podium to announce their pick, and then we'll be getting close to Shedeur Sanders' time, I would suspect. But here you go.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Bump is clapping. You like him?
I mean, I'm biased. Obviously, he's a baller, but I've watched this kid play football since he was like in 5th or 6th grade in Steilacoom. So I've got to watch him mature, and he's such a good person as well. So when you put that together with what he does on the football field, Not really fast, but he did run a 4.4. He's more football fast, knows how to move. He's really strong with his lower body. The run after the catch is good. It's almost weird because he got buried over there with all the talent at Ohio State, and every now and then, he goes for 100 yards and reminds you that I'm a good ball player too.
Yeah, and they put his comp as JSN up there on the screen.
I think he's a bit stronger, more elusive than JSN.
Smooth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There you go. There you go. All right, the Denver Broncos with the 20th overall pick are on the clock. Our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, Joe Q. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. Bob Stelton, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman taking you through the entire first round. In case you missed it, the Seahawks go guard out of North Dakota State with the 18th overall pick, Gray Zabel. And we've been trying to get a sense of how Brock feels about it. I think he likes it. Is your voice back?
It is. And now that I've got a chance to be collecting myself a little bit after that rage of emotion and adrenaline, I think that was a have to. And I don't think it's a reach, but you know what? You didn't want to overspend in free agency. There were so many guys. Talk about pre-draft visits. They had every free agent O-lineman guard through here, right?
It seemed like Fries was the only one they
And that was maybe
liked.
that was the one they wanted. He didn't want to take a physical, and they didn't want to give him that much dollars without knowing the goods completely. Now with this, they know all the goods, and would have maybe been a little better 22 or 23, maybe. But you know what? You can't take that risk. You just can't take, in my opinion, you couldn't take the risk to wait nor trade down nor make something happen in the second or third rounds. Go get the guy that is different and set apart from the others.
Well, and that, again,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Going back to Steve Hutchinson, I mean, that's the last time they drafted a guard. And I just remember who's the offensive line coach? Alex Gibbs, that used to say, hell, I can get a bum on the highway to play guard. Give me a tackle.
You could in the 90s.
Yeah, but
in the
now it's
2000s.
become incredibly
Not now.
important. Incredibly important.
Not now.
So,
Well,
yeah.
this should be a running back, right, to Denver?
Well, we'll find out. The Broncos have the 20th overall selection, and stepping up to the podium is Roger Goodell.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. Yes. One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. There you go, Sam. Raise that fist up, baby. His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's go Broncos. Thank you. All right, with the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
There you go. They go cornerback out of Texas, do the Denver Broncos, and a little celebrity sighting of all the Bronco fans there. Comedian Brad Williams, Adam Ray's best buddy, was front and center in all of his Broncos garb.
Yeah, he's a big Bronco fan. We had him on the show.
Yeah, that's going to make a lot of Bronco fans upset right there.
Really?
Yeah, they are all the talk was Bo Nix. You got your quarterback. Go surround him. You got Bo Nix. Go get Colston Loveland. Go get Tyler Warren. Go get a receiver. Go get a running back. Go get the second best running back in this draft, Omarion Hampton, who some thought would go to Dallas. Go get him. And instead, it looks like maybe George Payton, the GM, who did the disastrous trade for Russell, but has redeemed himself in the draft, said, I'm sorry, this is the 10th best guy on the board. And I am not letting this nickel corner in that division where I got to cover Kansas City and all the other weapons in that division. I'm not going to let them off the board. So, wow, they turned down offense to go defense at 20.
You like that pick, Bump?
Yeah, I do. I think that when you're in the division that you're in, like Brock pointed out, man, you got to have some versatile guys. And this is a guy who got snaps on the outside, got snaps at that nickel spot, and is versatile. And, yeah, the obvious pick would be to support Bo Nix. And I think you can still do that in this draft. You don't have to do it at pick, 20. But what you need to do is put a defense out there that's capable of giving this man some time. And just a versatile type of player, good ball skills. He breaks on the football. He gives me some ADHD energy sometimes when I watch him play some ball out there. So I like the pick.
I'll tell you, I don't think that there's a position group that's over the last 20 years that's gotten more difficult than corner. If you find a guy that, number one, able to locate the ball while it's in the air, while still playing the receiver, but just all of the things that you can't do, you know? I mean, and we look at this all the time, Brock, of completion percentage for quarterbacks over the years and how it's gotten better and better and better. Now, I know that there's better training and all that, but also, I mean, that is that's a lot of it because of the penalties, you know? So it just makes it very difficult to play corner. And I think a good, you know, valuable, and I'm sure that's what George Payton in Denver would say.
He's kind of a poor man's Devin Witherspoon. He plays that nickel. He could play outside at corner. He played a little safety at Texas. I think they kind of view him as a little bit of a poor man's Spoon. And I'll say this, here we go now. Not to, if you got anything more on Barron. Now it gets interesting. Now here come the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh Steelers, and the screen is all focused on Dion and Shador and somebody wearing a giant hat. And,
That's Gilly. That's Gilly. He's a rapper. He's a rapper.
It's not a giant hat.
How do you know you're comedians and you don't know you're rappers, Bob?
Well, it's interesting. It's an interesting. But, it is a giant hat. But this is going to be the guy that the camera's on each pick, and this is where everybody expected he's going to go.
Bump and I were talking during the break, and we know some different people, and I think the whole Shador to Pittsburgh was a smokescreen.
Really?
I really do. And chatting with a few people that are pretty connected to that organization, Tomlin, it's old school, and he's old school, and I know the DK and Pickens, and I just have felt.
You think they're holding out hope for Aaron Rodgers, or what?
Maybe Kirk Cousins. I mean, if you ask me, would I rather have the next 2-3 years with DK and Pickens' personality or a rookie? I'd rather have Kirk Cousins. I'd rather, a run game, a defense, some of those pieces Kirk did not have. Atlanta played no defense this year. He was bad. He come off of the Achilles. But if I'm Pittsburgh and I'm Arthur Smith, and my job is kind of starting to get give me a veteran that's been there and done it before. But we'll see.
Well, we're going to find out. The Steelers selection is in. Roger Goodell making his way to the podium to make the announcement on the 21st overall pick.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
Ooh, a little mixed reaction from the crowd there. A lot of people pinning their hopes on Shador Sanders. They go defense and go with the lineman out of Oregon, 6'4.5", 313-pound Derek Harmon. What do you think?
What? What'd you say? How big is he?
313 pounds.
You're fascinated.
6'4.5".
Well, human beings are getting bigger, Brock, over the years.
Yeah, but many of them run like this. So Tosh Lapoy is D coordinator. I texted the other day and said, what do you think? He 3 years at Michigan State, 3 sacks, 1 year at Oregon, 5. 3 years at Michigan State, 8 tackles for loss, 1 year at Oregon, 11. It came on this year. And I said, you think he's going to go first? And he said, absolutely. There is 0.0 chance that young man's not in the first round just because that activity level bump, that size, that movement, that power, again, right there near the football D-tackle.
Well, this tells me two things. The Pittsburgh Steelers are known for their defense, right? So the pick surprises you, but it doesn't at the same time. The other thing it makes me question is just, all right, then who's going to draft Shador Sanders then? Next up, you got the Chargers. They got a quarterback. Green Bay has a quarterback. Vikings have a quarterback. Houston has a quarterback. L.A. Now, this is the conspiracy theory my co-host Stacey Rost went with. She says, look, I think the Rams might be picking up their future quarterback at number 26, whether it be Jackson Dart or Shador Sanders. So we'll see if she's right.
Well, the Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock. We're going to come back with our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, JOEQ. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Back to live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton.
On Seattle Sports. YouTube the app in your smart speaker.
The first round rolls on as we continue our coverage live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus taking you through the entire first round. The L.A. Chargers are on the clock right now with the 22nd overall pick, awaiting their decision. The story now becomes, where does Shedeur Sanders land? It feels like this happens every couple of years. It's always about a quarterback, whether you're talking about, back in the day with Aaron Rodgers, and they were doing a little montage before this whole thing started with Brady Quinn and Johnny Manziel, and it feels like the latest person in that group is Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, man, you rattled off those teams drafting here. Unless someone comes up and trades, which we do see, but it's usually later in the first round because these teams all still have needs, right? Chargers have need at a wide receiver, and gosh, I think there's a few wide receivers here on the board, and a few of them that you really like I do, Bump. So you just kind of run through the next 6, 7, 8 teams. None of them, they all have their franchise quarterbacks. They've all paid their franchise quarterbacks. So unless a team comes up into the first round, or maybe Stacey Rost's L.A. Rams, but let's remember who's also there and who's not there. Jackson Knapp said, I'm good. Came to Green Bay, didn't get enough tickets. I probably heard he wasn't going to be a first, and he's back home. Jalen Milroe is there. And I just, I don't think that's out of total happenstance. And if you're the Rams, do you take a Shedeur that's got no real plus trait other than some accuracy? Or do you take a Jalen Milroe that's got a freaky plus trait, being able to run?
I love that. And I think it's, I don't want to say it's the future of the NFL, but last year, how many times I was just like, Gino, take off running. Take off running. Because first of all, it's a nightmare especially if you're a linebacker, particularly if you're a slow-footed linebacker. And then, I'm not saying this is my number one reason or anything, but it is a factor that defenses don't know what to do.
That's right.
How do I tackle this guy? And you can get yourself in all kinds of trouble and put your team in trouble, and you can get kicked out of the game and things like that. So, yeah,
Are you speaking from experience?
Yeah, I did get kicked out of a game. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a legitimate offensive threat. And so I love looking at Milroe and watching him run, and, and it looks like he can throw the ball. I like him.
You go running back or receiver here, Chargers, Bump? Got a pretty good O-line, or maybe it's Donovan Jackson, though.
They just grabbed a running back. Who did the Chargers pick up? Najee, right? Najee Harris over there?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so maybe you get a guy there, but I think that it's about whatever makes Justin Herbert better. I'm tired of hearing about he's a top 5 talent in the league, and he doesn't make a good push into the playoffs. So if I'm the Chargers, I'm going who they think is the best offensive player to help out Justin.
We found out that Jim Harbaugh really likes his quarterback this year.
He's a beast, right?
He's a beast.
I call him a beast. I call him beast. You hear that?
Jihad Campbell is on the board, by the way. Just looking at the highest-rated players left, it's Omarion Hampton, the running back, Golden, the receiver from Texas, Jihad Campbell, the linebacker from Bama, the big safety, obviously, Emin Wari, who many were hyped about, Will Johnson, a guy that he knows from Michigan, a corner. That's, I think, also a perimeter need for the Chargers. They're pretty good around the ball. They have a little more need out on the perimeter. There's 3, 4, 5 guys, man, as I say that, and you rattled off those teams coming up as well. I think you're going to see a bunch of those names go to a bunch of those places.
Who would you bump before we get to the Chargers pick? Who would you rather be catching passes from, Jalen Milroe or Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, man, Milroe is the more athletic quarterback. He will make sure I'm on time. But that's the thing about Shedeur Sanders is that he's on time too, and we've seen quarterbacks that look like Shedeur have success in the league or play like him have success in the league. The tough part is when you're looking at a specimen like Milroe at this point of the draft, and even a Jackson Dart is a better athlete than Shedeur, and saying, all right, what are the possibilities? They open up a different chapter in the playbook than Shedeur Sanders can open up, but see what the Chargers do.
Yeah, well, the Chargers selection is in. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Roger Goodell stepping up to the podium with the Chargers pick.
Prior to this pick.
With the 22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
So there you go, some offense as you were talking about, Brock. Give Herbert some help back there. 5'11 3/4, 221 pounds.
Oh, look at you.
They took my comp.
Look at you.
They took my comp.
Stop listening to us, NFL Network. Do your own work.
No, this young man is powerful, and there's a toughness to his game that I feel like is going to fit well in the NFL. But here's the thing, too. You need a 1-2 combo in this league. Unless you have a Derrick Henry, unless you have a Saquon Barkley, you need a legit 1-2 combo. Najee Harris, 4 seasons in a row with over 1,000 yards. You add this young man to the mix, you might add 2 more years to Najee Harris' football life. I like this pick for the Chargers. It makes Justin Herbert better because you can run the rock.
Yeah, Najee Harris had Tyler Warren as the 1-2 punch there in Pittsburgh, and it kind of takes me back to Jim Harbaugh. Remember when he had Frank Gore down there?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And this
I
guy
know
looks
you
like
love this for LA. Like, this is Jim Harbaugh. Like, this is who you are, man. Hang your hat on something, Dave.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what you're going to do. Walk it. And you know what? Yeah, we get Najee Harris. You're right, Bump. You could have probably said we got our guy in free agency.
All right.
This is the best dude. This is the second best running back, right behind Genty. Right, this is the second best guy. He's right in the top 12, and you're going to get him in the 20s because of the run on all the big people. Now you're going to see some of these more perimeter and skill guys, I think, get a run.
It's just interesting to see 2 running backs so far go in the first round when years leading up to this.
There might be more, by the way.
Yeah,
Travion
that's what I'm saying so far.
Yep.
But the years leading up to this, the narrative had been running backs. You don't spend high-end draft
picks.
That's
why 300,000 people are there. You know why? One of the beauties of the NFL, too, is it's never stagnant.
Yeah. It's just how it's morphing and changing. I feel like the Saquon Barkley year and the attention it got had a big impact on what fans wanted, maybe what some GMs wanted, and maybe there was a reluctance to spend first-round picks or second-round picks even because I know the Seahawks got criticized for it, spending a second-round pick. Why would you do that? You can get a good running back in the 5th, the 4th, the 5th, 7th, what have you, and here you got 2 running backs so far in the first round.
How about what Saquon Barkley? I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because, we talked about the offensive line, the defensive line, how important that is. But just like, the year that he had, but that highlight, I know it's just one play, but when you jump over somebody backwards,
absurd.
And that was so good for, I feel like, for running backs. And I'm wondering if there's going to be kind of a resurgence there, because running backs get screwed. The only people that are paid less are, if you look at the cap numbers, are special team players. I think tight ends are around there somewhere.
So talk to me, Dave. I got a question for you. Right?
Yeah.
Why does this happen? Why does the cycle change? You'll hear a narrative, and you talk to me. You play defense. I didn't. And the narrative is, well, now everybody's protected against the big play. We're all playing this shell, some form of some two safety. It's not cover two, but we're just keeping everything in front of us.
Right.
And there's no Cam Chancellor on the line of scrimmage unblocked. Right? He's back there playing safety now. Do you think that's why, as this game just goes back and forth in scheme, there's more opportunity for these running backs?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't, everything changes. I mean, I remember at one point, tight ends were almost eliminated from the game in the early 2000s. I mean, I remember the Patriots and the Dolphins playing in that division, and they'd have 4 wide receivers most of the time. And now, you get a couple of players that come along.
Tony Gonzalez,
like
probably, in the
Gronk
early 2000s.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple
Shockey.
of guys.
Yep.
But, and I think the biggest problem as far as, predicting some kind of a running back comeback is, and I learned this anytime I got my hands on the ball in the NFL, which was 3 times, guys.
How many?
3.
Okay.
3 interceptions.
Yep.
You realize everybody's trying to kill you. You
never recovered a fumble?
I did.
See?
I just mean,
Don't diminish yourself, Dave.
Okay.
You're freaking
Let me get through this, Brock, okay? No, but I mean, you're just getting pounded.
Yes.
And I don't know how you ever, correct that. I mean, a lot of times we'll look at a running back and go, he played in 13 games. And I'm like, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Take a beating.
Yeah, because
Yes.
they're taking a beating. So, I don't know if that's going to change just because of that. But
My stats say you had
do
the ball
see the
15
pendulum
times, Dave.
swing.
My stats say 15. 12 recovered fumbles, 3 picks.
Oh, well, thank you.
There you go. The career gets better and better every day. Meanwhile, the Green Bay Packers are on the clock with the 23rd overall pick, followed by the Minnesota Vikings. We'll get you up to speed on everything happening in the 2025 NFL Draft as our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, Joe Q. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right?
That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed a musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
The draft rolls on. The Packers making the announcement of their pick here, pick number 23. Let's send it out there right now.
Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes. We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver.
Listen to this crowd.
Oh, baby. Matthew Golden, wide receiver of Texas.
It appears Packer fans are happy with the selection of wide receiver Matthew Golden out of Texas going to the Packers, and that was their, I guess, the president of the Green Bay Packers making that announcement, and sounds like the fan base approves.
Mark Murphy? Yeah, I think he played in the league for a number of years. I think he played for the then Washington Redskins, but yeah, Green Bay guy. And what do you think about Golden?
He looked real excited.
Yeah, he didn't look very excited. I wonder if he thought he was going to go a little bit higher, but
he did.
I liked what I saw on film from him, but yeah, what'd you guys see?
After spending 2 days in Green Bay, too, he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to
get it's a little muted, his
he's
excitement
not bouncing
right now.
off the walls like Travis was or the other guys.
We receivers, baby. We keep it cool. You know
Is
how
that
we
what it
do
is? Is that what
we keep it cool over there.
He doesn't want that. What's hanging from his necklace?
What would be your suit? What would you go with?
My
Paul?
suit, I'm so basic. I'd probably look like Cam, or just all black or something. That's not my style. You know what I mean?
None of this?
No, it works for him though.
What would you call that? That's like gold lame with a bow tie.
Sure.
Now, this dude can go.
Yeah, speed for days is my note on this guy. Speed 4 days.
What's he listed at?
It's like 5'10", 5'11".
5'11", 191.
Yeah, so he's 5'10", about $185 then.
And he ran 4.29.
Yeah.
He's a burner.
Just get him the football. It just enhances that wide receiver group. We already have Dobbs who had his moments. You got Watson as well. Tucker at the tight end position who's good. You you want to see Jordan Love continue to progress because, correct me if I'm wrong, Brock, he took a step back a few games this year.
He
you know,
did.
so you make your quarterback feel comfortable. Go get him another weapon.
I'll give a little shout out to my co-host in the morning, and part of the reason I think we were so heavy, like many, on drafting O-linemen, is he said you got to earn the right to draft these perimeter players, and nobody is better in the NFL than developing their offensive line than Green Bay. Like, they draft and develop, and John has said that, and the folks in this building have said it. Nobody's done it better than Green Bay over the years. Their O-line is pretty darn good. They've got their quarterback, and now you've got a legitimate every single snap. You better know where he is. You know, I don't know how physical he is. He didn't do it for 3 or 4 years. He obviously, can just burn and run, but there's a reason he went 23 in this draft, because the consistency is something that he's got to grow with, and Green Bay finally drafts a receiver in the first round, as Mr. Murphy said.
What'd you say? He earned the right to what?
To take a skill position. Like, earn the right, build up your O-line and D-line. So earn the right to get people on the perimeter. Get those skill guys, get those difference makers. Because if you're not solidified up front, we've seen that.
Earn the right to get them early, like first rounders, because you can find decent receivers late, but you don't make this move, like you said, unless you're solid everywhere else.
Yeah, they've got his comp as Brandon Cooks. You think that's accurate?
I think so. Cooks could really run. He could scoot, man. His feet were like never on the ground. But he's bounced around a bunch. He's been like 7 different teams, Mr. Cooks. Yeah, that is hilarious because this guy just spent 2 days in Green Bay. And I think part of him was like, this has been a really fun experience.
But I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Now he's like, oh, shoot. Now I got to look for a house, an apartment around here somewhere. Do they have apartments out here? What is this place?
Well, do you guys think that maybe the NFL, we're in the midst of a change here? Whether it's running the ball with running backs, but mostly the offensive line. And, you talked about how big these guys are getting. And, I mean, I would sure love to see that because here's the other thing. Offensive line play is like the most misunderstood play. When people try to evaluate it and everything, and I'll be honestly, even for me, if we go into a game, I'm just want to quickly look at the offensive line, I'll go, okay, how many sacks and how good is their run game? But it's really difficult to judge, who is or is not a good offensive lineman. But it is very obvious that there's been very poor play. And when you talk to Schneider, it's like, okay, 5 or 6 people maybe have the offensive lineman that they want.
Yep.
So, and we've talked about it on our show that, like, hey, if you have like 3, I mean, it's like a starting rotation. If you got, 3 really good fireballers and then a couple guys you can get by with.
Yep.
So I don't know.
What we'll see tomorrow?
I'm wondering if we're gonna see that kind of change.
A lot of receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to see, like, to your point about you earn the right early to take a receiver because you got to build up the O-line. And I think we'll continue to see through the end of this round, some of these teams, the Texans, some of these, the Vikings, they still need help up front. And, boy, there's not much supply left when you're talking big difference-making offensive lineman, Dave.
Minnesota Vikings pick is in at number 24. As soon as the commissioner comes out, we'll send you there. But quickly, is the struggle with the O-line more about identifying talent, developing talent? What's the bigger issue? Think about that as Roger Goodell steps up to the podium to make the announcement on the Minnesota Vikings pick at number 24.
With the 24th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
There you go, another interior O-lineman off the board going to Minnesota. I was trying to figure out why they were booing him so much more now. It's the Vikings that they're booing, that are picking there. But when you talk about the struggles, though, is it identifying, they're just not great at identifying talent or not great at developing it, or maybe the third option is just the scheme doesn't fit?
Well, number one, the biggest challenge for the majority of these teams is the pinched supply chain that John was talking to you guys about and has over the last 2-3 weeks, last 2-3 years. There's just not the most supply of those guys, number one.
They're not getting developed. Sorry to interrupt. They're not getting developed in college, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. You don't get pads on. David Shaw, ask him what happened at Stanford. How do you guys win for all those years and then not win? Well, they didn't let us hit. They took away two-a-days. They took away our ability to callus and strain and develop guys.
Right.
And we don't have that opportunity to do it. You come here to this league, you get 10 practices on the field. The NFLPA is up there videotaping them, and you better not have too much contact.
Yeah.
So,
right. I mean, you can get penalized. You can get draft choices taken away from you.
Second trade of the day, the New York Giants have moved into the number 25 spot. So are we looking at Shedeur Sanders here?
Definitely. It has to be.
Yes.
It has to be. You're not going to go into the season. Respect to Russell Wilson, but he's a bridge quarterback at this point. Respect to Jameis Winston. He's the most charismatic backup you've ever seen in your life. But you want to develop. You want to develop a guy for that receiver you got over there, Malik Neighbors. This is where Shedeur goes for sure.
You agree, Brock?
Gracious, that QB room.
Winston, Shedeur Sanders, and Russell Wilson.
You know what that QB room is?
Gosh.
A lot. If you think I'm a lot on a draft night, a lot of Russ, Jameis, and Shedeur in one QB room.
Yeah.
Well, Russ is, it's not like he's, well, I don't know. Maybe he is hard to get along with. I remember Sherm used to give him a lot of heat. And, yeah, they didn't.
Well, you can ask
like
the folks in Denver or Pittsburgh. He's not been the easiest cat to get along with. So, but you know what? He's at a different age and stage in his career as well. So, yeah, we'll see.
Well, we'll see what they do if they're adding to the draft, if the quarterback room, or is it going to be Shedeur?
Well, it's going to be a quarterback. It can't.
It's got to be.
It can't not be Shedeur.
Who's the other quarterback on the route? Tommy.
Parmesan chicken.
No, they need a lineman to protect their franchise quarterback over there.
What's his last name?
Cutlets. Isn't it Cutlets?
No.
Chicken parm? No?
What's his name?
Mojito?
Tommy.
Movito?
DeVito.
Chicken parm.
It's getting late, Bob.
It's Cutlets, so that's his nickname, Cutlets, right? Tommy Cutlets.
Yeah. Well, their pick is in. They traded up with Houston to move
It has
into
to be a
the
quarterback.
number 20.
We can agree with
quarterback. So
If this
Shedeur, Jackson Dart,
if this is not
Milroe.
Shedeur, if this is not Shedeur, what is prime?
Outside of those three, is there another possibility outside of Shedeur, Jackson Dart, or Milroe?
I mean,
it's gotta be one of
Shuck,
those
but
three.
no.
Shuck was the biggest
Hype,
gas I've seen in years. I watched the film. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is everybody seeing? Oh, he's 26. He's got all these snaps. Okay, he's just been behind. He's moved. He's bounced around, but he'll get drafted eventually. But it's been too much gas.
To
for me.
Dave's point, Dave, your point earlier is kind of stuck into my five head here about quarterbacks that can create. That this league has become a league where you've got to create. You've got to be able to move. It doesn't mean you've got to be a runner, but you've got to extend plays and break down teams, third down, red zone. Again, that's an area Shedeur versus like a Jackson, Dart. Like Dart ran for a lot of yards in the SEC, a lot of touchdowns. But can New York possibly do that and not take Shedeur?
Dart got better every year too. Touchdowns went up, completion percentage got better. They opened up the playbook for him a bit more. He probably gave himself the best comparison because he compared himself to Jalen Hurts. I'm like, all right, kid, let me see. And I watched the film and I was like, yeah, that's pretty accurate. You are a Jalen Hurts. And what do teams do in the NFL? Once a team wins, you start to mimic what they did. And who knows? Maybe it's Dart.
So here's the trade. 25th overall pick goes to the Giants in exchange for a second-round pick, number 34 overall, third-round pick, 99 overall, and a 2026 third-round pick, all going to the Houston Texans as they zero in on Shedeur. Look at that thing around his neck. I've never seen anybody wear something that big. That's hard to describe. How would you describe that?
You describe it as
Superman.
A chain link with diamonds on it.
You could pull a semi with that chain, and the medallion is a serving plate. It's huge. But we'll see if he's the one. But
so DJ wasn't right on the Seahawks at 18. He was right on the Giants coming back in this draft. And looking at that compensation, right, what DJ presented earlier yesterday to us, that looks kind of right, So looking back at it, if they called Seattle at 18 and said, hey, you want to do this? I'm really glad John didn't. Because Donovan Jackson's off the board, and there is no way that Gray Zabel
would still be there.
Would still be on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Bob, I'm happy that you and I were wrong.
That they didn't trade?
Yeah, we both thought we were convinced he was
convinced they were going to trade out.
Yeah.
Even if like Zabel was there? Or?
Yeah, I thought they were trading back. How far back, I don't really know, but I thought they'd trade out of that spot.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to watch this now and see what's going to go on with this pick here because as you mentioned, Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson there, who fits in there? Do they look at one of these guys and say, okay, whether it's Shedeur, whether it's Jackson Dart, whether it's Milroe, do they feel like, all right, we're going to let him sit for a year, and we're going to let one of these guys, maybe Russell, be the guy that leads the way for a year. He's the bridge. Not put all the pressure on this kid's shoulders the way they did with Danny Dimes out there. Maybe they feel like they rushed it a bit. I don't know. It feels like they've got a guy that they can be serviceable for a year.
All I know is I hope we see a shot of Deion. If this is not Shedeur Sanders, they've got it. I bet you Deion's off camera now, right? Like, this has gotten so far down the line here at 25. They're not going to have a shot at Deion if this is not Shedeur, right?
No, you shouldn't. And I want to see if Shedeur keeps that fake smile on. That's a nervous reaction he's got going on right now.
Maybe you can get a shot of him, but it's going to cost you extra.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're going to find out right now. Is the commissioner making his way to the podium? The second trade of the day taking place. Let's see who the Giants traded up to select.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
Ooh-wee. Jackson Dart.
Wow.
Jackson Dart
should have gone.
Look like
headed
Jake and Logan Paul right now.
To the New York Giants. That's not nice. Yeah, so there you go. You see a very excited, happy Jackson Dart. We'll see if they cut to Shedeur Sanders and Deion and what's going on there. But the Giants trade up. Only the second trade of the day, by the way. We kept hearing about all these teams were motivated to trade back and move out. And so far, just 2 trades in the first round. We'll continue to keep you up to date on what's going on. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock, or actually their pick is in. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock with the 27th overall pick, and we've got you covered on all of it as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Your home for the Seahawks and the 2025 NFL Draft.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from Seahawks HQ at the VMAC in Renton.
Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Come on, man!
Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
I'm here with the experts, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, taking you through the entire first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. After having just one trade very early in the draft, we've had back-to-back trades where the Houston Texans and the New York Giants made a trade. The Giants move up to take Jackson Dart. The Rams and the Atlanta Falcons trade. The Falcons move up to 26 to make their selection. We'll find out what that is in a moment. The Baltimore Ravens at 27 are currently on the clock. And by the way, your co-host is out there shaking his head at you in disgust over your yelling.
Over my what?
You're yelling, your excitement over that pick.
I don't even know. What did I do? I don't even remember. But I do like Gray Zabel's line that Brady Henderson just tweeted out from, I guess he was on the phone with all the local media. And let me get exactly what that line was.
You know, you can make the text bigger. You don't have to squint like that.
I know. I don't know where I'm going to find it. But he said, what's he about to do? What's he going to do tonight? Now
start crushing some Busch Lights, baby.
Get after all
Let's
these
go.
Busch Lights.
I like them already.
You know what? That's the kind of guard you want, right, Dave?
Yes, that's exactly right.
He's an everyman.
What if you saw like a picture of him on Twitter and he's sipping champagne with his pinky extended? Yeah, you don't want that out of the guard.
Not out of the guard.
You want a guy with a case of Busch Light next to him.
It looks like Atlanta, by the way, made their pick.
Yeah, James Pierce Jr., edge rusher out of Tennessee, going to the Atlanta Falcons. So they moved up to grab him.
And remember, they got Jalen Walker earlier.
Yeah, they're on a mission.
Yes, they are. We got our quarterback, we got our weapons, and now after being horrific a year ago, and oh, by the way, they have the Husky from last year that they drafted in, second or third round that tore his ACL. He'll be coming back as an edge rusher as well, so... Yeah, some of these teams know thyself, and they know what they need, and I think you'd put Atlanta near the top of that list.
So 6 picks to go. Again, the Ravens are on the clock, followed by Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, and the Philadelphia Eagles to round out your first round.
So save for a trade, Shedeur not going the first round.
He's not going to be a first-round pick.
He's out of there.
See somebody jumping up to the top of the second round to grab him? You see the move wasn't that a Will Levis move? He fell out of.
I mean, Pittsburgh still needs QB, right?
Yeah.
They line up tomorrow. It's Mason Rudolph, and that's it. So they still need a quarterback, and they're going to look a whole lot smarter if they come up and trade into the top of the second round. And
New Orleans still needs a quarterback. You know, they're 40, so Steelers got to leapfrog them, I guess, in the second round.
Does Cleveland have the first pick of the second round?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, a couple things about Gray Zabel. Number one, he's rocking a mustache. I kind of like that in a guard. The other thing is, we got a writer, Zach. He kind of looks like Zach.
A little bit.
He does.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And also, he likes Busch Lights. So
just like this guy Seattle. More and more.
Welcome to Seattle, man. It's starting to, like, Brock had his big scream thing, and he's done. He's spent. But it's starting to, like, settle in that, like, man, it couldn't have worked out better. I feel like, I mean, they were talking about getting an offensive tackle, and I was like, I'm just not, like, they don't really need that. But
unless they aren't certain about what right tackle.
Abe Lucas is always, just because of the injury, but they love him. But yeah, getting that, and then let's say those two work out, and then Zabel, then you got three, what I talked about earlier, you got 3 of the 5, and a lot of times, and Ray will always say this about how, if you have a really good guard, he can help the center out and vice versa. And so, yeah, if you have 3 guys that you're set at offensive line and that they're like Pro Bowl potential players, which if you're a first rounder, and that's what Moyer said, he didn't mean instantly, but like that's a Pro Bowl player down the road.
Okay, hypothetical here. All right, as we're getting close to this first round ending, we're sitting here and I'm looking at a couple guys, and this is the point of the draft where I think we've learned over the years, and after the fact, we learned like there's a little more injury history there. There was a medical there. There was something there that just on paper you're like, this guy should be drafted by now. But
I'm sorry, with who?
Just with a prospect or a player in general. Right. There's got to be something going on.
John told us today, by the way, because I asked him, has your opinion on this draft changed at all from the day you walked in, started looking at it versus where you are now? And he said, yeah, some areas, some are medical things. Some are, so yeah, you're right. The medical things pop up, and maybe were high on this player, and now not so high.
Okay, so hypothetical, Dave, because we talked about Jahad Campbell earlier. Unique talent. We talked about him in Warrior. You talked about him in Warrior at 18, Bump. Like, this dude's a different caliber guy. We're in the mid-20s, late 20s here, nearing the end of the first round. Is there any part of you, if you're upstairs in the war room going, we got 2 seconds, 2/3, fourth, we got some ammunition. Is there any part of you that's sitting up there tonight going, hey, do we want to move a second and a third? Do we want to come up today and a second, a third, a sixth, or second, third next year, or whatever it is, to come up and get either Campbell or Emmanwori?
As far as, looking at, because you got to look at the roster and how you fill your roster in, and this is part of it, right?
Yes.
So, I'm not sure where they are on that, but I would say it's fairly unlikely. Now, John did, and this wasn't a hint, I don't think, but he said before, I said, yeah, you guys don't usually trade up, and he's like, I wouldn't say that, or he kind of downplayed that part of it. But Bob pinned him down today, and he said, yes, we've moved back more than we've moved up. No question.
But they've come up in the second round, especially Jaron Reed and Derek
More about
Hall.
the first round.
Correct.
Yeah.
But if these guys have very similar grades, right? And Bump, you asked a great question earlier. Is it starting to feel like these things are blending together? Here we go. We'll get Roger.
Yeah, Ravens selection at number 27 being announced here in a moment by Roger Goodell stepping up to the podium.
With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
So there you go, Malachi Starks at number 27, going to the Baltimore Ravens.
See, Emmanwori still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I just was looking at, I think it was DJ's second to last mock. He had him at 15. So
if Emmanwori was coming out of the draft 15 years ago, he would not be on the board today
because
he'd play Cam Chancellor's strong safety,
different kind of
at the line of scrimmage. We'll play a post defense, and we will put him around the ball. But in today's NFL, where you have got to cover and you got to play half the field, and even DJ said this about Emmanwori, better at the line of scrimmage, doing the stuff, deep half, Jamal Adams, like don't put him closer to the ball.
All right, 5 picks to go in the first round. The Detroit Lions are currently on the clock. We're taking you through the entirety of the first round as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Their experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Friends of Waterfront Park is announcing the Meet Me at Waterfront Park 5K on May 31st. Kick off a season of celebrations leading up to the grand opening of Waterfront Park with this all-abilities race. Experience Seattle's reimagined waterfront and be a part of history with this first ever 5K at Waterfront Park. Presented by Brooks Running, Seattle's new Waterfront Park is being built for you. Come and enjoy it. 5K registration and full schedule of events at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
First round rolls on, and our coverage continues here live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman with you, taking you through the entirety of the first round. The Detroit Lions pick is in. We'll get that announcement here momentarily. The Washington Commanders are on the clock, followed by the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, and Philadelphia Eagles. Roger Goodell stepping up to the podium now to announce the Lions pick at number 28.
With the 28th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
All right, going defensive line are the Detroit Lions, who have one of the best O-lines in the league. So they're addressing the defensive side of the ball with a guy who's got
Upper torque, quick hands, huh? I like good upper torque. That's been my assessment of him the whole time. Dave's sick of me
I
talking
can
about
attest
it.
to that.
He's like, enough about the guy's upper torque.
Bob's big on torque. Big on torque.
You like this move?
Yeah, I'm looking here. I don't see him in the top 60 of Daniel Jeremiah's. So this is a
little reach.
This is a need. Like, they got edge dudes. They invested in corners. We know their offense and their O-line. Yeah, their D-line was decimated by injuries, and this is, to me, a position of need. Stout dude, right in the middle. He is strong. He's going to stop the run. Not a whole bunch in the passing game, but Detroit doesn't really care. Like, of all the honey badgers out there, like, I just don't really care. It's them. It's, Jack Campbell. It's a running back in the first round, Jack Campbell. Like, we don't care. This is a need, and we love this player.
You can trust that about the Lions, that they're going to find their type of guy, because what they've done over the last 4 or 5 drafts, it's been fun to watch. They signed Roy Lopez so far this offseason, Levy as well. Like you mentioned, that defense was beat up on last year. And the fun part for me about the Lions is how important were your coordinators, Campbell? Like, how important was the OC? How important was the DC? You still got your influence and obviously your people in the building, but can you repeat what you did the last few years? This is we know what type of guy we like pick.
Hey, you two offensive players, and Bump, you're coaching all the time. When they say the scheme, like the coaching and the scheme, how that can fix, how much can that fix a run game? At what point do you go, okay, enough of that, we need talent, we don't have the right guys, things like that. Now, they're addressing that, obviously, with Gray's Able, but as far as, like, how much can that mitigate if you don't have a running game that's going that, hey, we're going to run this scheme and we're going to get really good at it?
I like scheme, but sometimes it's overrated because you talk about the Kubiak offense, right? And everyone's expecting this outside zone. You think they're not going to run power? You think they're not going to trap a guy? You think they're not going to run counter? Of course they're going to do that stuff. The scheme is just this is what our first punch is going to be, right? This is how we're going to set everything up. But then you got to play football. You can't just run the same concepts and the same stuff all the time. When it comes to the pass game, it's more of, okay, am I isolating my receivers on the outside, or am I using my slot receivers running across the field or whatnot? I look at, like, the old school Pittsburgh Steelers offense, where it was like, all right, you need 2 big receivers on the outside, a tight end, 2 running backs, and you got to win on the outside. Towards now, when you look at, like, the Rams and the Niners or whatnot, you need guys who are good horizontally east to west, who can find space. So scheme means something, but at some point there are plays that every football team is going to run. Scheme is just your first punch and how you set it up.
I would argue that Jimmys and Joes matter more in the passing game.
Yeah.
Who's throwing it and who can run and separate and catch, and the X's and O's matter more in the running game. Because if you have somebody that goes right and the other guy goes left, you have one misstep. Dave, you said earlier, like, I got to the NFL, and they're like, you have to take this step. And you were like, well, why? Because you have to.
Yeah.
Because if you take one wrong step, you are dead in this league. And we saw quite a bit, I think, in this run game and have for some years here, some miscommunication. Like, I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know who they are and what they want to be. I mentioned I ran into a few people, and you know the names here of the new O-line coach, Benton and Dennison. I mean, they are throwing more resources than they've ever thrown at that situation to try to get all those guys on the same X's and O's.
Yeah.
By the way, Commander's pick is in. We'll get that announcement here shortly. The Buffalo Bills on the clock, followed by the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. So far, I would guess the big story for the casual fan coming out of this so far is the fall of Shedeur Sanders, who has yet to be picked. Most thought he would go 21 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The other quarterback taken, Jackson Dart, with the Giants moved up. We all thought, all right, that's Shedeur. Right, that's going to be him. They traded back up to move on into the 25th pick with Houston, and they go Jackson Dart over Sanders.
Brock, let me ask you this: is there a world where Milroe gets picked before Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, could be, be. Because he has a plus, like,
how big is that world, bro?
Is it flat, bro?
I don't know. But I'll say this, too, in chatting with different evaluators over these months as they're showing Shedeur. And
he's still smiling.
He is.
Yeah, you better keep smiling.
And a bunch of them said, you know what? There's no real upside for me to report some of the things I'm hearing. There's no upside for me to deal with Dion. Some of the outrage, some of the whatever's going to come if I am critical of Shedeur Sanders. And I think this is kind of one of those instances where they couldn't really, say it publicly, but, privately, there's not a lot of plus traits that he brings to the table.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing to me that you would show up to a pro day and be watching it just going, oh my God, what's going on here?
Yeah, it took him, and he got it going. He made some good throws, and all QBs do in that setting. But yeah, I just kept coming back to that. What is a plus? I'd ask you, what's a plus trait?
Do you think that's just his personality? It takes him a while to get going?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think so.
Well, let's get the announcement on the Commanders selection here. Pick number 29 overall.
29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Conerly Jr.
Here we go.
Tackle, Oregon.
Another Oregon lineman goes. This is an O-lineman, Josh Conerly Jr., going to the Washington Commanders, number 29 overall. So the Buffalo Bills now on the clock. You like that pick?
A great fit there. I mean,
somebody to protect your quarterback.
Yeah, and he was an RPO, kind of guy at Oregon with what they do. So much movement there. He's a local boy, man. He's Rainier Beach, right down the road.
Beach Boys.
Yep, 5-star. Got away from Washington, went down there to Oregon, started the last 2 years, and he's 21, man. Kelvin Banks is 21. Tyler Booker's 21. This guy's 21. I mean, they are still just think of what they're going to be in 2 and 3 years.
Yeah.
If they're this dynamic and athletic and powerful now, they're going to keep growing into that. Good for him, man. Always love to see. We see now Stillicum represented, Rainier Beach represented. So some local boys done good tonight.
I had to coach against this kid. He played D-line and O-line.
Oh.
And we're trying to run the football. We're trying to throw the football. My head coach is in my ears. What can we do? I said nothing, because that kid is going to play in the NFL one day.
That's a bad answer. We can't do anything.
Yeah, I had that against. I had to coach against Isaiah Stanback, and my head coach comes over and he's like, "We need somebody to cover him," and I'm like, "We don't have that guy. He doesn't exist." So, yeah, and I remember one time he takes off on a run, and their entire offense took a knee all at the same time, like it was planned, and then he just weaved his way down and ran for like an 80-yard touchdown.
Didn't Jake Heaps do that to you guys too?
No, Heaps, he threw for a lot of yards.
Yeah,
against my defense, and that was another one where I'm like, we don't have anybody.
Yeah, we don't have that guy.
So that was your answer.
Yeah,
nothing. We can't do anything.
Just run the clock.
You guys want to know a little something here? I'm looking at all the top linemen in this possible first or second round, of all the names and all the possibilities in the first and second round, and we're down to one guy left out of the top 41. So we've seen Membu and Booker and Campbell and Zabel and Donovan Jackson and Conerly. Josh Simmons, who was banged up, missed most of the season as a left tackle at Ohio State. That's it. So, again, for the thought of, and I get it, trading down, let's trade down, maybe trade, get in that second round, no, you better not.
Well, and as these picks happen, you're even more grateful that they didn't.
Yes. That's total confirmation that had you moved down and moved further down, you moved out of the first round, you're not going to get him. Donovan Jackson was DJ's 41st ranked player, and he went into the early 20s. So seriously, Josh Simmons, the only guy left out of the top 60, and then you get to Tate Ratledge out of Georgia, a name that we've heard to the Seahawks in the second round.
That's over that's 60 plus.
Yes,
as far as the ranks.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, Tate Ratledge at 62 is the next player after Simmons.
Well, the Buffalo Bills are currently on the clock. Just 3 more picks to go in the first round. We'll keep you up to speed on everything happening in the 2025 NFL Draft. We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Back to live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton.
On Seattle Sports. YouTube the app in your smart speaker.
First round continues as we are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Michael Bumpus, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Bob Stelton with you, taking you through the entirety of the first round. The Buffalo Bills have just selected a cornerback out of Kentucky. Maxwell Hairston is the selection of the Buffalo Bills at number 30. And the two participants in the Super Bowl, the Eagles and the Chiefs, have swapped picks. So another trade. So the Eagles move up to 31. Chiefs go down to 32, and the Eagles are currently on the clock there. What do you think they're moving up for?
Interesting.
Who are they moving up for?
Yeah, I would think Kansas City has a need on the offensive line. Philadelphia does not. So Kansas City probably said, we feel no threat of you moving up, and we'll take whatever it was, a fifth or whatever the compensation was to get that done. So you go get your guy, and we will get – and honestly, I did another – just want to make sure of this, Bob. I missed Big Jonah from Arizona, Sea Rogers Wildcats, tackle, guard, really athletic guy. It's him and Justin Simmons. That's it until you get to the 62nd ranked player when it comes to offensive line. So I think Kansas City's in play for one of those two guys. And yeah, combatants in the Super Bowl and trade partners here at the end of the draft.
Who of the young guys do you think is going to be someone? I mean, you got Zabel, but I mean, are you looking at Anthony Bradford, or who would you predict is that guy? I hold out hope for Anthony Bradford. I really do. Because I feel like it's a focus thing for him. And he is just so gifted athletically. Like, he can just put a paw on you and knock you down. But as far as, the other one I'm kind of fascinated by is Jalen Sundell, also from North Dakota State, by the way.
Yep.
So I'm sure those two had played together, him and Gray Zabel.
Yep.
I mean, anybody come to mind? Anybody ask the panel here? Who do you expect?
It's hard because all these young guys showed flashes, right? Laumea would put some snaps together. Anthony Bradford looked dominant at some point. Sundell had a couple moments. So I think that they're all on an even playing field at some point. Even Anthony Bradford, he's mixed in with the young guys. I honestly think that they're going to pick somebody up, a veteran, after training camp, and say, okay, you come in and lead the charge here and make one of these young guys have to beat you. But, I think everyone, saying even playing field, someone has to show up and be consistent.
I'm most curious about Christian Haynes because they spent a third-round pick on this guy. It represents some level of belief that he's going to – and we saw very little of him last year. So, what they were seeing in practice or weren't seeing in practice, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to be. I'm not saying he's going to be great. I'm just most curious about what he's ultimately going to be and what it is they saw in him. They said, we're going to take this kid in the third round.
Yeah, it's a little bit like this draft we just watched unfold before our eyes. Each of them brings a little something different. Bradford's like Tyler Booker, power. He almost like in a gap, block down, just move people, probably would have the advantage, right? You look at Sundell, he's a mover. He's like Zabel. Right, really, really athletic, but not maybe as much power. Haynes, maybe a little bit in between. Super heavy punch, but I think it's probably the young guy. And Laumea is kind of a mix, more power than he is agility, but it's probably the one who catches the details the most. I mean, that could be like a four-way competition, certainly a three-way competition with Laumea, Bradford, and Haynes. And which of them just is sticky with the details and does everything right because this is a system that's going to demand that kind of attention.
You feel like Olu can be the guy? I feel like we just in talking about the O-line, we just talk about, well, you need a center. It's just an automatic statement that's made. And I'm like, all right, does that mean he's out? He's not good enough? Do you feel like he's too light? He's too small? Or can he be the guy?
I thought Olu did enough for them to come in this year and give him a chance. He sat for a year, learned for a little bit. You bring in guys to compete. He doesn't win the job. But when you watch the film, he did good. When you watch the film of this offensive line as a whole, you just see young mistakes. You see no chemistry because of the rotation that's been going on in there. And we talked about scheme and how much does it help. I think that's going to be the biggest boost of confidence with these guys is just the scheme. And scheme to me is more than just the play that you're running. It's when you're calling these plays, right? Grubb will line up in certain formations, and no disrespect to Grubb, I think he's a good coordinator. He's going to do good things in Bama. But he will line up, and we know you're going to run the football. If I know it and I'm watching, defense knows that they have more data on what your tendencies are anyway. So you help these guys out by keeping the defense off balance and not just being so predictable. And then you add in those big steps you were talking about, Dave, getting to the wide side and creating those leveraging gaps. So, the scheme is going to help these guys. How much? It comes down to what Brock said. Can you pick up on all the little details?
Well, we'll see what they end up doing. Dave, I know you like Sundell. What you saw out of him, the little bit, the potential of him.
Also, what I hear from from the Seahawks and what they think about him, and I don't know, maybe there's some familiarity there where, him and Gray Zabel, but I mean, it's you don't really know. The one guy I'm interested in, I don't know. When you say it's a project, does that mean 2 years? Kind of, to me, it does. Michael Jarrell, when they threw him in there in the Atlanta game, he actually did some good things. He did. Now, he did some bad things too, but that was the story of our offensive line, right?
Yep.
But I think he's kind of interesting and he's needed because Abe Lucas. I think Abe Lucas is the most talented offensive lineman we have, really. Maybe I just haven't seen enough of Charles Cross, but watching him, that first game that he came back against the 49ers this year, he was fantastic. But again, it just the whole discussion to me is like if you can get, a guard and 2 tackles and work around the other, guard and center. Or I'd love to see a good center. When's the last really good, solid center we had here? For a period of time.
Well, we'll see at number 50 tomorrow, by the way. If there's going to be a run on tight ends, which there is, and a run on wide receivers, which there will be in the second round, Jared Wilson, maybe one of the higher-ranked offensive centers from Georgia. And what I hate, Gray Zabel at 18 and Jared Wilson at 50, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
By the way, as far as like big-time picks still left on the board, as the Eagles are about to make their selection, Jahad Campbell still on the board. Emin Wari is still on the board. Will Johnson still on the board.
I think they're going to go with Jahad Campbell here.
Do you?
Yeah, it's just a feeling.
It's a Philly thing.
It's a Philly
It's
thing.
a Howie Roseman, like, well,
it feels like
we'll
a
pick
Roseman
31, but we'll still get the 12th rated player on the board. Is that kind of how Philly does it?
Yeah, the rich get richer. You win a Super Bowl, and you get this guy that is a difference maker all the way at the bottom of the draft. But their selection
From
is
Bama.
in. Yeah,
All right.
We'll see.
Well, we'll see if you're right, Bobby.
Roger Goodell stepping up to the podium right now.
I'm going with Bob.
The Eagles pick.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Bob, you are amazing.
I know ball.
It was like you're a ball knower. Remember the boat races at the Mariner games that Moyer was getting fooled by?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're feeding. He was like, dang, I can never win.
That was good. We were getting the answer.
I think there's
before.
people in the league saying that right now, like, dang, how does Philadelphia now? This guy's got a labrum. He's got a shoulder injury. He's going to be a little bit late to camp. And if anybody can kind of grow and develop and incubate just a physical, freakish talent, it would be Philadelphia.
You think that's why he fell to 31?
100%. There's just some projection or some injury. Yep. And
who's that backer that they got a ton of production out of at the end of the year?
Starts with a B.
Bond.
Yeah. Bond. There we go.
Yep.
Yes.
Zach Bond.
From what, the Saints, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
They have just done a
look at
fantastic
Jahad.
job.
He is fired up.
Shoulder looks fine here.
Yeah, he is. I mean, sir, but if you're him and you sat in that green room for 4 hours and you were the number 12 rated prospect coming into this thing, and you could pick a team to go to,
oh, yeah.
I know there's a lot of Georgia Bulldogs in that front seven, but that's an SEC, like, world champion. Oh, my gosh.
And he's the kind of guy. I was watching the film, and the note I put on him was airplane, because you look at the airplanes in the sky, and they look like they're moving slow, but they are moving. And I'm looking at him, and it looks like he's not moving fast. We see the ground that he's eating up and how he's getting it through the A and the B and then setting the edge. I was like, man, he's moving a lot faster. That means he's making the game look a lot easier than it really is.
I feel like that's every tight end Dave and I talk about. Like, he doesn't look fast, but guys are always chasing him and don't catch him. Whether it was Gronk or whether it's Kelsey or Kittle, they don't.
How do you get open?
Congratulations,
Why are you
Dave.
so open?
Congratulations, by the way.
What about?
Well, you got a middle linebacker drafted in the first round. So.
Okay, I did that.
Yeah, well, I'm just.
You did great work.
You're an old middle linebacker, and not a lot of middle linebackers end up, getting a chance to go in the first round.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's becoming kind of a dying breed with all the extra DBs they're putting on the field. They're subbing out, linebackers for safeties, and so,
Well, we're down to one pick, the Kansas City Chiefs with the 32nd overall pick. We're going to unveil that when we return as our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The 2025 NFL Draft on Seattle Sports. Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
The final pick has been made by your Kansas City Chiefs. They go O-line. Josh Simmons, offensive tackle out of Ohio State after the Eagles and Chiefs swap picks, 31 and 32. Jahad Campbell goes to the Eagles at 31. At 32, Josh Simmons, the final pick of the first round, going to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stand by what we started the night on, and that is big people matter. That is now 8 of 32 were offensive linemen. And it's not as if like this, and we have seen some of these drafts through the years where it's like, oh my gosh, 4 premium tackles, right, in the first 10 picks or whatever. This was guards, this was tackles, this was big people. It was just about every big defensive tackle and defensive lineman as well. I'll stand by what I said, that this has to be one of the biggest height, weight in the history of the NFL draft because there were not many receivers, not many corners. You know, even the receivers are pretty big receivers in T-Mac and 2 big tight ends. So, yeah, big people dominated the day, and kudos to the Buckeyes. That was the national champion's 4th first-round pick.
Ooh-wee. Georgia got a couple in there too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bama got a few as well.
Yep.
Sounds like we talk about these schools all the time for some reason. But
yeah, how many Stanford guys you think got in?
We got one Wazoo guy.
It's not their day. You're counting Cam Ward.
Hey, he's ours.
Claim him.
You're claiming Cam Ward, and he's one of 2 quarterbacks taken after last year. How many were taken in the first round last year? 5 first-rounders.
Top 12.
You had 6. 6 Lefko's correcting you.
Oh, 6.
Yeah. 6 quarterbacks in the first round last year. You got 2 this year, and it's not the 2 people thought. People thought Cam Ward,
They thought number 2 would be Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is still available. He's there to be had. Jackson Dart goes number 25 to the New York Giants after they pulled off a trade with the Houston Texans to move back into that spot to take Dart. So we'll see what happens tomorrow in the second round with if somebody moves up to take Shedeur, but he becomes a bit of a story coming out of this first round.
I think a little more than a bit. A little bit more than a bit. I kudos to the guys upstairs. You know, I'm sure there was conversations about trading down, right? I'm curious if the Giants, I don't know if John Schneider will get his presser with Mike Macdonald here shortly. I don't know if he's going to say if there were a bunch of offers or not, if New York came up to 18 or they waited to 25. But kudos, because if they had moved out of into the second round, Big Jonah out of Arizona's it. 47.
Yeah, their guys are gone.
Yeah. The next 2 highest rated linemen are 47 and 62.
Who's the 47?
That's Big Jonah 7A from Arizona.
Wow.
That's it.
We heard all this talk about it being a meat and potatoes draft, but maybe, third round, fourth round, we'll start to see who's rated. But yeah, I mean, you went with the first rounder, and I don't know, it seems like a sure thing that they needed that. And I think that's going to make the fans happy. John never drafts for need, or when he has, I don't think it was his decision. So, they drafted for need, and they got the best player. At least that's how they had him graded. What was the highest you saw him in any mock
12.
draft?
PFF had him based on scheme.
Gray Zabel.
Had Gray Zabel. That was the highest I saw him was 12.
Yeah.
Most of the mocks this morning were mocked because it was Gray Zabel at 18, and most scoffed and said, when has John ever done that? When has he ever done what the mock said he's going to do?
Yeah. That is a minor upset. Yeah. I mean, it's just not – that's not that we've been so conditioned to go, well, here's the obvious pick, so what are they going to do? Because it won't be that. There have been how many years have we sat there and said, well, they need this position, and here's that guy, he's perfect, he'll fit, and they take a left turn.
There's an argument, though, the last 3 years. They've taken a lot more of the consensus guys than they did the previous 5.
Well, consensus
Byron
based
Murphy,
on their need. Well, did they need Devin Witherspoon at the time that they made the move? Did you feel like, wow, that addressed a pressing need for him? I love the pick. He's my favorite player on the team.
But from a consensus talent, everybody thought he's
certainly
a top 10 player.
But I'm saying in terms of addressing a need that exists going into the draft, and here's that player that represents the fix for that need, they often go a different direction.
Right, and they lined up this year, so which is amazing. I would have never guessed that. Never guessed. The biggest need, interior offensive line, and that they're gonna take it.
That's stock footage, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm glad
earlier.
they put it earlier.
For sure.
Because there's no way Shedeur's still smiling with his buddies.
They just kept it simple with that 18 pick. They really kept it simple, man. And even as analysts, sometimes we complicate things because we're looking at, okay, what did John say about this? If we're going off of what John said, no, we're not focused on offensive line. That's a narrative. What did he say? It was a lazy narrative that they needed offensive linemen. Like, all right, if we're going off of what Mike Tomlin says, Shedeur is probably going to be the 21st pick. That's the fun part about trying to figure out what teams are going to do, because they're going to throw so much bait out there, and we're gonna nibble on everything that they say. But at the end of the day, you can have a situation like this where John just kept it really simple and got a guy that we expect to start on the left side.
Should we give him a hard time for trying to throw us off the scent?
Yeah.
Lazy narrative, all this. You do exactly what everybody wanted you to do.
Yeah. Well, we told him today, or I told him, I said, well, Dave and I agree. We think you're trading out of that spot. He just goes, okay.
Well, they could have. I mean, who knows what their board looked like if Zabel's not there.
Yeah, maybe they do trade back. I don't know if, and the other thing we talked to him about is just how much slack is there on your board based on your ranking, right? So you're sitting there at 18 and say there's the next highest guy you have ranked as 22nd. Do you take him at 18? Is that too much of a stretch? And he talked about, well, no, not necessarily. When you start getting in the 30s and things like that, then that represents a reach. But it's not. They're not steadfast. Well, we got this guy ranked 20 and we're at 18, so we can't take him. So there's some give there. I'd be curious to know where they had Zabel ranked on their board.
Let's say Zabel was a 6.8, right, and was Emeka Ibuka. Just looking at the guys after him, right? Mm-hmm. Was Omarion Hampton? Was Derek Harmon? Were these players that went after them, were they graded that much higher? I think, Bump, you made a really astute point of what, and I think it was at like 10, 12, 14, you said, is this starting to feel like now they're all kind of looking the same? Mm-hmm. kind of running into that same herd of like, yeah, they're a talented player, but they're not a star, they're not a differentiator. I think it did kind of feel that way, but you addressed in that herd, no question, your biggest need.
But once you get in the herd, that's when you start getting need, right?
Yes.
Before the herd, you're like, I just want that one.
That's right.
I want the best one you have. So it starts to really all make sense. Because, look at the Falcons. They did exactly what they were supposed to do in this draft. Your offense is good to go. You go defense. You don't complicate that thing. Yep. I think at the top is where it started to get a little crazy, right? When Jacksonville switches with Cleveland and you see Hunter go there, and then now you're trying to figure out, all right, what's Cleveland thinking? But for the most part, I'm looking at these picks, man. It all makes sense. Most of them make sense, at least.
Are there any that are obvious to you guys that you look at and go, well, that seemed like a reach? Like, I'm trying to figure out what this team was thinking.
Teterow McMillan is still, I just don't. In number 8, if you're Carolina, I don't get that.
That represents the biggest reach for you?
I think it does to me. I think there were many that had him in the 20s. Certainly just the physical traits are worthy of that, but you throw in the rest of it, and if you're Dan Campbell or, Dan Morgan and you're Dave Canales and you got your young quarterback, you just want everybody like, oh, I walked around this facility. It was interesting. There were a couple things that jumped out. You
didn't go upstairs, did you?
I snuck in the war room. They kicked me out. I barely made it. Careful. Team. Like when you walk up the stairs to the cafeteria, that's what it is. Team. Is you walk down this hallway here, and I know there was a lot made of it last year with Leonard Williams and the pictures taken down and all that hubbub. If you walk down that hallway now, you know what you see? You see a winning picture from every game from 1976.
Yeah, pretty cool.
It was really cool. Really, really cool. And I think that's kind of the focus is let's just little drama. I don't want any of that off. Like, let's all be focused on each other and the team.
How many times, Bob, did John say what's best for the team and what's best for the Seahawks? That's what we're going to do. We're going to do what's best. So it's like their sort of mantra for this year. The Ted McMillan one, that's really interesting. Where did you I don't know how highly you saw, where did you see him ranked as far as
what was TJ had him at 22. I think some maybe around like 10 to 15.
Yeah.
So Mina Kimes really wanted him in Seattle at 18. I did not understand.
I saw him mocked a couple times to Seattle.
He did. Yeah. He did. And you memorize with talent. Each of these organizations, is looking for their own little flavor. I kind of like our Busch Light flavor tonight.
I like it. I would imagine this is a rare moment where they're not picking at the top of the draft. I think most people like the Witherspoon pick and JSN when that happened. But typically we're met with a lot of disappointment because they traded out of a spot. And why did you take this guy? He was sitting right there.
Well, I feel like they've done pretty good with their first-round picks, right? You go Cross, you got Spoon, you go JSN, and now you have Gray. I think recent. Recent. Let's break it down. It's like 4 or 5 years. Murphy, I think they've done a great job so far with their first round picks. I see all those guys. Obviously most of them have contributed already. I see Gray's going to do his thing. So, we give them a lot of flack, and they deserve it when it comes to some points. But I think at this point, you look at what they've done in the first round the last few years and say, all right, I see your vision, and you're improving in that area.
I'm fired up for tomorrow. That's where some of the finest players in the world are drafted in the second round.
All right, let's send it up to John Schneider speaking with the media right now.
So exciting night. We were able to land our number 1 interior offensive lineman, Gray Zabel. I believe it's the highest player we've picked since interior player we've picked since Hutch, which was cool. I was able to be part of that with Coach Holmgren and Ted and Scott McLuhan and that crew. So it's pretty fun. And Hutch loves him. Everybody loves this guy. He's just buttoned up, tough, smart, reliable, our kind of guy. And really, our first exposure was at the Senior Bowl when he had a great week down there, and it was like, and we felt like 18 to where we were, it was like a sweet spot for the interior offensive lineman. Now Booker went 10 or 12. But yeah, so just really excited. So go ahead.
Yeah, echo everything John said. Kind of been on my radar since the Senior Bowl. and the exposure, that's kind of when we get introduced to the whole process. And just really excited to add him to the crew and get to know him more. But he smashed the process, and everybody was really excited, and just really excited for him to come in tomorrow and get rolling.
Where do you see him playing, Mike?
He's going to start at guard and work interior, but the cool thing about Gray is he can play all 5 spots. Hopefully we're not moving around much. He sticks at guard for a long time here, but he does have that versatility.
How good of a fit with what you guys want to do with the offensive line now with Clint and everything?
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much into well, he has to be the wide zone guy. This guy's a great pass protector. He can hit his targets on the move. He's really athletic. He's tough. He finishes blocks, which is one of my favorite things about him. So in that way, he's gonna fit in great.
John, this is the highest that you've drafted an FCS player during your time here. Are you seeing that gap close a little bit with the FCS players? It seems like, especially the offensive line, Ali Marvin being another example.
Yeah.
Not too long ago, there's been a number of offensive linemen from lower divisions that are getting picked earlier.
Yeah, Kirscher was showing me a picture of their 2022, their national championship team, and all 5 of those guys are playing in the National Football League. They're coached really well. It's a great program. Great offensive line coach. You can tell when guys are coached up, taught well, and that's one of them, regardless of the level.
For both of you guys.
But yeah, offensive linemen for sure. I mean, you're like going all over they come in all shapes and sizes, and you gotta find the competitors regardless of the level of competition.
For both of you guys, sorry about that. We were just kind of blown away by him on the conference call. He's down to earth, real fun guy. Talk to me about your guys' experience with him in that process.
It kind of has Hutch's personality a little bit. Dave was talking about it before. Yeah, he's a fun dude.
Yeah, we totally knew he was going to have a Settlers of Catan game box right there at his draft party, which won a lot of points with me too. So we got that going for us.
What did Hutch tell you about? Because Gray mentioned meeting with Hutch and being real impressed with that process. What did Hutch tell you about it?
Just the person, what he's going to bring to the competitor, what he's going to bring to the room. He's a little throwback, he gets rocking the stash, and I'm not sure if he's still rocking it, but everybody just did a great job with the interviews and the Zoom process with him too. Like all the interviews, he just exudes this really cool confidence, toughness. And like I said, it's like a smart, tough, reliable guy. 35 starts, and yeah. And they play good ball, man. That's really great. That's a really good program.
And I know we've asked you about this in the past, but what kind of resources having a Hall of Fame guard on a staff with you to help evaluate these women?
Yeah, there's the way when you see him right now, you wouldn't think he's right. He's so skinny, he's 225 right now. But no, it's been awesome with Hutch. It's he's his own pilot now, right? So he flies himself around and checks out the guys. So it's pretty cool having him with us.
Zabel told us he turned down 6-figure NIL deals to go Power 5 transfer. What does that tell you?
I mean, he's just a loyal dude. I mean, he's really close with his family. He's a good person. I mean, these guys. He gets recruited there. He's confident, loyal, tough dude.
John, you talked about line being in need, and now you got your top interior offensive lineman on the
Yeah.
How does it set you up for the rest of the draft? I know you got a lot of picks tomorrow and coming up over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think it's 9 right now. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, there's still guys. I had to stop myself there. There's still some good, damn good players up there, right? So yeah, no, we're excited to keep rocking. I mean, this is we've talked about this before. The first night's like this, entertainment world, and tomorrow we wait forever to pick, and then Saturday's roll up the sleeves, and Saturday's the most fun day. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun as well, because there's a lot of really good players up there.
There were reports that you guys had offers to move back and chose to stick and pick. Are those accurate?
Those are not accurate. We were discussing it, and things did not come to fruition.
John, Jalen played with him, obviously, in North Dakota State.
Right, roommates, yeah.
Did you learn anything unique about him from Jalen in the process?
Yeah, I've stayed away from him personally, but the guys all have, all the guys have talked to Jalen about him, and yeah, he's Great guy. Well, he just checks, like I said, he just checks every box. There's nothing you can really, except would you say he was like, what did you say he was drinking Busch Light or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, you're not checking a box there. He needs to switch it up a little bit. Yeah.
This question is for both of you guys.
Yeah, he's in college. Good point. He's in college.
Sorry, John.
Yeah.
This is for both of you guys. So I'm sure that you have 6 or 8 boxes when you're scouting guards that you would like to have checked, just like all teams. But is there 1 or 2 boxes that you say, hey, look, this is like the most important. We got to have this as non-negotiable. Are there a couple of traits or attributes that you're really hunting for at guard?
I would say the physicality. I would say toughness, physicality, you know, the finish, the will to finish. It just stands out when you see guys, you know. I'm sure you've noticed this over the years now. When you see guys finishing downfield, I mean, it looks rare, which, you know, guys cleaning up, and he's one of those guys.
What about the outside zone fits him? What about him fits the outside zone?
Yes, from the question a little bit earlier, but I like how he finishes the blocks and then finding his targets down the field in space. Obviously, he's a really great athlete, how he moves, and then, you know, it's easy to overlook pass protection. You talk wide zone all the time, but you could argue that's kind of where it starts in the evaluation process. And man, pretty hard to find a rep that he had a hard time winning in down in Mobile. So, and he took a lot of them.
Yeah, you talk about Mobile, and you guys were there in the big circle in the 1v1 drills. He took all comers with every position on the line.
Yeah.
Have you seen something like that before?
No, he was stealing reps. It was pretty cool. And he stood out. I mean, he could have. Well, he could have left. You know, he was voted like the practice player of the week. And a lot of those guys leave. They don't, you know, stay for the game. And they know they've improved their, you know, draft value or whatever. And he stayed and competed and played guard and center in the game. And he stood out down there for sure.
Mike, what is his first, John, were you done?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Yep.
What does his versatility say about his football IQ?
Yeah, talking about how smart he is. I mean, again, hopefully, you know, we find a home for him at one position, and he lives there for a really long time for us. But I think it just speaks to his savvy. It's not easy to move. It's not easy to find those guys that can play interior and a tackle. So he's one of them, and he's ours now.
And he says he's worked out with April. What does that say just about his understanding of managing and his ability to take the next level?
Yeah, I wish there was more to that. I mean, I love that they work out together and they have a prior relationship, but hate to say it, probably more of a coincidence than anything else.
We totally talked to Abe about it.
Yeah, Abe was totally.
Abe's scouting report was amazing.
Abe,
too.
come on in.
Yeah.
We heard about different attributes for a left tackle versus a right tackle. In your way of thinking, is there any difference in attributes for a left guard or right guard? And then the follow-up to that is, you said you're going to start him at guard, or you're going to start him at left guard or right guard?
I wouldn't say there's a huge difference between either one. I mean, we'll see how it shakes out on what side he's going to start, and you know, if there's one place where he plays particularly better than the other, or you know, the rest of the guys on the roster on how well they play. We're trying to find the best cohesive unit right now. There's a lot of competition along our line, and to say he's going to be slotted at this spot, probably too premature to give you that.
John, there was a number of offensive linemen that went the first round here tonight. Were you kind of expecting to see that kind of run on linemen, and any other big kind of picture thoughts about how the first round played out across the league?
Yeah, we had our like our strategy meeting. I don't know when, I'm losing track, but a couple nights ago, and pro scouts go through every team and rank like the top 5 needs. They talk about upcoming contracts. You know, basically, like if they're running the team, this is what they would do, right? And I want to say like 80% of the top 3 needs by team where there was offensive linemen involved there. So it was even more eye-opening than I had thought, you know, throughout the process. Like, you know, everybody's looking for him, right? And so I don't know how many went. I lost track there for a minute at the end, but I know Josh got taken right at the end. 8, yeah.
John, is there a particular area scout or someone in the personnel department you want to call out?
Yeah, thanks. Kirk Parrish and Trent both went in there. Kirk was fired up. You got to call him. Kirk was here in 2000 when we drafted Hutch too, so was pretty fun to have him. He's a super passionate scout. Like if people disagree on a player, he's still got that old school kind of he bows up a little bit and stuff. So it was pretty cool to be able to take one of his guys. We felt pretty good about being able to, if we did trade back, that there was going to be a couple guys there that we'd be able to go to, but he was number one, so it was going to have to be a cool deal for us, and he ended up just being the guy.
Going into tonight, what was your confidence level that he would still be there?
You know what? I'd say 80%. Everybody was talking they didn't know when the guards were going to start going. We got a little jiggy when Book got taken with Dallas, but there's a couple guys there that we liked, but
36 and a half inch.
Yeah, he's a really good athlete. I mean, you could tell just by looking at him, right, with the mustache and the body type. Yeah. No, the guy's a good athlete. He's really quick.
Did John Benton have what was his role in this selection?
The whole offensive staff. I mean, he's as much as JB can jump right now. Where he's at, he was doing it. He was really excited. I know Clint's really excited. The rest of the guys, Jo, Justin Outen, Rico, those guys had a really high opinion of him throughout the process too. So everybody was really fired up.
To be honest, for both you guys, but more so Coach, being on the phone with him, the personality comes across, not only humor, but he's a competitor, right? What does it mean to bring somebody like that into your locker room and know that that's going to be good?
Well, I had to get some. Believe it or not, I had to get emotion out of him on the phone. So I think I succeeded a little bit. But obviously family and friends were there, and it's cool when you're on the phone with them, and then you go back, and then they show the TV clip of the party going on, and you just understand how big of a moment it is for him and his family, and just really proud of all the stuff that you got to do to get to that moment. But those are the guys we want in our locker room. They're going to come in and compete, and we've talked about this at length, I feel like, but just the guys that love the process of doing football every day, and that shows up in how much you can improve from a day-to-day basis, and then how long how much you love your teammates up, how you're able to connect with all the guys around you on a day in, day out basis, and just operate the way that we want to operate here. And so that's one of the reasons we're so excited.
Mike, you mentioned competition when it came to the quarterback position the other day when we talked to you. Now adding Brady to Anthony and Christian and Satawa, both guys that are young, these guys still have high opinions of. What do you think that's going to do to your group now to kind of try to push them forward?
Oh yeah, man, huge layup question, but you're adding. Look, the guys laugh we're going to get reps here. We're going to maximize the amount of time that we're given. These guys are going to have ample opportunity to show what they can do, and you want to make decisions in a timely manner so you can gel the group together. But we've said this, we're really excited about the guys we have as well, and they're going to have ample opportunity to show what they can do, and really confident that it's going to be able to gel and really surprise the people this year.
If Booker was still there when you guys were picking, was it still Gray over Booker? And if so, what stood out about him? Why him over Booker?
I'd rather not talk about Booker, okay? But he was their number one interior offensive lineman. So Gray was he's an athlete. He just checked all the boxes. Book's going to be a great player too.
John, you mentioned a lot of good players in this draft. Still having 4 picks tomorrow. What kind of opportunity is that? Either to pick 4 guys, or if you want to move around?
Yeah, if we can find people that want to move around. Pretty quiet tonight. It's gonna be great. I mean, we're excited. To be able to. We feel like we're really gonna be able to impact our team with our kind of guys, and with respect, all the guys that are here right now, bring in the people that will be able to work with them, compete with them, and just continue down that path of competing every day and adding as much depth as you possibly can.
John, you guys have spent a lot of capital, both free agency and draft, on defense the last few years, and have built that up. Offensive line, now you got 2 first-round picks, potentially Christian Haynes and Abe Lucas, 2 third-round picks. How do you feel about the capital that you're putting into the offensive side of the ball and what you want to do there?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily, it's not something you go into saying we're like always just trying to like add the best players we possibly can, regardless of position. And now obviously there's like, there's positional importance, but, we don't go into this thing saying, we're not going to spend money here. We're not going to draft here. It's like we're just constantly taking the best players at the best spots and making the right decisions for the organization, whether you're spending money or spending capital. I would say with Christian, Bradford, Tala, adding Gray to that group. I mean, Jalen, Olu, like pretty cool group. And like I said before, JB and Rico and Coobs and those guys they're excited about the guys. And so, when they got here, they really liked him. They liked the evaluation, going through the beginning of the draft process, through the combine. When free agency started, there was a couple guys we were, interested in, but we also knew, like, okay, how are we weighing this in terms of what we can do in the draft or players that are going to be cap casualties.
There may be some variance to this, but when you're evaluating players,
rocking the nice coat.
Players like Gray that have come from growing up on a farm and understanding the work ethic and things like that.
You've been talking to Trent Kirshner, yeah. Yeah.
From that perspective, how much does that go into play when you're thinking about the mindset of the type of players you're wanting to bring in? And does his stand out as maybe more of an individualized case compared to others just because of that?
I mean, I'm biased. I'm from Wisconsin, so farms, tough guys, we like those guys,
The farm is like one of those prerequisite boxes that you have to check.
Especially on the Trent Kirshner report, yeah.
Hey, can you say playing so much tackle the last couple of years, how much was the Senior Bowl clinched it for? You needed to see that to know how he projected your offense.
Yeah, just seeing them compete against all the guys were down there. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, there's guys that were playing tackle this year that you project. I mean, to guard, Tal was one of those guys last year. But anytime you see it, I mean, it's only going to help you.
You said this was your number one interior offensive lineman. Were there any other positions that were like, was the top call at 18, or was it a pretty clear cut which position you're going to go with?
I mean, our grading scale is based off of our team, not the National Football League. So based on, like, those grades hook up need and value, and that's where he stood out. But yeah, there's some good players up there that happens every year, right? You pick somebody and you're kind of like, okay, now, and you watch, especially you watch these guys go, you're kind of like, it's like, watching people take food off the table, you're just like watching it go away. It's like, okay, right? You feel bad for the scouts because there's so much time put into it on every player, and like, these guys just, especially Saturday, the names just kind of like rip off, These guys spend so much time getting to know the player, the person, the families, the coaches, like all that. So, yeah.
John, what went into the decision with Cam Younger? How does that impact the defensive tackle right now?
What went into the decision? I'm sorry.
The way Cam Younger.
I'll keep that in-house. But how do we feel about the position? We like the position. We'll be looking to add there as we go this weekend or further into the spring. We usually don't comment on why we let guys go. But Cam's a great guy, really good person.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right, there you go. There's the wrap on the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Seahawks get their man, Gray Zabel, at 18, addressing the most pressing need on the team, the interior O-line. See what they get done tomorrow. They've got the 18th pick tomorrow, which is what, number 60 overall, I believe?
50?
50.
50 and 52.
50 and 52.
50 and 52.
Yeah, we've got 9 picks left, man.
Yes.
Lots of work to be done.
Yes, and as look at my board here. Lots of receivers, lots of tight ends. I think this gives you, right, doesn't it, the opportunity now to address, few wide receivers still a need for this team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think another tight end is a possible need. I think a corner is a need. There's a lot of corners, a lot of receivers. There's some D tackles. There's still some difference makers. You could hear it, I think, in John and Mike's voice. They want to go too far because there's some names on there I think they're very, very enticing.
Yeah, the other thing, you just mentioned corner. I mean, if you look on the depth chart right now, it's not good. I mean, as far as you got Nehemiah,
Job.
You got Job, Nehemiah Pritchett, and then you got Reek Woolen and Devin Witherspoon.
They're thin.
So, yeah, they're thin.
Who's going to roll the dice on Will Johnson? Well, Will Johnson got out of that first round.
Yeah, he's got some injury.
Yeah.
We were talking about him off air. I like his size. He's like Sherm size, and he's a good tackler.
And Mike Macdonald knows him.
Yeah, that's right.
Have a background there. Yeah, there's tight ends. There's receivers. You need to stop with that AI stuff you look at. Seriously.
Well, what are you talking about?
You were showing me like pictures of, they made some artificial intelligence about me jumping up and ripping off my headset during the pick.
No, that video has been tweeted out, and I've retweeted it.
You need to stop looking at that stuff, like Trump fighting Zelensky. I didn't do that. I never got up and acted that foolish.
Oh, yes,
right,
you
Brenna?
did. It's right there on Twitter for everybody to check it out, at Bob Stelton, at SeattleSports.com, whatever you want. It's out there, been retweeted multiple times.
What do you guys want tomorrow?
Retriever. Get your retriever. You need a receiver, man. Cup is going to be solid. MVS is going to stretch the field, but get someone to grow with JSN.
Okay.
Yeah. I want up the middle of the field, first of all, not defensive tackle, but I'd like to see him take another linebacker and then a safety and corner. I'm going defense. But, I mean, you look, it's like, like I said, you got 4 corners there. Job is a guy they picked up in the middle of the season. I think it was before the Atlanta game. And then, Nehemiah Pritchett showed up, but he was a rookie last year, so maybe he gets way better. But then you got Reek and you got Kobe Bryant who can play there. But also you're a little light at safety. They have Kobe Bryant, Julian Love, Jarek Reed, and then A.J. Finley, who I think is a practice squad guy. But yeah, I'd like to see those 2 positions addressed. I think you can always add offensive line. The one position I feel like they do grow on trees are receivers. I feel like that's, if you look at like the easiest to develop or find, and then the hardest, I think offensive line would be on one end of the spectrum and receivers on the other.
Well,
I take that as a compliment, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bob.
They got 9.
I'm not saying they're a dime a dozen. I mean, obviously, good ones are.
I think that's what he said.
They grow on trees. There's a lot of leaves on trees, Bob. I'm just saying.
A lot of you out there. A lot of you. All right, that's going to wrap for today. We're going to be back tomorrow at 3 p.m., and then the draft starts at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So tune in with us tomorrow. Want to thank Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, of course, Brock Huard, the maniac that he is. Look for that video on Twitter. I'm telling you, it's worth your time.
Bob, nice work running the draft.
Thank you. Thanks to Mike Lefko. Thanks to Brenna and Justin and Trevor. All the help from everybody down here. Great stuff. Have a great night, everybody. We're back tomorrow right here with Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Friends of Waterfront Park is announcing the Meet Me at Waterfront Park 5K on May 31st. Kick off a season of celebrations leading up to the grand opening of Waterfront Park with this all-abilities race.